Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories.
Marcus Hale walked into courtroom 14B with the quiet certainty of a man who had built himself to fit exactly where he stood. The morning light through the high windows fell on the polished wood, catching his dark suit just so, and he straightened his tie with a calm precision. 16 years of deliberate construction had brought him here. The way he carried himself, the subtle arc of his step, the exact confidence of someone who knew the rules so well he could bend them without leaving a trace. He was not tall, but he did not need to be. The room bent to the shape of his presence. Judges, clerks, even the occasional opposing counsel, he understood them all, knew their quirks, their triggers, and their tolerances for theatrics. Today, the Honorable Patricia Sims would preside, and he had prepared accordingly. Brevity over bravado. Efficiency over flourish. That was the law as Marcus understood it. That was how victory came. The case was hardly glamorous. 3 deaths, 19 serious injuries, hundreds of falsified safety records, but in the world of civil liberties litigation, it was concrete. The plaintiffs were warehouse workers whose lives had been quantified into profit margins, whose broken bodies and grieving families were simple line items in a ledger. Marcus had chosen the case not for its glamour, certainly not for its fees, though he did not mind the modest compensation, but because it was winnable and because the injustice was unambiguous. That, he admitted to himself quietly, was enough to justify it. And there was something else, a long-standing personal distaste for any company that decided the math on human life was acceptable. He had never said this aloud, it was beneath his professional persona. But it guided him silently. He began his argument with surgical precision. Words fell into place with the certainty of machinery, succinct, unadorned, cutting at the weaknesses of the defense with relentless clarity. Sims, the judge, had little patience for theatrics, and Marcus never misread the room. He dismantled opposing counsel's statements with a calm efficiency that left no room for distraction or misdirection. There was no flourish, no performance. Just facts and the quiet, inexorable weight of someone who had spent a career mastering the rules of this game. He had begun this profession believing in the system, in its logic and its fairness, and today that belief felt vindicated. By the time the jury retired, Marcus's mind had already moved on to procedural considerations, upcoming filings, deadlines. He could afford a small satisfaction in the certainty of his work, but there was no indulgence. He had trained himself to compartmentalize, to process victory as another step in a long series of tasks. When the jury returned, the foreman read the verdict without embellishment, a flat Midwestern cadence that made the room feel like it had stopped breathing. Marcus watched the defense table as the numbers sank in. Silent. Shock. For a fraction of a second, he allowed himself a private acknowledgement. This was right, and it was unarguable. He shook hands with his clients afterward, a line of men and women in their best clothes who had driven 2 hours to witness the moment. They smiled at him with gratitude, a mixture of relief and awe. Marcus felt pleased, not performatively, but genuinely. This was the reason he had chosen this work, the point at which competence and principle aligned. He had made a difference. And yet, even as he collected his briefcase and exited the courtroom, his thoughts were already cataloging the next case, the next filing, the next strategic step. The warehouse workers faded from his immediate consciousness until a small envelope arrived 6 weeks later, a thank you card handwritten with a clumsy sincerity that startled him. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel the human impact of his labor before the momentum of his work carried him forward again. Back at his office, the rhythm of his day resumed. Dictation of memos. A lunch eaten at the desk. Phone calls, emails, scheduling. Each task approached with the same calm mastery he brought to the courtroom, each action precise, deliberate. Marcus's life was a well-oiled machine. Success was expected because he had designed every element of it to function flawlessly. Comfort was assumed because he had earned it. Respect was given freely, for he had never wasted effort on anything but mastery of his craft. The world, as he had long believed, rewarded those who excelled. And in that he felt secure. Yet beneath the surface of this confidence there was a subtle vulnerability, one he would not acknowledge even to himself. He had built walls of competence and routine so high and so meticulously that no one could breach them. Not his clients, not his colleagues, not even his younger brother Soren. He saw Soren at Christmas each year, the family rituals that reminded him of the life outside the office, and he felt a fleeting, faint guilt at the distance he maintained. Not because he cared to, necessarily, but because it was a small human acknowledgement of something beyond efficiency and correctness. He was, at heart, the product of deliberate choices, to master the law, to command respect, to keep the world at the precise distance required to maintain his equilibrium. Yet in the quiet moments when the office was empty and the city hummed through the windows, he sometimes wondered if all of it, the skill, the precision, the control, was enough to withstand the unexpected, the unquantifiable. That Tuesday, after the victory in courtroom 14B, Marcus was unaware that the rules he had mastered so well did not extend to every corner of the world. He believed himself safe, competent, untouchable. He did not yet know that the system he relied upon could, in a single procedural decision or a moment of human caprice, turn and sweep away everything he had built. The law was a precise instrument, yes, but like all tools, it could be wielded in ways beyond the intent of the wielder. Marcus's certainty, which had been both armor and compass, would soon be tested in ways he could not foresee. For now, though, the world seemed orderly. The evidence, the facts, the procedural mastery, all of it aligned perfectly. He walked through the corridors of the courthouse with measured steps, nodding to clerks who knew him by sight and to opposing counsel who both respected and feared his precision. He left the courthouse and drove back to his office, the city passing in a blur through the windshield. Even the streetlights and honking cars were part of a predictable rhythm, a pattern he could anticipate and navigate. There was no chaos here, no injustice that his skills could not parse. He had built a life predicated on the assumption that competence was rewarded, and that principle, married to skill, was sufficient armor against the world's unpredictability. Marcus Hale at 41 was everything he thought he needed to be, accomplished, respected, and in complete control of the professional sphere he had painstakingly mastered. He had the satisfaction of victory without the distraction of indulgence, the quiet pride of a man whose work had tangible, undeniable impact. And yet, tucked somewhere beneath the folds of his efficiency, beneath the polished veneer of courtroom mastery and office discipline, there was a small, unacknowledged truth. The world did not always reward what was right or even what was skillful. It rewarded what it chose to, often in ways that were arbitrary, indifferent, or cruel. Marcus had not yet encountered that lesson. He would soon. And when he did, he would find that the certainty he relied upon, the armor he had built over 16 years, was less protective than he believed. But this was not that day. On this Tuesday morning, Marcus Hale was at the height of everything he had worked for. The courtroom had yielded its verdict in his favor. Clients had expressed gratitude that touched him more than he expected. The office awaited with its familiar hum of activity. He was competent, precise, respected, and good at his work in the way a fine instrument is good at its function. He did not yet understand that mastery of the law, even when paired with principle, could not inoculate a man against the unpredictability of human systems. That lesson, inevitable and inexorable, was still on the horizon. For now he walked through the city streets, aware only of his own skill, his own judgment, his own success. Tomorrow the world might show him something different. But today he was Marcus Hale at his apex, sharp, assured, and entirely confident in the reward of competence. Marcus Hale's apartment occupied the 7th floor of a building that straddled the line between modest and aspirational. It was exactly as he had intended, not flashy enough to invite judgment, not humble enough to imply compromise. 1,200 square feet of carefully curated space stretched out around him, a combination of functionality, order, and restraint. Furniture was good, solid, comfortable, and unobtrusive. The kitchen gleamed, hardly used, a testament to the way Marcus had always structured his life: utility over ritual, efficiency over indulgence. Every wall bore bookshelves, crammed with volumes that were read, annotated, and reorganized according to a system that made sense only to him. The spines were as familiar as his own hands. Their arrangement was a kind of private logic, a geometry of knowledge and habit that mirrored the mind behind it. Every other morning, Marcus ran 4 miles. The motion had the mechanical certainty of a decision made once and never revisited, an act as much about discipline as identity. He moved through the streets with a cadence that required no thought, his mind cataloging details, measuring distance, noting the rhythm of passing feet and tires on asphalt. Running was a marker of order, a reminder that the self could be maintained, controlled, disciplined. It was not a hobby, it was an extension of his carefully organized life. Diana existed within this structure like a bright, irregular pulse. She had been present for 2 years, warm and genuine, never demanding and never forced. An architect by training, precise and funny in ways that complemented Marcus's own rigor, she had stopped pressing for definitions about their relationship 8 months prior. The pause was deliberate, an agreed-upon suspension that contained within it an invisible deadline neither of them named. Thursdays were reserved for dinners, occasional weekends were set aside for shared time. Diana had a drawer in Marcus's apartment, a quiet marker of commitment unspoken and undefined. Marcus had not opened it, and she did not ask him to. Both understood that the question existed, unasked, unforced. He was not incapable of intimacy or warmth, but his selfhood had been organized around work in the same way that others organized themselves around family. Until now, he had never confronted the cost of that organization, for his work had always been sufficient. Then there was David Park, a law school classmate who had taken a divergent path. Tax law was his domain, far removed from Marcus's litigation battles. Every few weeks, Marcus would meet David for drinks in a quiet bar chosen for its anonymity, a place where the professional world did not intrude. Here, Marcus could shed the armor of precision, the relentless competence, and speak as a man rather than a lawyer. Their conversations never overlapped with work. They existed in a private vacuum of jokes, observations, and dry humor. In David's presence, Marcus could relax into a version of himself that few had ever seen, a man who laughed without calculation, who allowed absence of control to exist, if only briefly. These sessions were deliberate acts of freedom, a safety valve against the machinery of his everyday existence. Soren, his younger brother, existed in a different cadence altogether. Their weekly Sunday calls were appointments in the truest sense, brief windows of warmth structured to avoid discomfort. 12 to 20 minutes of shared news, occasional humor, and gentle connection. Not cold, not perfunctory, there was real care but bounded, measured, contained within the agreed format. Difficult subjects never arose, the calls never lasted long enough to venture there. Over years, both men had internalized this rhythm. It was enough. It had always been enough. In the apartment, Marcus moved through these routines with the same precision that guided his courtroom strategy. The books, the furniture, the schedules, every element of the environment reinforced his identity as a man who could control the variables of his life. He measured each morning run, each conversation, each interaction. Even Diana's quiet presence was absorbed into the architecture of habit rather than chaos. Every relationship, every object, every ritual served a function to maintain Marcus hale, competent, and unflinching at the apex of his designed life. Yet beneath the surface of this order, there was an imperceptible tension. Marcus had built a life that ran with mechanical certainty, but it had never been tested by the unpredictable. The apartment, the books, the running, the dinners, the drinks with David, the calls with Soren, these were all controlled environments, known quantities. They insulated him from randomness, from error, from disappointment. They were the scaffolding that supported his belief that competence and principle were sufficient armor against the world. He had never needed to discover otherwise. Still, the existence of Diana, the camaraderie with David, the quiet weekly calls with Soren, hinted at gaps in his design. These were the spaces where human unpredictability could enter, where connection and contingency intersected with the structure he had created. Marcus acknowledged them silently, cataloging them alongside the rest of his life's data, useful but bounded. A drawer that remained unopened. Conversations that ended before they reached discomfort. Moments of genuine laughter carefully scheduled. These were anomalies in an otherwise precise system, tolerated but controlled. In this apartment, Marcus was secure. The world outside was predictable, or so he believed. The law, his intellect, his meticulous attention to detail, all of it had been rewarded consistently. His victories were evidence that competence mattered, that principle paired with skill was enough to navigate any system. The warehouse case he had just won confirmed it. Justice could be achieved, and he had achieved it. The apartment, the routines, the relationships, they all reinforced the same message. Marcus Hale was effective, capable, unassailable in his domain. Yet the tension remained, quiet and unspoken. There were edges of experience his system could not anticipate. Life as he understood it was orderly, predictable, and rational. But beyond the walls of his apartment, beyond the structure of his routines, beyond the comforting predictability of practice and procedure, there existed chaos, chance, and indifference. He had never encountered these forces in a way that challenged his mastery. He had not yet been forced to confront the cost of his own assumptions about the world. For now, Marcus existed in the calm center of his design: apartment, books, running, dinners, drinks, calls. Each element was in its proper place, each routine a small assertion of control. He had built a life that insulated him from uncertainty, that preserved competence as a shield against disorder. And in that life he was content, confident, and certain. But the untested spaces, the gaps between structure and unpredictability, were always there. Unseen, they waited. And in the measured quiet of the apartment, Marcus Hale was unaware that these gaps would soon become the points at which his carefully constructed world would begin to unravel. The case began in the kind of way most people would avoid. Curtis Webb, 44, former mid-level administrator at a regional infrastructure authority, walked into the office one Wednesday afternoon without an appointment. He didn't linger in the lobby. Instead, he sat across from the paralegal at the front desk, his hands folded neatly, eyes steady, but carrying the weight of something long withheld. "I'll wait however long it takes," he said. "What I have cannot go to anyone else." Greta, the paralegal, barely 30 but with instincts sharpened by years of frontline observation, didn't hesitate. She led him to the small conference room instead of leaving him in the waiting area. Leaning close to whisper to Marcus, she said, "He looks like someone who's been holding this for a long time, and he's starting to let it go." Curtis Webb had documents. Originals, not copies, each one tangible proof of patterns that had gone unnoticed or ignored. Paper that existed because someone, through arrogance or carelessness, had left a trail. Over 11 years at the authority, Curtis had quietly observed a systematic corruption. Public construction contracts funneled to companies tied to 3 specific city council members, with kickbacks moving through shell accounts that became increasingly blatant as the years passed. He documented everything not for glory, not for reward, but because doing otherwise would have felt like complicity. The act itself had been a private morality, a methodical collection of evidence left untouched until the weight of it could no longer be carried silently. The conference room was quiet except for the faint hum of the office air system. Marcus listened. 2 hours passed with Curtis speaking in careful, measured tones, laying out each pattern, each suspicious transaction, each nuance of the authority's inner workings. Marcus's questions were precise, surgical, aimed at clarifying details rather than making judgment. He examined the documents with the focused attention of someone reading a legal argument he already suspected would hold. Notes were taken, dates cross-referenced, figures recalculated. Curtis said little more than necessary, but the weight of his presence filled the room. By the end of the meeting, Marcus had said almost nothing evaluative, a silence Curtis interpreted as approval. "I'll review these thoroughly," Marcus finally said. "I'll call you in 48 hours, he called in 36. By then, the initial assessment was clear, the case was real. The documents were sufficient. Exposure for the council members substantial. He agreed to take the case on contingency. Curtis could not pay, and Marcus had calculated that the potential gain, in both principal and legal outcome, outweighed the risk. It seemed straightforward. controlled, predictable. Marcus had handled cases like this before: corruption, negligence, misuse of public trust. His methods were precise, honed by years of experience. He had built his career on the certainty that the law, if properly wielded, could uncover truth and impose consequence. This, he believed, was one of those cases, the kind that made his work meaningful, the kind that confirmed that diligence and skill were enough. But there was a miscalculation, subtle and invisible at first, a risk not evident in contracts, shell accounts, or evidence chains. It would take 4 months before Marcus would understand the full scope of the error, 4 months before the consequences, carefully measured and calculated in his mind as manageable, would reveal themselves as far larger than he had anticipated. For now he compartmentalized the complexity, filing it away neatly alongside other cases, other risks, other obligations. Curtis's documents were arranged in neat stacks, cross-referenced with legal codes, statutes, and precedents. The office hummed with a sense of order. Marcus believed, correctly in this moment, that he was in control. He had taken the case for all the reasons he always took cases: principle, logic, and the certainty that skill could guide outcomes. Curtis Webb left the office without fanfare. No promises were made beyond what had already been agreed. Marcus would review the materials, make a determination, and act. The client did not linger in doubt, because he had spent 11 years accumulating evidence quietly, privately, without expectation of action. His responsibility was to document. Marcus's was to act. In the small conference room, the two had aligned, unknowingly stepping onto a path neither fully understood. At the moment of agreement, the risk felt acceptable. It felt like another controlled engagement, another test of Marcus's skill, another case that would reaffirm his belief in his own judgment. Nothing seemed extraordinary. The documents were clear, the corruption obvious, the exposure significant. Marcus, as he always did, believed that competence and diligence were sufficient to shape outcomes, that the system could be navigated with skill and principle. Yet the seeds of disruption were already planted. Curtis's meticulous record-keeping, the gap between private observation and public consequence, and the assumption that the law would operate as intended, these were all factors in a chain whose result was unknowable. Marcus did not yet see the hazard. He did not yet see that the very qualities that made him effective, the precision, the confidence, the procedural mastery, were insufficient to guard against the forces he was about to encounter. For the moment the office remained calm, the documents neatly stacked, the client gone. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking through what needed to be done, unaware that this decision, the act of taking a case he might have declined, was the hinge on which everything about the next several months would turn. And as he did, the future, inevitable and uncompromising, waited quietly outside the walls of the conference room, preparing to test every assumption he had ever relied upon. 6 weeks into the investigation, the first sign that this case was unlike any other came in the form of a phone call. Harriet Bloom, senior partner at one of the city's largest law firms, a woman whose reputation was as formidable as her presence, had called. She did not make social calls. She did not call to chat, to catch up, or to offer idle advice. She called because she meant to speak seriously, and she did it with the precision of a surgeon wielding a scalpel rather than a scalpel wielding a surgeon. The invitation was simple: lunch at a restaurant Marcus recognized as more expensive than necessary for casual conversation. The selection was deliberate, he knew this. When Harriet Bloom spent money on ambience, it was never to indulge herself. It was a signal. The restaurant's softly lit dining room, polished wood panels, and quiet hum of conversation created a controlled environment where words could be measured, received, and processed without distraction. Marcus arrived early, as he always did, noting the details: the placement of the napkins, the angles of the chairs, the staff's attentive but unobtrusive service. He understood that the surroundings would shape the conversation as much as the words themselves. She greeted him with her usual professional warmth, the handshake firm but brief. Her eyes held a calm intensity that suggested both familiarity and caution, the sort of careful attention one reserves for someone who is competent but about to tread near danger. They sat, menus left untouched, because this was not a meal for casual choices. The opening exchange was polite, small talk about the weather and traffic, surface-level friction to mask the gravity beneath. Marcus read the room as he always did, attuned to subtle signals, to shifts in tone and posture. And then she asked about the people behind the council members. Not the council members themselves. Marcus noted the emphasis on behind, a subtle rise in inflection that was almost imperceptible but deliberate. It was enough to make him pause, enough to alert him to layers he had not yet considered. "How thoroughly have you looked into the people on the other side of your client's allegations?" she asked, her voice carefully moderated. The question was framed in warmth, almost maternal in tone, yet it carried a weight that Marcus could not dismiss. She mentioned Meridian Partners. He had not encountered the name in any of Curtis Webb's documentation. Marcus realized immediately that he had missed something. The subtle, carefully restrained, preemptive grief in her expression told him she knew something, had seen patterns, and understood what could happen if one miscalculated. Yet she did not say outright, "Drop it," that would have been futile. Marcus had built a career on pursuing the cases that were worth pursuing, and direct warning was the surest way to make him hold tighter. Instead, she provided the hint, the subtle nudge, the invitation to think further without stating the obvious. The remainder of the lunch was carefully balanced. Harriet spoke of a case of her own, of her daughter's graduate program, and the declining quality of a restaurant they both remembered fondly. The conversation was intentionally mundane, yet every word, every smile, every turn of phrase was calculated to reinforce her underlying message without directly delivering it. When they stepped outside onto the sidewalk, Harriet did something Marcus had never experienced. She held his hands briefly in both of hers. She said, "You are a very good lawyer. I hope you are also a careful one." A warning, yes, but one delivered with trust and respect, and a gravity that Marcus could not ignore even if he tried. He drove back to his office, replaying the lunch in his mind. Harriet Bloom was risk-averse, he reasoned, shaped by years of comfort, caution, and the stakes that came with her position. Her warning, he decided, reflected her thresholds, not his. She had not told him to stop, she had merely suggested vigilance. That was enough to satisfy him at the time, a rationalization that allowed him to continue his work without pausing in self-doubt. By that evening the room was quiet, the city outside dark and still. Marcus sat at his desk in the apartment, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating the stacks of documents, the notes he had accumulated from Curtis Webb's folder. He began researching Meridian Partners, tracing every connection, every subsidiary, every known association. 4 hours passed in a blur of focus, a relentless dissection of corporate filings, public records, and financial statements. What he discovered did not fit neatly into the framework he had expected. Meridian Partners was not merely a property development group. It was a complex financial architecture, elegant and layered, designed to insulate power and obscure accountability. Its tentacles extended into municipal contracts, state infrastructure funds, and 2 state senators, finally branching outward to the 3 city council members Curtis had documented receiving kickbacks. Webb had uncovered the edge of the corruption. Marcus was beginning to see its roots. He sat back in his chair, the apartment dark except for the light of the computer screen. There was a stillness in him, a rare and precise quiet, the kind that occurs when a man sees something clearly that cannot be unseen. The implications were enormous. Every pathway, every connection, suggested systemic reach far beyond the initial scope of the case. The depth of the entanglement startled him, even as the patterns of it appealed to his analytical mind. He thought of Harriet Bloom's hand on his. The warmth, the gentle gravity, the care woven into that simple gesture. He remembered Curtis Webb, seated across the small conference room, the weight of 11 years of secrecy pressing down in the lines of his face. The warehouse workers and their thank you card flickered across his memory, a reminder of what was at stake when diligence was applied correctly. Marcus opened a new file on his computer, a clean canvas for mapping connections, for tracking the hidden infrastructure of influence. He did not leave the office. He did not pause. He worked until midnight, until the patterns of meridian partners sprawled across his screen in a web of complexity. His mind cataloged connections, traced relationships, identified vulnerabilities, and began to imagine the legal arguments that could pierce such a structure. Sleep did not come easily. When he finally lay down, it was after almost 3 hours of relentless work. Yet even in bed, the lines of the meridian structure lingered in his mind. The word behind echoed with persistent significance, Harriet Bloom's careful emphasis refusing to be ignored. He pondered what she knew, what she could see, and what she had intentionally chosen not to tell him. His mind mapped every angle, considered every legal precedent, projected outcomes, and measured the consequences of action versus inaction. And still, he did not consider dropping the case. Never seriously. The idea existed briefly, a flicker of fleeting consideration, but it was discarded almost immediately. It never took hold. The very qualities that had propelled him to the top, determination, meticulousness, a relentless pursuit of principle, made him incapable of abandoning a course once evidence justified it. That quality, both admirable and fatal, was about to define the course of the next months. The night deepened, the city outside silent, and Marcus lay awake thinking about the invisible architecture of corruption, the human stakes embedded in dry financial statements, the weight of knowledge borne silently by Curtis Webb, and the subtle, preemptive grief in Harriet Bloom's expression. He understood, in a way that was both exhilarating and frightening, that the case was no longer simply a test of skill. It was an encounter with complexity beyond precedent, with danger layered beneath legality, with forces that could not be contained by logic alone. And yet he would continue. The risk, calculated but imperfectly understood, would not deter him. The path he had chosen, the alignment of principle and competence, of diligence and intellect, was the only path he knew. It was what he was built for and built around. It was also the path that would exact its price. The first warning had come, subtle and human, wrapped in politeness and tempered by trust. He had received it, digested it, and kept moving forward. That was Marcus Hale. That was his way. And as he stared at the screen, tracing lines and nodes, mapping influence and exposure, he knew that the work he was doing now, precise, careful, relentless, was both his finest quality and the instrument by which the coming consequences would strike him. He would never abandon the case. He would never yield to hesitation. He would follow the threads of truth wherever they led, confident in skill, rational in action, relentless in pursuit. And that unwavering drive, so necessary to his identity as a lawyer, would also ensure that when the consequences came, they would come fully, without mitigation. By the time he finally sank into sleep, the meridian network sprawled across his mind like a living organism, a lattice of influence and corruption that refused to be ignored. Harriet Bloom's hand, Curtis Webb's burden, the warehouse worker's distant gratitude, they all coalesced into a single, unyielding truth. Marcus was engaged in something larger than himself, something that demanded not only competence but courage, foresight, and stamina he had yet to measure. And he did not pause. He would not. 3 weeks of relentless work had stripped Meridian Partners bare, layer by layer. Marcus moved through their financial architecture with the precision and patience of a man who had seen patterns emerge and collapse countless times before. He knew the signs, the slips hidden in plain sight, the mistakes that always betrayed hubris, the cracks in carefully constructed facades. Human beings, he had learned, always erred when they believed themselves untouchable. Meridian Partners was no exception. The flaw revealed itself in a series of wire transfers spanning 18 months. The movement of money was deliberate, adequately hidden for anyone less meticulous, sufficient to remain unnoticed by ordinary eyes. But Marcus's eyes were not ordinary. The transfers connected a Meridian subsidiary with a lobbying firm that shared a registered agent with the office of State Senator Paul Greer. Greer's committee had approved $340 million in public contracts over 6 years. A disproportionate share of those contracts had flowed to companies tied to Meridian, a pattern that had begun to crystallize only, was not idle caution. David repeated it, a deliberate echo, in case Marcus had not registered the weight of the warning. Marcus nodded, took the documents, and left with the precise clarity of a man who had mapped a true pattern, every corner, every hidden angle accounted for. He called Curtis Webb that afternoon. The case had grown, he said, and the implications were now far-reaching. Curtis responded without hesitation, his voice carrying the quiet assurance of a man who had borne the burden of knowledge in isolation for years. He was prepared. He had always been prepared. Marcus listened, filed the information, and noted the measure of readiness in Curtis, a patient, steadfast endurance that had simply awaited someone capable of tracing the lines to their conclusion. Marcus's perception of control remained unshaken. The clarity he experienced was not triumphal, it was clinical, precise. He understood what he had uncovered, what it implied, and what the next steps would require. Each connection between Meridian partners, the lobbyists, the state senators, and the federal administrator formed a lattice that he could now navigate with confidence. In his mind, the outlines of a case that could hold in court were already materializing. Evidence was mapped, witnesses identified, procedural strategies sketched, and contingencies accounted for. What Marcus did not see, could not see, was the subtle, watchful attention being paid to him. The meeting with David Park, mundane on the surface, a simple consultation between two friends, had been observed. Not in a dramatic or invasive way, no cameras, no clandestine surveillance teams, no overt operatives. Just a presence trained to notice, to record, and to report. A functionary whose role was to flag activity concerning Meridian partners had logged Marcus's name months earlier, a file growing heavier with each interaction, each step Marcus took toward uncovering truths that the architecture had been designed to conceal. By the time he left David's office, the meeting, like everything else in his pattern, had been noted, interpreted, and escalated within a chain of attention, moving quickly when the Meridian network was involved. Marcus remained unaware. He drove back to his apartment in the afternoon sunlight, reviewing in his mind the structure he had traced. Each transfer, each link, each subtle sign of shared agents and cross-referenced accounts was catalogued and reinforced in his memory. He worked deliberately, methodically, absorbing the significance of what he had uncovered. The clarity was intoxicating in its precision, a puzzle solved through discipline, intellect, and unrelenting attention. By evening he was at his desk again, reviewing backup copies, cross-checking public filings, and tracing alternative pathways. Every new insight prompted further mapping, new questions demanding answers, and Marcus followed each lead until the structures he traced formed a web of near-complete understanding. He noticed patterns that were elegant in their deception, predictable only because they were human in execution. Even the most sophisticated concealments relied on error at some level, and Marcus, as he always had, found them. Meals were secondary, time was measured not in hours but in the pace of discovery. He ate sandwiches at his desk, sipped coffee absent-mindedly, and let the city move past his windows. Outside, traffic flowed and pedestrians moved in patterns that were irrelevant to the patterns he traced in spreadsheets and documents. Inside, a different rhythm prevailed, one dictated by investigation, mapping, comprehension. He stopped only to call Curtis again, to discuss developments, and to reassure Webb that the work was progressing, that the depth of what he had uncovered demanded careful attention, but that progress was measurable and actionable. Curtis's calm acceptance, the patience he had carried through years of silence, became a stabilizing element for Marcus. It allowed him to focus on precision rather than persuasion, on structure rather than emotion. At home that night, Marcus organized his notes further, consolidating timelines, charting the flow of money and influence, annotating each discovery with citations, confirmations, and cross-links. By midnight, the web he had created spanned more than just municipal corruption. It touched state and federal layers, demonstrating how interconnected and insulated Meridian partners had built itself. The elegance of the corruption was matched only by the elegance of Marcus's comprehension. Sleep was fitful, fragmented, punctuated by mental rehearsals of legal strategies and visualization of the evidence in court. Yet the clarity persisted, a sharp-edged awareness that what he had uncovered was not just material for litigation, it was the skeletal structure of influence, power, and protection. Meridian Partners was a machine, and Marcus had begun to map its cogs, gears, and hidden levers with a surgeon's precision. And still he did not sense the machinery turning against him. The chain of observation, the quiet escalation of awareness within the corridors of those who monitored Meridian, was invisible to him. The system he had relied on for 16 years, the system he believed would always operate to expose wrongdoing and reward diligence, was functioning exactly as designed, but not in his favor. Its purpose had never been to protect Curtis Webb or to reward competence. It existed to shield Meridian partners, to maintain the flow of influence and control. Marcus had merely stepped into the gears. By the third week, the breadth of Marcus's mapping became almost overwhelming. The documents were stacked meticulously, the financial flows traced and color-coded, backups secured in redundant digital and physical formats. Each pattern of wire transfers, shell companies, lobbyist ties, and political contributions was a piece of a larger, intricate puzzle. Every layer he peeled back revealed another, deeper layer. Each connection was corroborated by multiple points of evidence, giving Marcus the rare sense of absolute certainty. Even as he felt mastery over the work, he was blind to the forces observing him. Every meeting, every call, every consultation, small, ordinary human, was logged and noted. In the quiet offices of Meridian Partners affiliates, in the surveillance notes of analysts, in internal files pre-labeled with his name, Marcus was becoming a case study. A competent, precise, methodical actor who believed he was merely doing his job, unaware that the system was readying itself to respond. By Saturday afternoon, the clarity was near complete. Marcus could visualize the network, understand its redundancies, anticipate its shields, and see the weak points that human error had left exposed. David Park's confirmation had been a moment of validation, but it had also been a subtle warning. Proceed carefully, because the clarity he now possessed was as dangerous as it was illuminating. Marcus left David's office with documents in hand and called Curtis Webb once more. "The case has grown," he said. "Are you prepared for what that means?" Curtis did not falter. He had borne this weight long enough to wait for someone else to match his understanding. "Yes," Curtis replied simply, his voice carrying the patience of years spent in solitary observation. Marcus hung up and returned to his mapping, unaware that the observation had begun months earlier, that every step was now part of a growing record, a trail that would soon intersect with forces neither Webb nor Marcus could fully anticipate. The first sign that the case would not be controlled, that the machinery he trusted could be used against him, had already begun, but Marcus remained absorbed in his work, methodical, precise, confident. And that confidence, that belief in the sufficiency of skill, principle, and diligence, was about to meet a system that was neither personal nor vengeful. It was only efficient. The pressure began almost imperceptibly. At first, it was subtle enough that Marcus might have ignored it entirely, except that Marcus noticed everything. Small anomalies, procedural quirks, the faint but persistent sense that the machinery of the city, the legal system he had trusted without question, had shifted slightly in his absence. The first sign was emotion in an unrelated case, something routine and procedural that he would normally have handled with a brief note to counsel and a week's thought. The motion was ruled against him, and not just against him, against logic itself, at least as Marcus understood it. The grounds were so thinly constructed that a junior associate might have laughed. He filed an appeal immediately, his habitual confidence carrying him through the steps he knew by heart. Days passed. The appeal was denied, not with reasoning, not with feedback, but with a single terse sentence that seemed to erase the procedural safeguards he had relied on for 16 years. He read it twice, then 3 times. It made no sense. And yet it happened. A few days later, a discovery request in the Webb case ran into similar resistance. Opposing counsel filed an objection, citing procedural rules so tenuous Marcus had to reread the argument twice before concluding that there was nothing there at all. It was a filing devoid of substance, intended to delay, distract, and frustrate. The judge, the same Honorable Patricia Sims who had overseen so many of Marcus's victories, upheld the objection. Marcus read the order in disbelief. He catalogued it, noted it, and moved on, as he always did. Lawyers lose motions. Judges or courts operate with human imperfection. This, he told himself, was simply another inconvenient application of that truth. The third disruption arrived in a form less abstract but equally jarring: his office lease renewal. The landlord, a man with a record of 6 consecutive years of standard renewals, proposed a 40% increase. Marcus checked the figures, recalculated, reread the lease. Everything was in order, legally correct, binding, and still unjust in the way that bureaucratic increments of power can feel. Marcus filed the paperwork, noted the anomaly, and continued with his work. The sequence of small irritations was, in isolation, manageable. Taken together, however, they formed a faintly troubling pattern. And then Curtis Webb was audited. Marcus's first call came as a controlled panic from Curtis, the voice steady yet taut, measured, but carrying the undercurrent of something a man who had carefully maintained his life for 11 years could not completely control. 7 years of returns were under scrutiny. The audit moved at a speed that, according to every tax attorney Marcus called discreetly for advice, was unusually rapid for a person of Curtis Webb's profile. There was no irregularity in the returns themselves. Curtis had never filed a dishonest return. The files were complete, meticulous, and accurate. Marcus instructed him to cooperate fully, to document everything, and to alter nothing. Every step taken, every page reviewed, every question answered was part of a precise, careful process. The audit found nothing because it was never intended to find anything. The point had not been to punish Curtis. The point had been to deliver a message, a quiet, formal, unmistakable reminder that someone was watching, someone was capable of intervention, and that someone could move with efficiency and authority beyond scrutiny. Marcus received the message as intended. It was clear, it was unambiguous, and yet it did not change his course. He documented it, logged it, and proceeded as before. No external warning was needed. The subtle pressure had taken hold. Marcus could feel it in the quiet tightening of his own attention, the way his mind processed every procedural filing with the heightened awareness of someone who knew they were being observed, though he could not see the observer. Each anomaly, each obstruction, each targeted disruption was a whisper in the corridors of a larger system, and Marcus, as he always did, catalogued it. He catalogued it and pressed forward. Yet the human world around him began to respond before he did. Diana noticed the shift first. She did not confront it, did not prod or question with insistence. She had learned Marcus's architecture over 2 years, knew the limits of persuasion and the consequences of confrontation. Instead, she adjusted herself. She stayed closer, appeared on nights beyond their customary Thursday dinners, lingered with small, incidental presence in the apartment. Her attention was careful, unobtrusive, loving in a way that was calibrated precisely to the man whose greatest quality and greatest flaw was his inability to accept help gracefully. One evening she asked directly if he was in trouble. Marcus said no, and the words came with conviction that was incomplete, half certain. Diana held her gaze, measuring, weighing, acknowledging the partial truth without forcing confrontation. She let it go. Marcus lay awake that night, tracing the contours of the exchange. He understood in the dim light of his apartment that he had done to her exactly what he had done for 2 years to everyone around him: prioritized the case, elevated principle and professional pursuit above the person who mattered most in that moment. He recognized it, noted it, and felt the weight of her acceptance, a quiet endurance that was meant to protect him from guilt, yet made the situation worse by demonstrating the patience and love he was deflecting. Soren called on Sunday, as usual. Marcus was distracted, shorter than usual. The brief conversation was punctuated by abrupt answers, clipped and professional in tone, even when addressing his own brother. Soren, working class, blunt, and loyal in the way that men who love quietly tend to be, pressed no further. He asked as carefully as he could what was going on. Marcus replied, "Work." Soren accepted the answer with flatness, a voice devoid of enthusiasm, neither approving nor encouraging. Flatness that carried the weight of unspoken understanding. He knew, he intuited, and he would wait. This call was the last normal exchange between the brothers for months to come. The small disruptions escalated almost imperceptibly over the following weeks. Every minor loss, every procedural defeat, every financial irregularity was catalogued by Marcus with clinical precision. The pattern grew like a shadow creeping across his professional life, and yet Marcus, immersed in the logic and the structure of his work, remained focused on the task at hand. He dissected documents, traced transfers, compiled charts, and ran legal scenarios through his mind with an intensity bordering on obsession. Even as the pressure accumulated, it remained faceless. There was no angry voice on the other end of the phone, no threatening letter, no overt harassment. The system did not need to be personal. It operated efficiently, silently, and relentlessly. Marcus cataloged anomalies, followed threads, and extended his investigations, confident that the quality of his work, the rigor of his analysis, and the weight of evidence would see him through. But the human element, the people who surrounded him, was becoming aware of what the system could do. Diana's careful proximity, her observation without intrusion, highlighted the growing tension that Marcus refused to acknowledge. Curtis Webb's taut control masked the underlying anxiety of being targeted, audited, scrutinized, yet steadfast in adherence to Marcus's instructions. Soren's restrained concern underscored the unspoken danger. Marcus, meticulous and confident, remained absorbed in mapping corruption and tracking influence, unaware that the pressure, subtle yet insistent, was shaping the context in which he would soon be forced to act. In the quiet of his apartment at the edge of midnight, Marcus reflected briefly on these pressures. He cataloged them mentally, noting the anomalies and disruptions, recording the unusual speed of audits, the improbable procedural defeats, the unexpected financial shifts. He understood these events as part of a larger pattern, yet the pattern's purpose remained obscured. The human system, the subtle manipulations, the careful nudges, the quiet interventions, was invisible to him. What he perceived as coincidence, as procedural friction, was in fact the beginning of the mechanism designed to contain him. By the end of the second week, the pressure was omnipresent but unseen. Marcus worked later into the night, tracing lines of financial influence, plotting legal strategies, and reviewing documents with obsessive thoroughness. The weight of awareness was internal, cognitive, abstract, and yet it pressed in on him in ways that would soon become tangible. Diana's careful presence, Curtis Webb's patient endurance, Soren's flat concern, they formed a triangulation of human response that mirrored the unseen forces moving against him. Marcus, confident, principled, and meticulous, cataloged everything. He continued to dig. He continued to map, cross-reference, and connect, unaware that the subtle pressure, initially almost invisible, had begun to compress the space in which he could operate. The machinery that would ultimately bring him down was not visible, not personal, not hostile in a human sense, it was simply efficient. And he moved forward anyway. The line did not announce itself. There was no flare, no siren, no clear moment of moral collapse. It appeared instead as the narrowing of options, a gradual constriction of possibility so precise that the only path left felt, in its immediacy, like the only sensible choice. Marcus stepped forward because it was available. Because it was necessary. Because everything else had been removed by a system that was neither angry nor malicious, but perfectly efficient. He did not feel himself crossing the line. He would only recognize it later, with a clarity entirely useless to the situation in which he found himself. The key document had always existed. Marcus knew it existed because he had traced every paper trail, cross-referenced every transfer, and corroborated every statement. It connected the city council members to the Meridian financial structure, transforming what had begun as a local kickback scandal into evidence of a state-level conspiracy, implicating not just municipal officials, but the shadowed architecture of political finance and influence. It was the document that could make the Webb case not just winnable, but undeniable. He had pursued it through proper channels. 4 requests, each formal, each respectful of discovery procedures, had been filed and denied. The Infrastructure Authority claimed privilege, invoking statutes that did not legally apply. Marcus had challenged each claim methodically, thoroughly, citing precedent, citing case law, citing procedural norms. Each challenge had been overruled, first with reasoning that barely scratched the surface, then with less explanation, then with nothing beyond the terse statement of denial. Every avenue Marcus had traced through the system led to a dead end. Each closed door was a quiet, impersonal message: stop. And yet the document existed. He had a secondary reference within Curtis Webb's own materials, an annotation, a ledger entry, a notation that confirmed what Marcus already suspected. The system would not yield it. It had become, for this single item, not a neutral arbiter but a participant. The procedural barriers were deliberate. They were precise. They were designed for efficiency, and Marcus, with his patience and intellect, recognized both their design and their intent, but the recognition did not solve the problem. It only heightened it. Then the source appeared. Not directly, not personally, not with any risk to themselves beyond the minimal. Someone connected to David Park through a chain of intermediaries reached out to Marcus with a copy of the document. The provenance was unspeakable, the conditions unambiguous. Using it in court would require him, as an officer of the court, to misrepresent the circumstances under which it had been obtained. It was a trap in plain sight, and Marcus recognized it as such. 11 days he stood on the correct side of that line, consulting every conceivable legitimate avenue, appealing to procedural norms, challenging, questioning, and waiting. Each avenue closed with a patience that felt engineered, a methodical suffocation designed to leave him with the only option remaining, the illegitimate one. The 12th day arrived with a call from Curtis Webb. His voice was steady but threaded with urgency, the controlled panic of a man whose patience was fraying. His daughter, 17, had a partial scholarship to a state university, carefully earned, a crucial bridge to the life he hoped she would have, and the scholarship had been placed under administrative hold. No reason could be satisfactorily explained by the university's financial aid office. Curtis spoke of fear, of disbelief, of a quiet, immovable hand interfering in the life of someone who had done nothing but act within the bounds of the law. Marcus listened. "Do you want to stop?" he asked, careful, measured, giving Curtis the weight of the choice. "No," Curtis said immediately. "If the document will end it, I want it." Marcus weighed the decision in a way he had done countless times in his professional life, running simulations in his mind, procedural risks, evidentiary challenges, ethical considerations, long-term ramifications. He concluded that it would hold, that it could be introduced into filings in a way that maintained the integrity of the court's process, that he could bend but not break, that he could preserve both cause and conscience. "Then get the document," Curtis said. "I did." Marcus integrated the document into his filing with meticulous care, crafting a presentation that adhered to evidentiary rules to the letter, or so he believed. He thought of every conceivable challenge, every objection, every counterpoint, and adjusted his submission accordingly. His confidence was absolute, the confidence of a very good lawyer with 16 years of courtroom experience, navigating the intricacies of evidentiary procedure. He believed genuinely that the filing would withstand scrutiny. It did not. The denial was not dramatic. There was no thunderous gavel, no shouted condemnation. The judge, the system, the opposition, they did not need to act theatrically. The document was rejected, not because it was deficient in content, but because the conditions under which Marcus had obtained it violated the expectations, the assumptions, the perfectly constructed neutrality that had been an illusion from the start. The legal structure had been engineered for this moment. The trap was not a moral snare, not an act of vengeance, not a breach of civility, it was architecture. Marcus had walked into it with his reasons intact, with judgment clear, with intent pure, and the system had converted his integrity into liability. Curtis Webb's daughter's scholarship had been the bait. The document had been the hook. Marcus, who had spent a career navigating seemingly impossible evidentiary challenges, had allowed the system to dictate his path, to push him into the one choice that would compromise him, the one move that would turn diligence into guilt, principle into culpability. The precision with which the system operated was cold, impersonal, and utterly efficient. Marcus's own virtues, the qualities that had propelled him to success, the qualities that had defined his career, had become instruments of the trap. For the first time in 16 years, Marcus's judgment was compromised. He felt it not as shame, not as regret, not as fear. It arrived as clarity, the brutal, unflinching understanding that the tools, skills, and instincts he had honed to perfection were exactly those the system had anticipated and exploited. He understood the mechanics of the trap, the slow closure of procedural doors, the careful calibration of pressure, the patient escalation that left only one rational choice, the ethical compromise disguised as necessity. He also recognized that Curtis Webb, patient and steadfast as he was, had relied on Marcus's judgment without hesitation. There was no blame, only consequence. Marcus had chosen the document, and in doing so, he had crossed the line not because he had failed, but because the situation had been constructed to make crossing inevitable for someone with his values, skill, and determination. Every correct step taken, every procedural argument mounted, every ethical assessment made, all had led to the single moment when choice was no longer choice, only motion along a prearranged path. He sat in his apartment, the city lights spilling over the windowsill, and cataloged the event. 11 days on the correct side. One step into the wrong side, though driven by intention and integrity. The document, the scholarship, the procedural entrapment, they formed a triad of inevitability. Marcus traced the timeline backward, forward, laterally, in every dimension his mind could model, and every angle confirmed the same truth. The system had engineered his fall with patience, precision, and impersonal efficiency. In the sterile quiet of his study, surrounded by the meticulously organized bookshelves, legal texts, and evidence he had assembled, Marcus allowed himself a single moment of doubt. Not about Curtis Webb. Curtis remained steady, reliable, human, but about the structure he had trusted, the mechanisms he had believed would protect truth, protect diligence, protect competence. The realization was profound and corrosive. The world did not reward skill, principle, or persistence. It rewarded efficiency. And when efficiency was leveraged against a person like Marcus Hale, every virtue became vulnerability. The crossing of the line was neither dramatic nor memorable in any cinematic sense. There was no shout, no explosion, no moment of revelation. There was only the quiet, perfect inevitability of action taken because no other action remained viable. Marcus filed the document. He did so with care, precision, and honesty as he could maintain. He did so understanding that his choice was anticipated, engineered, and trapped from inception. He would later catalog the moment with cold, retrospective clarity. The document, Curtis Webb's daughter, the system's orchestration, all would be points in a timeline, annotations in a record, evidence of inevitability. Marcus had crossed the line because he could not do otherwise. Because the alternative, inaction, would have been incompatible with the man he was, competent, principled, relentless in pursuit of justice, and incapable of abandoning someone he believed had been wronged. And that was precisely why he fell. The morning was clear, brisk, and unremarkable, the kind of Tuesday that feels ordinary only because nothing extraordinary has happened yet. Marcus Hale stepped out of his apartment building on the 7th floor, coffee in hand, keys in pocket, briefcase in the crook of his arm. He had run the 4 miles he always ran mechanically, and had dressed in the suit he always wore, navy, perfectly pressed, shoes shined. The world had never failed him before, and on that morning nothing seemed different. Except it was. 2 detectives approached him with quiet, measured politeness, the kind that feels professional but is designed to convey authority without theatrics. Their uniforms were crisp, their badges gleamed in the early sunlight. "Marcus Hale," one asked, voice neutral. Marcus nodded. "You're under arrest for evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and an additional charge under Section 93B of the Criminal Code." He had memorized that statute decades ago in law school and never thought it would matter in practice beyond obscure commentary. Today it mattered. Handcuffs clicked around his wrists, the metal cool and precise. The detectives moved with the practiced neutrality of professionals performing routine work. Marcus did not speak. He never did in moments like this. Silence was a lawyer's first weapon. The first and most important, he reminded himself. Words could be twisted, interpreted, weaponized. Silence could not. He noted, even in the absurdity of being handcuffed outside his apartment, that this was intentional. It was not an arrest at his office, where his colleagues could intervene or testify to his character. Not at a courthouse, where his professional persona might lend credibility. No, it had to be outside the building, in public, where the act itself would strip him of authority before it even began. The choice was deliberate. The trial came 6 weeks later. 6 weeks is fast. It is unnaturally fast, designed to prevent preparation, designed to prevent momentum, designed to deny the accused the rhythms and breathing room a normal trial provides. Marcus's own attorney, a colleague he trusted and respected, filed motions challenging the timeline. 3 motions, each denied, each without meaningful explanation. Judge Carla Voss was assigned through a reassignment process, flagged as procedurally irregular. Marcus's attorney challenged the reassignment, but the challenge was upheld. It was clear even at this stage that the machinery was working as it was designed, with efficiency, without malice, without error, but not in favor of Marcus Hale. Judge Voss was everything a case like this demanded from the perspective of the system that had set it in motion. Cold, efficient, indifferent. She gave nothing away, no flicker of bias, no twitch of expression, no inflection in her voice that might suggest she empathized with the circumstances of the defendant. She ruled on motions with speed that implied pre-knowledge of outcome, as if the law itself were a series of gears turning, calibrated to land exactly where the architects intended. Marcus observed her with the detached interest of a man trained to read judges, but she was a pattern he had never seen before. She was a mechanism, not a person. The evidence against him was real. That was the cruelty of it. It did not need fabrication. Marcus had crossed the line. He had taken a document improperly, though with cause. The system had built a trap around his integrity and his diligence, and now the trap snapped. His attorney argued context, argued entrapment, argued that the legal system itself was being weaponized to suppress a legitimate challenge to political corruption. Each argument was valid. Each was meticulously constructed. Each was ignored. The jury deliberated for 4 hours, a brief time given the stakes, designed to give the appearance of procedural fairness while ensuring the inevitability of the outcome. The sentence was read without inflection, without hesitation, without pause. The pod order, one of multiple options under sentencing guidelines, was selected. Marcus stood as the words were read, his body still, his mind processing the legal meaning without context for the human consequences. His attorney gripped his arm, a physical tether in the storm of comprehension. Diana sat in the gallery. He did not look at her. He could not. Soren was also there, seated rigidly, eyes fixed. When Marcus glanced at him briefly, he saw something impossible in Soren's face. Not grief, not anger, not even shock. Something unnameable. The expression of a man witnessing an event he cannot stop, cannot comprehend, and cannot accept. The bailiff moved toward him, and it was then that he noticed another man being led through a different door. Older, shuffling, the precise gait of someone who had long adapted to a world that no longer moved predictably, who had learned to navigate a life mediated by systems that treat humans as data points. The man's eyes met Marcus's for a fraction of a second. In them he saw no pity, no recognition, only presence, a silent acknowledgement, quiet and weighty, that some truths existed beyond the ability of systems to erase. The man was gone before Marcus could decipher the look. He would not understand it for months. By the time he did, he would understand everything. In the days following the arrest, the machinery continued its work with tireless, impersonal precision. Routine life outside the courtroom became a closed loop of forms, notices, and letters. Marcus received packets of documentation, warnings about conduct, instructions about facility preparation, all of which were phrased with the soft language of administrative neutrality. He could not argue, could not appeal, could not negotiate. The gears had already turned, and he was now a part of the machine's output, not its input. Even the courtroom had seemed normal at first glance. Witnesses appeared, testimony was given, documents presented, cross-examinations conducted. Yet beneath this ordinary facade was the pattern Marcus would come to recognize as characteristic of the pod system's architects. Every decision, every movement, every delay, or lack thereof, calculated to remove human agency. Every procedural step reinforced the final outcome, designed so that no lawyer, no judge, no appeal could alter the trajectory once a single line had been crossed. His professional pride was irrelevant. It did not protect him. His reputation, meticulously constructed over 16 years, meant nothing in the face of procedural inevitability. The system did not act out of vengeance, did not seek to punish, did not even calculate fairness. It only executed. Marcus understood this gradually, the way one observes a slow chemical reaction. The efficiency was inhuman. The precision was clinical. He was a subject in a process he had once believed was impartial. Outside the courtroom, life for those watching, the gallery of friends, family, and observers, became a stage of quiet horror. Diana's eyes were wide but controlled. She remained seated, her understanding of Marcus's character allowing her to contain herself even as the sentence dismantled it. Soren, uneducated but shrewd, absorbed each word, each motion, each inflection, and kept a mask of comprehension while his mind calculated, parsed, and measured what he could do or could not do. In the absence of melodrama, the moment was absolute. There were no tears, no outbursts, no gestures of defiance. Just the finality of the pod order, written in the neutral syntax of law, delivered with bureaucratic efficiency, witnessed by those who understood in ways Marcus could not yet appreciate. He would learn later that the machinery did not rely on error, did not require active cruelty. It was the system itself, the seamless integration of law, procedure, and administrative neutrality, that produced the result. Every human choice had been accounted for and rendered irrelevant. Marcus left the courtroom for the last time as a free man, only in the literal sense. Legally, physically, he could still walk. But the space between freedom and autonomy had vanished. The pod was already present, waiting in procedural instruction, in logistical paperwork, in the faint hum of anticipation that pervades a system designed to deliver maximum compliance with minimal resistance. Each step Marcus took was prefigured by the system itself. The efficiency of his own downfall was matched by the cold exactitude of those orchestrating it. The arrest outside the apartment, the speed of the trial, the dispassionate delivery of the pod sentence, all were elements of the same design, a framework that rendered every skill, every instinct, every moral assessment of Marcus Hale irrelevant. It was not personal. It was not revenge. It was simply how the system functioned when confronted by someone who, by design, could not be contained without intervention. Marcus's virtues, his integrity, diligence, care, competence, had become the instruments of their execution. And in that moment, as he was led out of the building by the bailiff, past the shuffling man whose eyes had registered him, and the gallery of those who could only watch, Marcus did not yet understand. He had read statutes, memorized precedent, argued cases of unprecedented complexity. But no law, no argument, no procedural nuance could have prepared him for the precision of the machinery. He would learn it soon enough. He would live it soon enough. And by the time he did understand, he would see the entire design in its cold, meticulous completeness. The trap, the bait, the line, the inevitability, and the human cost contained within each perfectly calibrated motion. The bus is white, clean, and almost anonymous, its exterior reflecting sunlight like a blank page. Inside, it is cooler than comfort dictates, the air conditioning humming steadily, producing a slight vibration that Marcus notices in his teeth before he consciously acknowledges it. The seats are utilitarian, synthetic leather, slightly stiff, spaced adequately, and arranged in two columns separated by a narrow aisle. The windows are tinted dark enough to obscure most details of the world outside. Light and shape filter through, but nothing more. It is a deliberate erasure of context, a neutral curtain placed between the people inside and the life they once inhabited. There are 11 others. Marcus counts them with the precision of someone cataloging variables for a case study. 3 are young, no more than 23 or 24, with the kind of slack-jawed blankness that comes from trauma compressing their emotional registers. Their bodies do not protest the loss, their minds do not yet know what is gone. 2 are middle-aged, seated rigidly, knuckles whitening around the edges of their chairs, familiar with the routine of compliance. They do not fidget. They do not speak. They know, as Marcus will come to know, that stillness is a currency. The rest occupy the space between, a scattered assortment of ages, genders, and appearances that suggest either randomness or the appearance of randomness, which in the system's eyes may be functionally the same thing. The silence is complete. There is no guard issuing commands, no posted regulations, no formality beyond the driver's partition and the slow hum of the air conditioning. Yet the silence carries weight. It is the product of uncertainty, of lives suspended in a space where action has been preemptively removed. 11 people, 11 separate experiences of sudden displacement, each generating their own internal static, none willing or able to externalize it. Marcus notices this instantly, the way a lawyer notices the tone of a room before a case has been argued. He turns inward, as he always does when confronted by the unmanageable. He begins to inventory resources, mentally cataloging legal vectors for defense, appeal, and procedural challenge. The evidence tampering charge has vulnerabilities. The speed of proceedings violates customary standards. Judge Voss's reassignment was irregular, documented enough that an appellate court might intervene. Each possibility is measured, assigned probability, mapped against time constraints and known precedents. The act of structuring the chaos steadies him. It is a ritualized motion, both a safeguard and a distraction. Work calms him, but he is aware, even as he parses legal strategy, that he is not merely thinking, he is resisting. The bus itself is a moving cage, a vessel carrying him toward a destination he cannot yet define. The appeal he builds in his mind will take months. Months in which he will not be in his office, will not meet clients, will not walk the familiar floors of his apartment, or sit in the bar with David Park. It is a contingency that exists only in theory. He cannot bring it to fruition in reality, not yet. But the mind, as he has always known, can construct semblances of control that soothe the anxiety of total powerlessness. Time passes in unmeasured increments. Somewhere past the first hour, a man across the aisle speaks, voice low and rough. Mid-40s, shoulders broad, a presence that suggests strength that predates the event that brought him here. Heard the facility has a gym, he says to nobody in particular, then returns to gazing at the darkened window. The words float and settle into the empty space of the bus, acknowledged only by the nod he gives himself, as if someone invisible confirmed it. Marcus registers the statement, catalogs it, and then deliberately turns his thoughts elsewhere. He thinks of Diana briefly, the pattern of her patience, and the quiet ways she has held the space for him over 2 years. But he stops. Opening that door now would be like opening a valve he cannot shut. Instead, he shifts to Soren, whose straightforwardness is safer to consider, a man whose loyalty is uncomplicated, whose reactions are not shaded with layers of unspoken expectation. Even that proves unsafe, and Marcus eventually settles on staring at the back of the seat in front of him, breathing in controlled, measured pulses. Self-management, he reasons, is a resource to be conserved. The facility appears through the tinted windows before the bus turns onto the access road. Low, spread out, unremarkable. No nameplates, no banners, no architectural flourishes to mark it as extraordinary. It resembles a regional hospital that has never received promised funding, institutional but not forbidding, a place that will contain what must be contained with efficiency rather than spectacle. Marcus observes this dispassionately, noting proportions, access points, distances from the main road, even the density of landscaping. He registers that it is smaller than he expected and then corrects himself. He cannot define what he expected, and expectation itself is a mistake in the presence of a system that refuses to fit any preconceived frame. The bus slows, tires crunching against the gravel of the entrance drive. Marcus notes the lack of signage, the absence of visible security personnel, the uniformity of the building clusters. The color palette is muted, grays, faded whites, institutional tans. There is no drama, no alarm, no theatricality. The neutrality is the point. There is no threat here that requires expression. The entire system is a threat simply by existing. He observes the other passengers again. The young men remain inert, heads tilted slightly to one side, their blank eyes fixed on some distant thought or no thought at all. The middle-aged men are statues in synthetic leather, torsos stiff, faces impassive. One woman, possibly in her late 30s, adjusts her hair once and then sits still, staring into a muted landscape. Marcus notes these behaviors without judgment. They are data points, variables in a calculation he does not yet have the tools to complete. He catalogs the bus's infrastructure too, the location of emergency exits, the partition that isolates the driver, the angle of the mirrors, the subtle curvature of the windows that limits outside perception. Every detail is a potential leverage point, a contingency, an anchor in a situation where control has been removed. This is habit, instinct, and training colliding in a context for which it was never intended. The bus turns into the main drop-off point, a small courtyard leading to the intake building. The driver slows, stops, and gestures to a door on the far side. A uniformed officer, clipboard in hand, waits. Marcus notes the procedure before it occurs. The officer will check each name, confirm identities, escort each passenger individually through a series of stations, and ensure the flow continues uninterrupted. He anticipates each step, not because he believes anticipation will alter it, but because structuring the unknown keeps him functional. He imagines how this will be logged: time of arrival, duration of escort, entry points, each acknowledgement of receipt. Marcus can see the invisible chains of record-keeping extending from this point into the facility's database, each click and pen stroke feeding a system designed to transform individuals into categories, categories into cases, and cases into data points. Efficiency replaces humanity. Observation replaces agency. He recognizes it all without panic. Recognition, he has learned, is an armor of sorts. The bus doors open. A gust of conditioned air mingles with outdoor chill, neutral in scent, neither threatening nor comforting. The officer directs them to form a line. Marcus follows, noting posture, spacing, and timing. Everyone else moves as if in a trance. Marcus's attention is split between compliance and analysis. Each step is catalogued, assessed, and prepared for the inevitable questions, forms, and signatures awaiting inside. Inside, the fluorescent lights flicker faintly. The linoleum floors are clean, institutional, deliberately uniform. Marcus's eyes sweep the room, counters, stations, personnel. Everything is functional. Nothing is personal. He mentally bookmarks each desk, each filing cabinet, each interaction point, assigning probabilities to every potential procedural error or anomaly. He already knows that no anomaly will matter, that the system will correct itself before it is noticed, that efficiency is its own form of inevitability. When he is asked to present identification, he does so calmly. Fingerprints, photograph, signature, documentation of prior proceedings, all catalogued meticulously. Marcus notes the exact phrasing of each question, the neutrality of each response, the sequence of movements. He files everything in his mind in a manner resembling case preparation. This is his last domain of control, the only way in which Marcus Hale remains Marcus Hale inside a system that has removed everything else. By the time he reaches the holding area, a small room with metal chairs and an institutional clock, the bus ride is already a memory. The air in the room carries a faint antiseptic odor, underscored with the mechanical hum of ventilation. Marcus sits and catalogs again. He observes the faces of the others, registers their small micro-expressions, notes the cadence of staff movement. His mind is methodical, analytical, untouched by panic. It is a record, a defense mechanism, a final assertion of identity before the system begins to enforce conformity. And as he sits, waiting for the next stage of intake, Marcus Hale senses the shift beginning. Not in sound, not in gesture, not in words, but in the space itself. The neutral walls, the flickering lights, the hum of human and mechanical activity combine to form the first layer of the pod's architecture. It is subtle, almost imperceptible, but it is there. A structure into which he is about to be moved, one step closer to the place where process will replace instinct, categorization will replace self, and the last hours of Marcus being Marcus will end, quietly, efficiently, inevitably. The intake process begins with a precision that feels absolute, almost surgical. Specialist Dorn meets Marcus Hale at the threshold of the intake wing, moving with the quiet confidence of someone whose motions have long since ceased to require conscious thought. She is 35, efficient in a way that is unsettling, her attention present but never engaged beyond what is necessary. Marcus notices it instantly, the same way he notices procedural irregularities in a courtroom, the same way he notices the imperceptible tics that reveal whether an opposing lawyer is bluffing or truly confident. Dorn's gaze sweeps the entryway without pause, without lingering, as if cataloging the space and the people in it in parallel layers of perception, each separate from the other. She does not make eye contact unnecessarily, but her awareness of him is complete. She explains each step of the process before it occurs, a calm and measured recitation of events he is about to undergo. Marcus initially interprets it as consideration, an attempt to soothe a new arrival with the illusion of choice. He quickly recalibrates. Liability protocol, he realizes. Informed consent demands verbal explanation of each procedure, and each word Dorn speaks is an automatic checkmark in a system that neither welcomes challenge nor tolerates deviation. Marcus listens anyway, noting the phrasing, the cadence, the emphasis, cataloging the language as though it were a line of evidence, aware even in that moment that the formality is designed to remove ambiguity and agency simultaneously. He is weighed, photographed, and subjected to biometric scans with a smooth sequencing that suggests decades of refinement. Fingerprints, iris scans, and a blood typing procedure all flow one into the next, each action almost imperceptibly guided by the rhythm of the last. Marcus registers each step, not in fear, not in defiance, but with the analytical attention that has always defined him. His clothes are replaced with facility-issued garments, plain, clean, adequate, and devoid of meaning. The fabric is unremarkable, the fit is neutral. It communicates nothing about him, and the absence of personal identifiers is deliberate. He recognizes the message instantly. The man who exists outside these walls no longer matters here. His personal effects are inventoried by a second specialist who speaks in a flat, emotionless voice, cataloging each item as if listing entries in a ledger. Watch, wallet, keys to an apartment he will not see for months, perhaps years. His phone logged and sealed in a container with a notice that breaking the seal without his signature is prohibited, which is repeated for emphasis. Marcus observes each detail, noting that the repetition is both procedure and warning, a subtle imprint of the system's reach. He signs the inventory form, receives a copy on paper so thin it seems fragile, and folds it anyway, storing it in the pocket of his new clothing. He understands the gesture. It is psychological, not practical, a fragile anchor to the world he has been removed from. During the intake, Administrator Folks arrives. Not because he is required, not because Marcus's admission mandates special attention, but because visibility is part of management. For higher profile admissions, presence is symbolic. Folks, 53, medium height, wears a short-sleeved dress shirt and a face that is pleasant without being memorable, a careful neutrality designed to reassure while never committing. He introduces himself with a handshake that is practiced and real simultaneously, the warmth measured and limited, a professional warmth that signals recognition but does not invite familiarity. Folks explains the facility with the cadence of a presentation he has delivered countless times. The assisted living wing, the structured labor program he terms occupational engagement, the medical support team, the review process. The word humane emerges 3 times in 4 minutes, used without self-awareness, repeated like a mantra. Marcus listens as if receiving opening statements from opposing counsel. His mind catalogues the internal logic, the gaps, the ways in which the language of management must cover what cannot be covered by fact alone. Each word is a vector, each phrase a potential misdirection or shield. He notes the inconsistencies silently, filing them away with the same precision he applies to a deposition transcript. When Folks finishes, Marcus asks one singular, precise question: which statute defines the criteria for sanity certification, and has it been subject to constitutional challenge at the appellate level? Folks blinks a brief, almost imperceptible blink, registering surprise before recovering. The legal team, he says, can address those questions, and Marcus will have access to a facility counselor to direct him to appropriate resources. Marcus thanks him with a politeness that conceals a precise measure of contempt, a quantity detectable only to those trained to observe the calibration of attention, intent, and professional performance. Folks departs, leaving Marcus in the hands of Specialist Dorn, who resumes the intake with unflinching efficiency. Marcus signs 11 additional forms in rapid succession, each signature an acknowledgement of a process he cannot control but can observe, dissect, and anticipate. The forms cover medical disclosures, labor agreements, liability waivers, and behavioral guidelines. Marcus notes that each document is written with a careful balance of clarity and ambiguity, enough clarity to satisfy the legal requirement, enough ambiguity to allow administrative interpretation to extend beyond the literal words. He is guided to a small room, a functional space with pale walls and a single metal table, and Dorn instructs him to remove all remaining personal items from pockets. She handles each with the same attention, the same unemotional efficiency, placing them into labeled containers. Marcus watches as the procedure unfolds like a carefully choreographed demonstration of control, the system moving him through each step with the predictability of a pendulum, every action precise, inevitable, unavoidable. The rhythm is almost hypnotic, and he notes internally that this is part of the design. Predictability reduces resistance. Marcus is aware of the psychological calculus behind each element. The sterile environment, the uniform clothing, the inventory of possessions, the repeated verbal instructions, each is a node in a network designed to transform his attention, to redirect it from self to compliance, to reduce his sense of agency while preserving the appearance of consent. He catalogs it with the same meticulous attention he applies to legal discovery, but he recognizes that observation is not intervention. He can understand what is happening, but understanding does not alter it. As he sits at the table, Dorn guides him through health assessments, blood pressure, pulse, reflex checks. Each action is precise, exact, predictable. Marcus notes the efficiency and the absence of affect, the absence of any personal engagement beyond procedural necessity. It is a machine operating on protocol and repetition, not on care or judgment. He recognizes this without surprise, without resentment. Observation is, in this space, the only tool available. The final step is the assignment of a room and initial orientation within the facility. Dorn leads him down a corridor where the fluorescent lights hum with mechanical regularity, casting everything in stark, even illumination. Each door is labeled with an alphanumeric code. Each turn is anticipated. Marcus notes that the architecture is functional but not oppressive. It communicates containment through organization, not through overt force. The design is silent, efficient, controlling without spectacle. At the end of the corridor, Dorn stops before a door. She unlocks it, gestures for him to enter, and leaves. Marcus steps inside. The space is sparse: a bed, a small dresser, a table, a chair. The window is narrow, the view obscured by the facility's exterior wall. He catalogs everything: the measurements, the furniture placement, the lighting, the sound levels, again, the way a lawyer catalogs a scene before cross-examination. It is still his world to understand, though no longer his world to control. By the time Dorn departs from his side for the last time, Marcus has completed the inventory of the environment, internalized the procedure, and accounted for each element of the system. He assigned forms acknowledging compliance, health checks, labor expectations, and the review process. Each signature is both an acceptance and a notation in his mind of the limits of consent under imposed structure. Marcus understands, more clearly than he has understood anything in months, that the world outside these walls operates under law, precedent, and personal influence, but inside it operates on process alone, and processes do not bend for competence, argument, or principle. They bend only for themselves. The intake concludes quietly. Marcus is left alone to consider the transformation he has already begun to undergo, the last hours of being Marcus Hale as he has known himself. The procedural efficiency, the controlled movement, the absence of personal engagement, and the careful management of every detail create a sense of being simultaneously hyperaware and removed, observing himself as if through glass. He sits in the sparsely furnished room, facility clothing on, inventory sheet folded in his pocket, knowing that everything he possessed in the outside world has been catalogued, measured, and in some sense neutralized. Here, in this liminal space between arrival and full processing, Marcus experiences the last edge of himself that remains intact. The analyst, the observer, the lawyer capable of measuring risk, opportunity, and failure, that part survives the procedures, intact yet isolated, watching the system move around him like a river flowing over rocks. He knows he is not free. He knows he is not safe. But he is still Marcus Hale, and for now, observation is all the control he retains. The holding area is a large room, the kind that carries its institutional purpose in every angle and surface. The chairs are molded plastic with metal legs, bolted to the floor, arranged in rows that enforce a quiet geometry. The fluorescent lights overhead hum with the particular quality of long years of uninterrupted function, not flickering, not broken, simply tired. The ceiling tiles are uniform but faintly sagging in corners, the white dulled to a kind of institutional gray, the way surfaces acquire the evidence of persistence rather than wear. Marcus Hale is directed here after processing, instructed to wait for the medical assessment team. He is told the wait will be 40 minutes. It becomes 90. The room is not empty. 4 other people occupy the space at varying stages of patience and attention, each holding their own interior world, each practicing a form of stillness, a containment of self imposed by circumstance. Marcus takes a seat near the wall, a habit he has carried since childhood. In unfamiliar spaces, he prefers to have a wall at his back, a measure of orientation that feels both safe and strategic. He has never examined it, never labeled it anxiety, but it serves a purpose here, anchoring him in a room that asks him to surrender control. Across the aisle, 2 seats away, sits the man from the courtroom, the older man who shuffled quietly, the one Marcus noticed on that day when legal processes first bent to forces beyond his control. He is not shuffling now. He sits in a stillness that is deliberate, earned. He might be 60, perhaps older. His face carries the soft patina of life lived with attention and quiet resignation. The features are not hollowed, not erased, but turned down, muted as if expression had been dimmed by necessity, by experience, by the persistent presence of processes that measure and correct. He does not look at Marcus in the way one looks at a stranger. He looks past him at nothing, but his awareness registers Marcus's presence in a subtle acknowledgement, a recognition without engagement. Without turning his head, the man speaks. His voice is unhurried, slightly roughened, as if it has been used sparingly for purpose rather than habit. You were in courtroom 14B 3 weeks ago, he says, the civil liberties case. Warehouse workers, the statement carries no curiosity, no need for response. It is a fact observed, not a question. Marcus answers yes and asks how he knows. The man says he was in the gallery, a witness to proceedings Marcus thought would be forgotten, noting only the shapes of arguments and the passage of verdicts. He says he used to follow cases like that one. Used to. The phrase lingers heavier than words alone, a reminder that engagement with justice can end, even for those who once carried it as a vocation. Marcus senses, without fully articulating, that the weight in the phrase is not regret but absence, absence he has not yet encountered in this new context. The man introduces himself, Raymond Cable. He was, he says, a high school football coach for 22 years in a district 40 miles from the city. He coached 3 state championship teams and sent 11 players to college on athletic scholarships, fostering not only skill but character. From what Marcus later pieces together, Raymond Cable was the kind of coach who measured success in lives touched, not in games won. He is here because 4 years prior he was in a car accident. Another driver died. The toxicology report indicated a prescription medication, recently altered by his physician, yet unrecorded in the chart. The prosecution dismissed this detail. Raymond did not have Marcus Hale as counsel. He states this fact without bitterness. In its absence, there is a quiet gravity, a weight that is somehow worse than anger, the sense that justice can be exact without cruelty, yet still be profoundly unfair. He has been in the assisted living wing for 3 years, and his presence here today is the result of a rare scheduling irregularity, a gap in occupational assignments that placed him temporarily in the holding area. The tone of his mention is measured, acknowledging coincidence without granting it significance. His eyes, when he finally meets Marcus's directly, are clearer than Marcus expected, sharper than the shapes he observed from the courtroom gallery. There is something behind the clarity, a depth that resists direct communication yet carries meaning. It is a presence layered over experience, an acknowledgement of endurance in a system that does not care whether one endures. He observes Marcus and notes, without judgment, that he is still thinking like a lawyer. Marcus affirms that he is a lawyer. Raymond nods subtly, as if that is neither a revelation nor entirely good news. Before the medical team arrives, Raymond imparts 3 pieces of information, each delivered with the weight of experience and the quiet authority of someone who has survived what Marcus is only beginning to understand. The first is about time. The appeal Marcus is calculating in his mind will take longer than his attorney has suggested. The estimate in Marcus's head, the carefully timed construction of legal vectors, is insufficient. Raymond says carrying that estimate here in the waiting will cost Marcus more than it is worth. Marcus notes this but does not immediately act upon it, cataloging it as another datum. The second is about access. The facility maintains a legal resource library, technically available to residents, practically difficult to reach. Raymond advises Marcus to begin requesting access immediately and in writing. The paper trail is crucial, he emphasizes, a chain of documentation that cannot be ignored. Marcus recognizes the instruction as part advice, part survival measure, the kind of detail that procedural environments rarely volunteer but always require. The third is something learned only through lived experience, a lesson that cannot be abstracted into forms or procedures. Raymond repeats the advice he once gave in the courtroom, now in close proximity, his words carrying the weight of a man who has learned them through trial rather than observation. Stop fighting it in your head. Marcus, trained to measure, calculate, and verify, finds that he cannot dismiss the statement. It is past argument, past judgment. The truth of it exists not in proof, but in the authority of survival. He feels it in the way a lawyer feels precedent, the authority of something that cannot be challenged, only recognized and respected. The medical team arrives. Marcus is called, rises, and moves toward the door. His attention is measured, procedural, cataloging the steps he is about to undergo. He turns once, asking Raymond quietly if it gets easier. Raymond pauses long enough that Marcus fears he will not answer, then says, "Easier is not the right word. You just get to know the shape of it." The phrase carries both instruction and description, the language of adaptation, not comfort. Marcus nods, registering the distinction, and steps through the doorway. The room beyond is a neutral space, the medical assessment area organized to efficiency, devoid of personal affect. Marcus follows the procedure, measured, noting each motion of the staff, each movement of equipment, the sequence of observations and tests. Even here he assesses, catalogs, and anticipates, understanding that observation is the one currency still fully his. Back in the holding area, Raymond returns to his quiet stillness, eyes observing the space without need for conversation. Marcus leaves a residual awareness of him, the weight of information and perspective shared not in instruction but in presence. The advice, the timing, the insight, the recognition of enduring mechanisms, all of it becomes a part of Marcus's mental architecture, a scaffold for navigating a world stripped of the assumptions he carried into it. As the medical team works, Marcus notes the other residents, young, blank, and shocked, older, resigned, and silent. They occupy the room with varied histories, lives intersecting at this holding point in ways arbitrary and procedural. Raymond's presence provides a quiet counterpoint, a demonstration of accumulated experience surviving systematic processes, a model of internal stability that does not depend on external validation. The observation of him, the cataloging, the recognition of patterns, and the subtle shift in the room's dynamic continues to occupy Marcus even as he moves through formal assessment. He notices how efficiency displaces empathy, how process displaces judgment, how the mechanics of the facility define space and expectation. The human element exists only at the edge, in gestures and advice, in eye contact that carries more meaning than any procedural form. Raymond's brief interactions are the only spontaneous variable in a system designed to eliminate surprise. By the time Marcus returns from the medical assessment, the holding area has shifted subtly. New arrivals, departures, the quiet rhythm of waiting, the hum of fluorescent lights, the weight of absence, all create a space that is simultaneously full and empty. He remembers the advice, the warnings, the guidance imparted without coercion, and begins to see the structure of the system as Raymond described, something that can be navigated if one accepts its constraints rather than resists them in the mind. The room, the people, the light, the pattern of waiting, all these coalesce into a framework for understanding, even if it offers no comfort. Marcus has moved through intake, he has met Raymond, he has absorbed, with the careful attention of a lawyer, the lessons of survival that are not written in statutes, not argued in court, but discovered in lived experience. The presence of someone who has endured, who has internalized the system and still retains a measure of clarity in self, becomes a reference point, a marker of what is possible even within constraint. By the time he leaves the holding area to be placed in his room, the impression of Raymond lingers. Marcus understands, though he does not yet articulate it, that survival here requires a redefinition of strategy, a temporal patience that differs from legal calculations, a measured acceptance of limits. The advice about letting go of mental struggle, the importance of paper trails, the patience regarding timelines, these become operational components, an architecture of navigation within a system that does not yield to intellect alone. The door closes behind him, and the holding area resumes its quiet rhythm, fluorescent lights humming the same tired note, chairs bolted, walls impassive. Raymond Cable remains seated, still, an anchor in a space designed to depersonalize, to contain, to normalize compliance. Marcus carries forward both the presence and the instruction, understanding that in this space, perception is survival, and the lessons of those who have gone before are more valuable than any procedural knowledge. The medical assessment takes 2 hours. It is thorough in the particular way of evaluations designed to establish a baseline rather than diagnose, a documentation of what exists, not what might be wrong. The staff are systematic, quiet, and precise. Marcus moves through each step with the same composure he has carried through every unexpected or controlled circumstance in his life. They measure vitals, test reflexes, evaluate coordination, review his medical history, and run through the mental status components without deviation. Marcus notes the order, the efficiency, the way the sequence produces a record of process. He is not resisting, not because he is passive, but because resistance would itself create a record, documentation of non-cooperation. Even here, in this moment before the pod, he is a lawyer managing his own evidentiary trail, a professional even when the situation is designed to strip him of professional context. By the time he finishes, he is assigned a room in the pre-pod residential wing. It is private, which he is told is standard for the first night. Marcus understands, without being told explicitly, that standard in this context also means an assessment has been made. He is likely to be difficult in shared accommodations during the adjustment period. The room is small, clean, and functional. A bed pushed against one wall, a desk with a single chair, a window looking onto an internal courtyard where a tree has lost most of its leaves, a lamp that glows warm enough to be almost normal. He sits on the bed and does nothing. Doing nothing is alien to Marcus Hale. He has structured days, controlled evenings, routines built around work, preparation, contingency. Here, doing nothing is itself information. It is a measure of distance from the life he occupied 36 hours ago, the life that still exists in memory but cannot be enacted here. The quiet, the stillness, the absence of personal agency, it is a data point, a calibration of his own resilience against the machinery of the facility. He is allowed one phone call. He does not call Diana. He does not call Soren. He calls his attorney. It is the correct professional choice, the decision Marcus makes with full awareness that it also shields him from the emotional labor of hearing their voices tonight when he has nothing to offer. Listening to Diana's measured concern, hearing Soren's cautious interrogation, would demand energy he does not have, energy he cannot spend without diminishing the control he still retains. His attorney is brisk, familiar in the cadences of practiced reassurance. Marcus listens, absorbs the information, and files it as data. The appeal is in good shape, conservatively 6 to 8 months. Marcus does the arithmetic, aligning projected timelines with procedural realities. He keeps it off his face, though no one sees him. The exercise is as much about self-preservation as it is about planning. After the call, Marcus sits at the desk. He retrieves the facility notepad, unused until now. He does not write for work. He does not write for procedure. He writes for himself. Words form sentences, sentences form a rhythm that had been dormant since law school, when he kept a journal for 2 semesters before abandoning it as self-indulgent. He writes about the warehouse workers, the small thank you card that held disproportionate significance. He writes about Harriet Bloom's hands on his, the warmth and unspoken warning, and the quiet preemptive grief he had failed to acknowledge at the time. He writes about Curtis Webb's daughter, the scholarship quietly suspended, the moral decision made under duress, and questions whether he would make the same choice again. He surprises himself with the answer, yes. Whether this is integrity or stubbornness, he cannot tell. The line between the two has always been indistinct in his own character. He writes about Raymond, about the words delivered across the holding room and repeated with equal gravity, "Stop fighting it in your head." Marcus cannot write around them, cannot skirt them, cannot subvert them into abstractions or logic. They demand acknowledgement, sit in the center of the page, unmoving, immovable. To address them fully would require accepting his current position, the reality of the pod, and the coming adjustments that will strip the competence he has relied upon for 16 years. He is not ready to accept that. This is the last night of being fully himself, the last night before the environment, before the pod, before the procedural mechanisms that will diminish him in ways subtle and cumulative, begin their work. He folds the pages carefully, slides them into his pocket alongside the copy of the inventory form. The physical act of folding, placing, and retaining is a ritual, a final assertion of control in a space designed to neutralize it. He lies on the bed without undressing. The facility clothing is adequate, clean, nondescript, and he is aware that it communicates nothing of who he was or what he knows. He stares at the ceiling, plain, white, and unyielding, offering no comfort, no pattern, no distraction. His thoughts drift. The courtroom comes to him first, Judge Voss's measured, inflected voice reading the sentence. The clarity of Soren's face in the gallery, a gaze that communicated disbelief and inability to intervene. He allows himself a fleeting thought of Diana, the warmth she has offered and will continue to offer, but stops before the memory becomes a liability to composure. The room does not allow softness, the pod will not accommodate vulnerability. Raymond's eyes return in memory, clarity that exists in front of something else, perception that registers without interference, the radio turned down but still audible. The words about the shape of it resonate, a conceptual framework that Marcus can hold in his head, a mental scaffold he cannot see physically but can navigate mentally. The structure of guidance and preparation, observation and awareness, becomes a cognitive framework as he lies in a room that is physically small but conceptually vast. Hours pass in this liminal state. Time is measured not by clock but by cognition. He calculates, catalogs, remembers, and anticipates, yet does not act. There is nothing to act upon except preparation and observation. Between these mental movements he sleeps, lightly, fitfully, briefly, the last uncomplicated sleep he will have for months. The body rests while the mind continues to track sequences, risk vectors, and procedural possibilities. Morning arrives without ceremony. At 6:45, 2 specialists appear at the door. They speak in the practiced cadence of informed consent, carefully explaining the pod procedure, its rules, and its routines. Marcus listens. Each word is a data point. Each instruction is an artifact to be cataloged, signed, and filed in the mind alongside his physical records. He signs the forms, folds the copies, adds them to his pocket with the other papers, the notepad pages, the inventory receipt, the mental bookmarks. He rises, retrieves the documents, and walks with them down the corridor. The hallway is clean, unadorned, fluorescent light washing the walls with the same tired hum he has observed everywhere else. The space communicates efficiency and authority, not threat. It communicates system. It communicates process. Marcus carries with him all he knows, Raymond's words, the preparation rituals, the mental constructs that have preserved him thus far, and 16 years of professional precision, now transformed into a resource that the pod will not acknowledge, a skill that will be both partially irrelevant and wholly necessary. Each step toward the pod, toward a room he has not seen, toward a system whose mechanisms are designed to strip identity and methodically reorder reality, is deliberate. Marcus is aware of every motion, every procedural rhythm, every visual cue. He holds the notepad, the inventory copy, and the pages of his own writing like talismans against disorientation, against the procedural extraction of self. He carries the shape of what is coming, the anticipation of constraint, the awareness of systems that operate without regard for the individual, and the measure of mental resilience that he has cultivated over decades. Raymond's voice, the phrase about knowing the shape of it, repeats silently with each step. It becomes a metronome, a guiding principle, a cognitive buffer. Marcus understands its significance in a space where time, autonomy, and decision-making will be regimented, constrained, and surveilled. It is the last personal lesson before institutional protocol dominates every action, the final instruction before autonomy is mediated by process. The door of the pre-pod wing swings open. The specialists lead him into the corridor, down the line of rooms, past other residents still sleeping, still adjusting, still cataloging in their own ways. Marcus walks with the precision of someone measuring steps in a cognitive experiment, a professional navigating an environment that systematically devalues professional skill. Every sensory input is processed, every verbal cue logged, every procedural pattern analyzed. He is not naive, he is acutely aware of the mechanics around him. Yet for the first time in a long while, the external environment is less consequential than the internal structure he carries. The folders in his pocket, the rhythm of thought, the knowledge of what has come before and what will endure. He is ready. Not for comfort, not for control, not for normalcy. He is ready in the sense that he has structured his presence, aligned his cognition, and preserved the last vestiges of his pre-pod identity for reference. The pod will require adaptation, compliance, endurance, and patience. Marcus Hale, lawyer, strategist, observer, carries within him the tools to survive, and the knowledge that surviving will demand more than intellect alone. The specialists open the final door. The room waits. Marcus steps inside. The door closes behind him. Fluorescent light hums, walls are bare, and the room is no different from the many he has seen, except for what he carries into it. He is physically intact, procedurally correct, mentally catalogued, and quietly aware of the coming transformation. The last night, the last moments fully himself, are over. Everything else will be navigation, observation, adaptation, and endurance. He is in his apartment. This is the first thing, and it is entirely convincing. Every detail is present in the way only the brain can construct when memory, desire, and perception align perfectly. The morning light through the bedroom window carries the specific warmth of late February, filtered through thin blinds. Dust motes drift in the beams, catching as they always do, slow and deliberate. The blanket has the familiar weight and texture, the one that presses just enough against his shoulders to register a boundary between self and space. He can hear the building's elevator below, the hydraulic hiss and the faint metallic groan as it carries people somewhere else, somewhere real. Every sound, every texture, every visual cue is familiar, ordinary, precise. He lies still in the way he always does in the first moments of the morning, assembling the day ahead, lining it up in mental checkboxes. Tuesday, 9 o'clock filing deadline, noon meeting with Curtis Webb, nothing scheduled after 6, a window for a call to Soren, a proper call, the kind where questions left unsaid get asked, where there is time to listen and respond rather than perform ritual civility. The day is mapped. The day is correct. He showers. The water temperature is exactly as he prefers. This register is so natural it requires no conscious thought. He does not notice it. The coffee is brewed with automatic precision, the machine timed for exact extraction, the grounds and water measured in silent ritual. He stands at the kitchen window drinking it, watching the city below. Delivery trucks, dog walkers, a woman in scrubs moving with purpose toward the hospital 3 blocks east, all in motion, all ordinary, all the world continuing without change. He finishes the cup, sets it in the sink, picks up his bag and keys, and approaches the door. The hallway is as expected, worn carpet runner, neighbor's doormat with the faded floral pattern, elevator at the far end with the brass panel dulled over 2 years of unspectacular wear. The elevator arrives, doors open, numbers descend 3, 2, 1. He steps onto the lobby. And the lobby is wrong. Not grotesque, not surreal in an obvious way. The geometry is correct. The lighting is familiar, slightly muted morning light amplified by overhead fluorescence. But the space does not hold itself as it should. The lines are slightly askew, the corners not quite meeting. The room is a good painting of itself, the real substance lost in the mimicry. The man behind the front desk, known for 4 years, mornings exchanged, polite nods, names of children memorized, is present but his face will not stay still. It undulates just at the edge of perception, shifting in subtle ways Marcus cannot reconcile. The effect is not frightening, not yet. It is a signal, a precursor, an internal warning flashing before the mind has even formulated the language to process it. Marcus stops, bag over one shoulder, keys in hand. His body notes the discrepancy before the cortex can label it. He observes the lobby and the lobby observes him in return, a mirrored simulation, all texture present, all substance absent. He thinks I am dreaming. A rational, comforting thought. He has had vivid dreams before. Waking from them will resolve the incongruence, erase the discomfort. He waits for awakening. He does not wake. Minutes stretch without definition. The lobby persists. The man behind the desk says good morning, the voice correct enough to register as him, wrong enough to set the teeth of perception on edge. Marcus replies automatically. He approaches the door, opens it, steps onto the sidewalk. The street is wrong. The city is correct in superficialities, traffic signals, parked cars, the curve of the curb. But the feel, the weight of angles and depth is slightly off. A truck in the distance travels with just a hint of delay in its trajectory. A pedestrian moves in an almost mechanical rhythm. He registers it at a level beneath thought, beneath naming. His brain identifies threat without words, without labeling. Something is profoundly incorrect. He processes, catalogs, assesses, the instinctive lawyer's mind, a trained risk assessor, mapping the environment, calculating options. He has none. The sense of control he has relied upon for 16 years dissolves in increments he cannot arrest. The world is itself, and yet it is not. Then the car comes. He does not perceive it in time. No one would. From the left, at a velocity incompatible with the street's geometry, it appears with an inevitability that is mechanical and absolute. Marcus reacts, turning toward the sound in the final fraction of a second. The impact is immediate but incomplete in cognition, a collision, a shift in body and space, a sudden eruption of physics that the mind cannot yet reconcile. The world fractures into sensation and then disappears. He is back in his apartment. Morning light through the bedroom window. Blanket weight exact. Elevator hums below. Every detail reconstructed, perfect, ordinary. He lies still. He assesses. Nothing has changed. Yet he has been changed. He showers again. Water temperature, coffee, city below. Every cue identical, every sensory input expected. He notes the repeated loop. He moves with mechanical precision, aware of replication, yet comforted by its fidelity. He walks to the elevator. Numbers descend. He steps into the lobby. The lobby is wrong. Again, the desk clerk's face shifts. Geometry resists solidity. Marcus stops. He acknowledges the dissonance internally, but does not panic. He catalogs, observes, prioritizes information. I am dreaming, he thinks again. The logic that soothed him before now trembles under the strain of repetition. The realization comes subtly, comfort does not return. Each loop compounds the anomaly. Each repetition embeds a trace of uncertainty. The street outside is wrong again. He steps out. A pedestrian crosses incorrectly, a delivery truck pauses in mid-motion, then resolves. He notices the motion, the delayed logic of cause and effect. Awareness does not prevent the hazard, it only prolongs anticipation. The car comes. Impact. Nothing. Apartment. Morning. Blanket. Elevator. He begins to map the loops. Timing, trajectory, angles, durations. He notes the environmental cues, the repetition of object and sound. He runs scenarios in his head, each more improbable than the last. Each exit, each avoidance fails. Each success is temporary. Each restart leaves the ordinary fully reconstructed and subtly malformed. He moves through the morning rituals again, aware of each small discrepancy. Water flows, coffee brews, city lives. But the knowledge accumulates, layering beneath the surface of perception. This is not ordinary, this is not real, or at least not real in the way reality once was. The loops persist. Each one exact, each one subtly wrong, each one embedding the ineffable. Consequence cannot be avoided, only survived. The car comes again. He sees it sooner. Reaction time stretches to milliseconds that feel eternal. He anticipates the impact. He braces. It occurs anyway with the inevitability of law. He wakes in the apartment yet again. Light blanket, elevator, ritual. Each detail reinforced. The loops are cumulative, teaching not through pain, not through sudden terror, but through the insistence of repetition. Marcus Hale understands at a level deeper than conscious thought that he will survive. That he is alive. That the apartment will return. That the street will return. That the elevator, the coffee, the city, the blanket, all will recur. Yet he also knows that the knowledge of survival has no restorative power. The loops are teaching something else. They are eroding the implicit trust he has in stability. They are introducing patience, endurance, surrender, and calculation under conditions that cannot be fully mastered. The day repeats. Shower, coffee, window, elevator, lobby, street. The car comes. Impact. Apartment. Morning. Each iteration feels the same, and yet each iteration feels new. His mind catalogs differences he cannot articulate. Small shifts in the clerk's expression, imperceptible distortions in geometry, subtle variances in light. These accumulate. They form data. They form patterns. They form the foundation for something he cannot yet name. By the fifth loop, the apartment begins to feel like a shell, a reference point rather than a sanctuary. The street outside is less a street than a series of decisions to navigate, each failed avoidance teaching caution, timing, awareness beyond normal human calculation. The impact itself becomes less an event and more a punctuation in the iterative rhythm. Marcus is learning at a deep neural level the shape of the pod, the logic of repetition, the architecture of inevitability. He wakes again. Morning light. Blanket weight. Elevator hum. Ritual intact. Knowledge embedded. The ordinary persists. The wrong persists. The loops persist. He understands, not with fear, not yet, but with clarity, that the pod has begun. The architecture of him is shifting, quietly, irreversibly, and survival alone will demand mastery of the loops, acceptance of the wrong, and endurance in the face of repetition that is absolute. Marcus Hale is still alive. The pod is still running. And everything that has defined him, everything he relied upon to navigate the world, is quietly beginning to bend to the shape of the experience, loop by loop, impact by impact, iteration by iteration, into something that will not be unlearned. By the third loop, he knows he has been here before. Not the soft, impossible knowledge of dreams, the fleeting certainty that vanishes if examined too closely, but the hard, cumulative knowledge of someone who has survived repetition. It writes itself into him like a disk overwritten loop after loop, each iteration embedding the same data more firmly, more irreversibly. He wakes in the apartment and knows, without thinking, that the lobby will be wrong, that the desk man's face will not hold, that the car is coming. Knowledge does not help. The loop does not care. The sequence completes. He dies. It resets. He tries everything a methodical mind tries. He tries staying in the apartment, refusing to move through the sequence. Not to the elevator, not to the lobby, sitting at his kitchen counter with the coffee and the window and the familiar hum of the building. At first, the apartment allows this. The light falls normally. The blanket weighs as expected. The coffee is warm. But then the wrongness migrates inward. The coffee heats unevenly until it is too hot, then searing without changing temperature. The window shows the street, but the street has begun to lose resolution at its edges, like a painting left too long in the sun. The walls of the apartment no longer feel like walls. They are the idea of walls, abstract and hollow. The room compresses. Not visibly, not physically, but in a way Marcus feels in the marrow of his bones. Ceiling, floor, walls less than they were, a space contracting without mass. Pressure blooms in every nerve ending simultaneously. It is unbearable. He goes to the elevator because the elevator is better than this. Any motion is better than the slow collapse of the apartment's interior. He tries the street. Third loop, fourth loop. He positions himself for the car, timing it with precision. He moves. The car adjusts. Not consciously, not intelligently, but with the same inevitability as water finding the path around an obstacle. The vehicle adapts around him, through him, over him. Every attempted dodge is irrelevant. There is only one outcome. The loop ensures it. He tries talking to the desk man. Asking questions. Where are we? What is this? Can this be stopped? The man replies with smooth, practiced normalcy, "Good morning, Marcus." Of course, Marcus. The banal politeness is horrifying because it is the closest thing to reality the loop offers. The clarity it provides only highlights how far everything else is from real. By the seventh loop, he stops trying. Trying granted agency, the analytical leverage of a lawyer over a problem, the habitual identification of structure and weakness and method of applying pressure. Enduring offers none of this. Enduring is being present in the loop without action, without leverage, walking through the apartment, the lobby, the street, fully aware of the trajectory and the outcome, unable to change it. The dread is new. It is not fear because fear implies potential avoidance. It is certainty. Complete knowledge of what is coming with zero recourse. Standing in the lobby, seeing the desk man's face fray like a failing digital image, knowing the car waits beyond the door, and knowing that knowing will not save him. The lobby is worse than the apartment. The elevator is worse than stillness. The sequence compels motion toward the singular ending. The mind strains against inevitability. The dying itself is bad, not instantaneous. The car does not kill quickly. Damage unfolds with agonizing deliberation. Every nerve, every organ, every bone processes catastrophe stretched into durations the body should not sustain. Yet the dying ends. Reset. Loop again. Counting begins. Not to escape, that is meaningless. Counting is assertion. Control at the smallest possible scale. tracking the untrackable, asserting the mind's presence in a system designed to dissolve cognition. 1, 2, 3, 4. He loses count. Begins again. Each loop embeds the numerical tally in his awareness, a scaffold for sanity amid inevitability. By the 10th loop, subtle distinctions are etched into memory. Morning light falls slightly differently through the blinds. The hum of the elevator has a perceptible harmonic shift. The desk man's voice carries micro-variations in intonation. The car's approach timing has imperceptible differences. Marcus catalogs them all. He cannot affect the outcome, but the observation itself forms a lattice, something solid against the chaos of repetition. By the 15th loop, the apartment itself becomes a teacher. Small anomalies accumulate, the weight of the blanket is just a fraction heavier, the hum of the building just a fraction lower, the coffee tastes subtly metallic. The mind learns calibration. Sensory acuity becomes survival skill. Awareness itself is sharpened into a weapon against the loop's interior logic, even if it cannot break the logic. By the 20th loop, a subtle rhythm emerges. The lobby, the desk, the street, the car, they form a sequence he can anticipate with mathematical precision. His mind can place each step in sequence before it occurs, anticipate the duration of each motion, the micro-adjustments of the car, the imperceptible undulations of the clerk's face. Still, prediction does not alter the outcome. It only allows endurance to feel a little less chaotic. He begins noticing timing, pattern, intervals. A half-beat of hesitation here, a microsecond of change there. He catalogs loops within loops, counting second-order variations, tracking imperceptible changes across iterations. Awareness alone becomes ritual. The ritual itself is a shield. By the 25th loop, fatigue begins. Not muscle fatigue, the body is reset each time, but mental fatigue. The endless calculation, the repeated observation, the constant cataloging of micro-variation wears on the prefrontal cortex. Yet endurance persists. The loops have no empathy, they do not relent. Only he can choose to relent internally. He does not. Marcus Hale, the lawyer, the analyzer, the problem solver, begins to feel something unfamiliar. Not despair, he has not reached despair yet. Not resignation, not yet. Something deeper, almost physiological, comprehension of scale, understanding of the system's patience, recognition that the pod's curriculum is not physical, not sensory, not punitive in the conventional sense. It is structural. It is architectural. It is a slow reconfiguration of the self, the imprinting of knowledge that cannot be unlearned, loop by loop. The lobby is the crucible. Each time he stands there, every desk face failing him, every door opening onto inevitability, the loop teaches the shape of his own endurance, the limitations of cognition, the futility of control. The car is the punctuation, the lobby is the lesson. He carries the lesson back into the apartment each reset. He carries it silently, embedding it in the deepest layers of mind and body. And so the loops continue. 31st, 32nd. Counting, cataloging, enduring. Every iteration reinforces the law of the pod. Prediction is possible, alteration is impossible, survival is mechanical, comprehension is mandatory. By the 40th loop, Marcus Hale understands, not consciously, not verbally, but in the nervous system itself, that the pod is training him in endurance, observation, and acceptance simultaneously. It is building a form of knowledge that has no analog in ordinary life. He can navigate the sequence with micro-efficiency, minimize suffering through anticipation, yet he cannot escape the inevitability of the outcome. The loop completes, he dies, and the apartment awaits. And he endures. At some point, he cannot say which loop, the counting has become unreliable, the dream changes. Not in its structure. The apartment is still the apartment, the lobby is still the lobby, and the car still comes. The change is internal, which makes it worse. Something in Marcus's relationship to the loop has shifted in a way he cannot reverse and does not fully perceive as it is happening, the way you do not perceive yourself falling asleep, only the state you are in when you arrive. He begins to lose the boundary between loops. This is not forgetting. He still knows in each loop that he has been here before. The problem is that before is becoming a meaningless concept. Before requires a sequence, requires a then and a now that are distinct, and the loop is doing something to his experience of sequence that he cannot fight because the fight requires the cognitive architecture it is simultaneously dismantling. He wakes in the apartment and he knows the lobby will be wrong. He knows the desk man's face will fail. He knows the car is coming, and he knows this knowledge does not help. Somewhere in the accumulation of that knowing, in the weight of all those loops stacked on a mind not built to hold them, the knowing itself has begun to feel like the loop, circular, recursive, arriving always at the same place and nowhere else. He starts talking to himself. Not out loud in the dream, he is always outwardly composed, walking the sequence with a mechanical correctness that the loop seems to require, but internally, a running monologue that is initially orderly, Marcus the lawyer annotating his own experience with professional precision. Notes on timing, on spatial relationship, on the apparent speed of the car. Then less orderly. Questions without answers. Statements interrupted by sensory feedback he cannot ignore. And then not a monologue at all, but a torrent of fragments, disconnected observations that insist on attention. The smell of the apartment, the way the sunlight filters through the blinds, the almost imperceptible hum of the refrigerator, the distorted sound of the elevator descending below him, all amplified in the recursive rhythm of the loops. He thinks about Raymond in these fragments. Raymond saying, "Stop fighting it in your head." Marcus understands now, in a way that understanding has never cost him anything before, what Raymond meant. The fighting is not protecting anything. The fighting is just spending what is in there, loop by loop, on a battle that cannot be won, and what is in there is not infinite. Marcus, who has never in his professional life encountered a problem he could not eventually think his way through, is beginning to understand at the cellular level that there are things that cannot be thought through, that thinking is not always the tool the situation requires, and that he has no other tool, has never needed another tool, and the absence of one now is not a gap in his preparation but a gap in who he is. He thinks about Diana. He cannot sustain the thought. It enters and the loop swallows it. It enters again in the next loop and is swallowed again. After enough loops, the thought of her has become part of the loop itself, another thing that arrives and is lost. This, the reduction of Diana to a recurring fragment in a cycling nightmare, is the thing that breaks something in Marcus that he will spend a long time afterward trying to identify and never quite name correctly. Each repetition erodes the edges of memory, the shape of her face, the timbre of her voice, until they are both familiar and inaccessible at the same time, like a shadow he can never quite hold. He thinks about the tree in the courtyard outside his room in the facility, the tree with its missing leaves. This thought he can hold because it is simple and visual and makes no demands. He imagines the pattern of bare branches against the pale sky. He holds it through several loops like a piece of wood held by a drowning man, not a solution, just something to grip, a lifeline of simplicity against the chaos pressing in from every angle. He does not know how many loops have passed. He does not know what day it is outside the pod. He does not know if he is screaming. He does not know if the thing that was Marcus Hale when he walked down the corridor that morning is the same thing walking through the lobby now. This not knowing, this specific uncertainty about the continuity of the self across the loops, is the edge of something he cannot look at directly. He looks at it anyway. This has always been his nature. He looks at the thing he cannot look at, and what he sees is that he does not know anymore where the loops end and Marcus begins, and that this is not a temporary confusion that sleep and recovery will resolve. Raymond's eyes, the clarity in front of something, the radio turned down, were not the eyes of a man who had come through something. They were the eyes of a man who had learned to live in what the something left behind. The clarity is not calm. It is not acceptance. It is the quiet endurance of knowledge that cannot be used, the possession of insight that cannot be acted upon. The car comes as it always does. He cannot stop it. He cannot escape it. It strikes him with the full inevitability of the loop. He feels everything all at once, the pressure, the pain, the suddenness, the impossibility. His mind registers impact before his body can respond, before sensation has a language. He dies. He wakes again in his bedroom. The morning light falls through the window. The weight of his blanket presses against him. Everything is present and ordinary. The smell of the coffee pot, the hum of the building, the softness of the carpet under his feet, all of it returns in full fidelity. He breathes. He is still Marcus Hale, at least in some functional sense. But he knows with a clarity he cannot name and a dread he cannot contain that the loop will begin again. That ordinary day, his apartment, his routine, all of it is waiting, prepared, and waiting to betray him once more. He moves to sit up, feels the blanket slide from his shoulders, the chill of the morning air against his skin, and he understands without words that he has no pause, no reprieve, and no certainty about who he is inside this repeating, unrelenting machinery. There is a moment he cannot place it in the sequence because sequence has become approximate, when Marcus stops in the lobby and does not walk to the door. He has tried this before. He knows what happens when he stays, the walls, the pressure, the ceiling that is not moving but is somehow closer, compressing space without displacement, compressing time without awareness. He knows that stillness is forbidden in the architecture of the loop, that the loop will not allow him to pause, to hold, to assert even the tiniest sliver of volition without resistance. And yet he stands still anyway. Not because he believes it will work. Not because he has a plan. Not because he can expect an outcome. He stands still because the only thing left that is fully and unambiguously his is the decision to stop, and he is keeping it. Just this, just the stop. The lobby does its thing around him. The walls lean subtly, impossibly, without curvature. The floor undulates in a way that would go unnoticed if the mind were not tracking, but Marcus's mind is tracking, always tracking. The light tilts slightly, elongates shadows just a fraction beyond physics, and the familiar hum of fluorescent fixtures warbles in a low frequency that prickles along his spine. The smell of polished tile, faintly chemical, the trace of old carpeting, the air too dry, the faint, almost unnoticeable scent of the cleaning agents, all these small sensory details accrue weight now, a compounding realism on top of the unreality. The wrongness escalates in the way it always escalates, subtle, insistent, impossible to articulate, like a pressure building behind an ear, a tinnitus of spatial and temporal distortion. And he does not move. The pressure comes. The walls pulse. The ceiling compresses again, silent but intimate in its force. It is not physical. It is a gravity that exists without mass, a pull that has no origin, no vector, only insistence. Marcus feels it in his chest, in the space between his shoulder blades, in the hollows of his knees. The desk man's face loses what little resolution it has managed, the features approximated and smeared, pleasant and insistent. Good morning, Marcus. The voice is no longer a voice, it is a vibration, a presence without origin, a signal in a medium that has no referent. Marcus stands. He is not resisting the loop with force. He is resisting with attention. The smallest assertion of self in the machinery of the pod. The loop has never had to work this hard to move him. There is no victory here, no triumph, no reward. Resistance is not survival. It is not accomplishment. It is confirmation, minimal and fundamental, that part of Marcus Hale still exists intact, still observing, still deciding, still in possession of the agency that has been gradually stripped away loop by loop. Eventually the loop moves him. It always moves him. He passes through the door. The car is there. The inevitable impact occurs. And then reset. The bedroom, the light, the blanket. But something has been noted. Not by the loop cannot note, cannot recognize, cannot form memory or understanding. This is not the loop. This is a deeper part, the part of Marcus that is still tracking, still aware, still keeping something hidden, small and vital, tucked away in a place so deep and so unobserved that repetition has not found it. Like a seed in concrete. Like a single atom left untouched amid centuries of erosion. He is still in there. Not all of him. Not most of him. The part that argues, assesses, builds cases, manages risk, holds Diana at arm's length, calls Soren on schedule, wins on Tuesdays. That part has been battered, eroded loop by loop, and will not fully recover. It is no longer sufficient to negotiate the environment, to plan an escape, to track and count. It is damaged beyond repair. But something remains. Small, wordless, durable, inscrutable. The thing Raymond spoke of when he said, "You will need what is in there later." Marcus did not understand then. He is beginning to understand now, the only way the loop permits understanding, not through thought, not through language, not through analysis, but through the body's oldest knowledge. Muscle, nerve, and reflex remember in a way the mind cannot articulate. A presence beneath the presence of consciousness, a constant undercurrent. Something that survives, that witnesses, that will endure. He is still in there. The loop does not know this. Outside the pod, in a sterile, windowless room Marcus has never seen, monitors track his vitals with the automated patience of systems designed to keep the body alive while everything else runs its course. His heart rate spikes and falls, but always within parameters. His cortisol levels hover at the high end of expected ranges. His respiration is shallow and even, mechanically, within limits. Brain activity displays the patterns technicians are trained to recognize, signatures of engagement, of compliance, of correct looping. Everything is within parameters. Everything is performing as designed. And yet, the parameters do not measure the seed in the concrete. The parameters cannot measure attention held against impossibility, small and stubborn, without word, without recognition, without name. They cannot measure the part of Marcus Hale that waits for the loop to finish and notices the space in between. The part that knows the loop is coming, but also knows it cannot take everything. The part that survives repetition not by avoidance but by persistence, by preserving the minimal, essential self against a system designed to dissolve selfhood. He is still aware. He notices the desk man's face failing differently today. He notices the shimmer in the hallway light, the almost imperceptible change in the angle of the doorframe, the pulse of the air conditioning vent against the back of his neck. He notices the absence of any sound beyond the minimal. He notices, too, that noticing itself has become a kind of resistance. A subtle, almost imperceptible defiance. He cannot act on it. He cannot change the loop. But he can notice. And noticing is enough to preserve something. He thinks about Diana. The thought comes and is swallowed like water under ice. The thought comes again in the next loop, swallowed again. Eventually it arrives and stays only long enough to remind him of what he cannot sustain. It becomes part of the machinery of repetition itself. Her presence is reduced to a recurring fragment in a cycling nightmare, another item in the inventory of the loops. And in that, Marcus discovers a terrible clarity. The self he has lost is not her, but the part of him that is accustomed to caring, the part that manages attachment, that measures interaction, that calibrates affection. That part is on pause, waiting, suspended, rendered irrelevant by the pod's logic. He does not feel grief. He feels the absence of the capacity to sustain it. He thinks about the tree in the courtyard outside his room in the facility, the tree with its missing leaves. He holds that image through several loops like a piece of wood held by a drowning man. Not a solution, not a shield, not a weapon. Just something to grip, something that has form, something that does not demand strategy or analysis. Something that exists quietly, purely, beyond the reach of the loop. He does not know how many loops have passed. He does not know the day. He does not know the month, the year, or whether the thing he now inhabits is the same Marcus Hale who walked down the corridor 17 days ago. This not knowing, this specific uncertainty about the continuity of self across loops, is the edge of something he cannot examine, cannot define, cannot confront directly. He looks at it anyway. This has always been his nature. The part of him that observes, that calculates, that manages risk and sees patterns does not leave him entirely, even now. He looks at the boundary of self, at the space where identity erodes and disintegrates under iteration. And what he sees is not despair. Not yet. He sees absence. He sees fragility. He sees the contours of a thing he has always believed unassailable beginning to shift. And in that recognition, the seed germinates quietly in the soil the loop cannot penetrate. The car comes. It is inevitable. It has no driver. It is the same car. It does the same thing. Marcus dies. Again and again. The bedroom. The light. The blanket. Marcus opens his eyes. He breathes. The blanket is warm. The mattress is firm. The window is slightly fogged. A single leaf moves against the glass outside, brushing the frame in the morning wind. He can see the tree. The tree is still there. It is still imperfect. It is still missing leaves. And he knows, not with thought, not with calculation, not with strategy, that something within him, the seed, persists. He is still in there, holding fast to a part of himself that the loop has not yet managed to reach or diminish. The loop has not yet touched it, and it remains, quietly persistent, in a place beyond the machinery of repetition and the force of the pod. No parameter, no sensor, no measure designed to track compliance or vital signs can detect it. It exists outside the scope of any monitoring system. The process will continue as designed. The loop will reset once more, the pod will keep running, and the machinery will insist upon its endless repetition. And yet, in spite of all of this, Marcus Hale will endure, sustaining in some fundamental and irreducible way a part of himself that the loop cannot erase. The pod opens at 6:14 in the morning on a day Marcus does not know, and will not know for some time, because knowing the date requires a continuity of days that he does not currently possess. Time has been abstracted, compressed, and stretched across 17 days of loops and resets, and the passage of days has ceased to have meaning, except as a series of experiences stacked one atop another in a mind not built to receive them. Specialist Vance, the technician assigned to open the pod, moves with a calm, measured rhythm that only years of repetition can produce. She is in her late 20s, 3 years into this specific work, and has learned that the emotional response to this moment is a liability. Not cold, not cruel, simply managed. The difference is subtle, but Marcus would have recognized it immediately 3 weeks ago. Now he lacks the bandwidth to register the subtlety. His mind is busy noticing everything else. He is sitting upright when the pod opens. He does not remember sitting upright. The pod's interior is dim, climate-controlled, and redolent of antiseptic and something faintly organic, a smell that will persist in his memory for months, embedding itself in the background of any other olfactory recognition. The transition from the pod's interior light to the room's light is not dramatic, yet it strikes him as if it is. His eyes water involuntarily. He raises a hand to shield them, and the hand is his hand, fully correct, with the bones and joints responding with the precision of familiarity, and the sight of it, the undeniable reality of it, moves through him with a physicality he has not encountered for 17 days. Nothing has felt real for 17 days, and this moment overwhelms him with its simplicity, its ordinariness, its confirmation that some things persist in spite of the pod. Marcus, Specialist Vance says. The name arrives carried on a tone that is calibrated warmth, neither sharp nor loud, like a gentle instruction to wake. It is professional, measured, but in the context of his isolation, it is almost miraculous. He turns toward the sound and sees her face fully resolved, the edges holding, the contours complete, and the relief is not abstract. It flows through him as if a current has been restored. He has not seen a face that holds its edges in 17 days. Not a single face. The wonder, subtle and quiet, presses against the nerves of his body. He studies it for longer than anyone would find necessary, and she does not withdraw or flinch, because she has been trained to recognize this moment, to log it as within expected parameters. And Marcus, looking at her, feels the sensation of recognition he has not felt in weeks, not recognition in thought, but recognition in the body, in the cells themselves, as if some part of him that had been suspended has been turned back on. She asks how he feels. The question is simple, but it is freighted with the gravity of 17 days, with the weight of every loop and reset pressed into the space between the syllables. Marcus considers the question. How he feels is not a simple inventory of physical sensations. The body is present, stiff, the mouth dry, a headache dull but insistent, limbs responding with a slight delay, a consequence of medication, fluids, and 17 days of minimal movement. But beneath this physical layer, beneath the muscles and the headache and the dryness, there is another sensation, something pre-verbal, preconceptual, a body memory of absence. He feels the shock of expected order displaced, the way you reach for a glass in the dark and find only the table. It is not pain, not precisely. It is the tangible knowledge that the expected thing is missing, that reality has shifted while he slept or did not sleep, while he survived and yet did not. He tells her he feels okay. It is not a lie. It is the most accurate report he can give, a report stripped of interpretation and narrative, limited to what can be articulated in the first encounter with the world. And yet, even as he speaks it, he feels the impossibility of the words. Okay is not enough, but it is all he has, and it is correct within the parameters he can measure. Specialist Vance assists him to his feet. Her hands are steady, her movements precise, and his legs hold. For the first time in 17 days, the simple act of standing feels miraculous. He is grateful in a way he has never been grateful for his own legs, for the mechanism of walking, for the simple coordination of body and intention. The gratitude is elemental, visceral, unmediated by thought, and it makes him aware of how fragile the ordinary had become during his confinement in the pod. They move down the corridor together. It is fluorescent lit, linoleum floored, faintly smelling of institutional cleaner, a corridor like any other, but seen through Marcus's eyes with the acute attention of someone relearning reality. Each step is deliberate, each footfall placed with care, a negotiation with muscles that have been underutilized. Specialist Vance matches her pace to his, not drawing attention to the synchronization, a subtle accommodation designed to prevent disruption, a professional empathy that is carefully coded, invisible unless noticed, and Marcus notices. At the end of the corridor is a room with a bed, a chair, and a window. Marcus sits in the chair, deliberately avoiding the bed. The bed is too close to the pod, too close to the place where the loops were made real, too close to the threshold of memory and sensation he has not yet processed. The chair allows a buffer, a small spatial permission to breathe, to let the body recalibrate to the gravity of reality outside the pod. The window offers light and distance, a view that is ordinary and yet shocking in its ordinariness, and he looks at it without speaking, without moving, simply existing in the first moments of emergence. The medication begins to hum in his system, subtle and precise. It will dull what is raw, will help contain the memory of loops until the cognitive architecture of Marcus Hale can reintegrate with the world outside. He feels it, a faint pressure behind the eyes, a regulation of pulse and thought, a soft tethering to external reality. Raymond is there too, present without ceremony, observing the early stage of this emergence, offering something that does not need articulation, a confirmation, a quiet presence, a bridge between the memory of the pod and the body now outside of it. Marcus feels the weight of his absence and presence simultaneously. He is here, standing and moving and breathing, and yet part of him is still trapped in 17 days of loops, in lobbies and streets, in impossible repetitions. The legal self, the lawyer who built arguments and assessed risks and measured every possible outcome, exists but is diminished, frayed, something unfamiliar. He reaches toward it, not consciously, not with planning, but simply by allowing the body to inhabit the ordinary again. Each breath, each shift in the chair, each glance toward the window is a reclamation, small and painstaking, of what the pod did not take. He begins the tentative work of mapping the self again. This is not memory. This is not strategy. It is observation, registration, bodily orientation. He notes the stiffness in his legs, the sharpness of sunlight against the window pane, the hum of the fluorescent lights above, the smell of the room, the texture of the chair beneath him. Each detail is recorded quietly, without commentary, like a scanner tracing the contours of a world whose edges he has not yet trusted. Time has no meaning yet, only the sequential awareness of movement and presence. He does not know how long he sits in the chair, how many minutes have passed, how long the corridor has extended and retreated behind him in the simple act of walking. He feels the ground under his feet, the room's boundaries, the stillness of the chair, and the coordination of arms and hands that have been dormant. The pod is closed behind him, the corridor emptied of Specialist Vance's presence, but the emergence continues in him. Marcus Hale begins the first slow, deliberate reconnection to the self outside the pod. The process is far from complete. The loops, the repetitions, the intensity of 17 days of controlled exposure remain embedded in memory, in muscle, in the synaptic architecture of thought. And yet here in this room with a chair and a window and the faint hum of light, something starts to align. He does not yet know what he is looking at when he looks at himself. What walks out of the pod officially is ambulatory, physically within parameters, monitored, accounted for. What emerges subjectively is something else entirely, fractured, wary, cognizant of the body and the mind as separate entities that must now relearn coexistence. And he does not yet have language for it. He only has observation, the slow reclamation of perception, and the faint, persistent awareness that the part of Marcus Hale who can assess, argue, and navigate the world is present, but diminished, trying to remember what lawyers do, trying to remember what it means to be fully himself again. Within the hour, Dr. Yina Park arrives. She is 38, Korean-American, and carries herself with a precision that is immediately noticeable, a physical economy that suggests a life lived predominantly in thought, where the body is managed to make as few unnecessary demands on attention as possible. Her clothing is plain, functional, and entirely unremarkable, chosen, one senses, not to communicate anything to anyone but simply to exist in the world without distraction. Her hair is pulled back, utilitarian in its simplicity, a choice that mirrors her general approach to movement and presence. She carries a tablet in a small case, and she sits across from Marcus with a posture that is neither casual nor performatively rigid, but deliberately straight-backed, as if the furniture itself is an extension of her professional efficiency rather than a place to relax. She does not lean, does not shift, does not fidget. She is here and yet she is elsewhere, the attention of her mind already calculating, assessing, and organizing, while the body remains anchored in the chair. She introduces herself as the facility's primary psychiatric liaison. The words arrive softly, naturally, without the performance of gentleness or clinical empathy. It is the voice of a person for whom loud or emotive tones have always been excessive, unnecessary, a quality ingrained perhaps by culture, habit, or temperament. She begins a series of questions drawn from the standard orientation battery: the day, the date, the location, the current head of state, and Marcus's own date of birth. His responses are careful, deliberate, filtered through the post-pod fog of 17 days of loops and enforced stillness, but he answers correctly for all except the date, which he misplaces by 4 days. Dr. Park corrects him without emphasis, without judgment, and moves forward, logging the answers with a stylus on the tablet, her face unchanged, expressionless in the classical sense, but attentive in a way that Marcus, even at 40% of his usual cognitive capacity, registers instinctively. Then she asks something that is not part of the standard battery. She says evenly, clinically, almost without inflection, "Tell me what you remember about the legal resource library request process." The question lands in his awareness in 2 stages. First, understanding what she has asked, and second, realizing why she has asked it. The realization arrives gradually, like a dim light brightening. She has accessed his file, seen the record of his inquiry to Administrator Folks during intake, the question about the statute governing review process, and is checking whether that specific fragment of him, that detail he committed to memory and acted upon, survived 17 days of controlled loops. She is measuring what has endured. He remembers. He recalls the statute, the wording of the question he asked, the non-answer he received, and he reports it precisely. Dr. Park notes it on the tablet, her face unchanged, her attention subtly sharpened in a way that Marcus detects, faint as a faint vibration beneath awareness, the same kind of microsignal a skilled lawyer recognizes in a jury member who has begun to register an argument. Even in his diminished state, he perceives it, the fractional increase in focus, the calibration of professional interest, the recognition of competence retained. Then she presents the medication. She calls it support, using the word in a way that is neither euphemistic nor comforting, but functional, a clinical term stripped of its usual softness, calibrated for accuracy rather than reassurance. The medication, she explains, is designed to reduce the intrusive recurrence of the pod's loops during waking hours and to support stable sleep architecture. She does not promise recovery. She does not offer exaggeration. She does not claim that it will improve or worsen anything. She speaks in terms of baselines, management, and engagement. The word manageable lands with particular gravity. Marcus catches it immediately, even while running at a fraction of his normal mental capacity. He files it mentally like evidence because the phrasing, the emphasis on manageable rather than curative or therapeutic, reveals the parameters of expectation, the true intention of the treatment, and the nature of the facility itself. He notes silently that manageable is the closest approximation to what Folk's earlier presentations meant when he had said humane. He takes the medication. Not because he trusts it, he does not, cannot, and will not know the effects on the fragments of self that remain intact, cannot predict which parts of him it regulates, suppresses, or stabilizes. He takes it because refusal would be noted as noncompliance, and noncompliance would influence his review process, and the review process is the door out, the only exit from this facility, from this carefully contained and monitored existence. Even at 40% of his normal capacity, Marcus knows which doors to keep open, which threads to leave untangled, which elements of self to preserve. Within 40 minutes, the edges of experience begin to soften. The headache that has been an ever-present companion, dull but insistent, recedes. The urgent sensation of reaching for what is not there, the gnawing absence that has marked each step, each glance, each breath, becomes less acute. He can sit in the chair by the window and look without the need to act, without the compulsion to anticipate or endure the next loop. The courtyard is real. The tray is real. The bare, stripped branches he had gripped in his mind during loops remain intact, tangible, grounded in the world, a constant that has endured both the pod and the medication. He presses his hand to the cold glass and feels its temperature against his palm. The contact is concrete, physical, verifiable, and he lets it anchor him for long minutes, hours perhaps, simply staying still, simply being in a reality where some things remain constant. His awareness, dulled by sleep deprivation, loops, and the pharmacologic intervention, begins to parse subtle textures of reality. The sunlight on the courtyard's flagstones has a quality of warmth he recognizes but cannot fully describe. The air, filtered through mechanical systems, carries the faint scent of damp leaves, residual from the previous night. The hum of the facility's ventilation is constant, unthreatening, and for the first time in 17 days, normal. He notes the symmetry of the room, the angle of light on the tree branches, the distance from window to chair. These are details most would ignore, but Marcus, trained for observation, registers them not analytically, but as raw evidence that he still exists outside of loops, that the body can endure, that perception continues to function in the real world. Dr. Park remains in the room, occasionally checking vitals, noting posture, adjusting the tablet. She is unobtrusive, her presence a steady backdrop, and Marcus, despite everything, allows himself to register the human rhythm. The soft inhale, the scratch of stylus on screen, the near silence punctuated only by the faint ambient noise of the facility. He does not yet speak. Speech, like action, remains measured and tentative. He lets observation take precedence. The medication works incrementally, almost invisibly, but the effects are tangible. Cognition, memory retrieval, and sensory calibration begin to operate at slightly higher efficiency. He can now identify the outline of the courtyard's tree in detail. The missing leaves, the angularity of the branches, the faint ripple of wind across the surface of the flagstones. He can note it without panic, without compulsion, without the dread that accompanies recurrence of the pod loops. He can simply hold it, and in holding, reassert the continuity of self. Marcus realizes slowly that there is a distinction between survival and presence. He has survived the pod, the loops have ended. He is ambulatory within parameters, officially compliant. But this moment, the act of sitting and feeling the cold glass, the sunlight, the tree outside, is presence, not in the analytical, lawyerly sense, but in the cellular, pre-verbal, deeply physiological sense. It is an emergent property of the medication, yes, but also of endurance, of the parts of him that remained unbroken and untouchable by the pod's repetition. These moments constitute a scaffold for recovery, a base upon which he will rebuild cognition, memory, and the capacity for planning. He sits until he is aware that time has passed in ways he cannot measure, until the edges of perception have smoothed enough to allow a fragile coherence. He does not yet know what day it is, will not know for hours, perhaps days, but he recognizes that he is awake in a body that belongs to him, that the limbs respond, that the sensory world is intact, that the tree is his tree. For the first time in more than 2 weeks, he allows himself to consider that some part of Marcus Hale, the part that can observe, note, and persist, has endured. 2 days after emerging from the pod, Marcus Hale is moved to the assisted living wing of the facility. The transition is managed with the same procedural smoothness and clinical efficiency as the initial intake, a sequence of forms, orientation walkthroughs, and introductions to systems and schedules delivered by a staff member whose name Marcus does not retain, though he notes it in passing with the faintest flicker of habitual attention to detail. The wing itself is larger than he had expected, a series of interconnected residential corridors that open onto a central common area filled with tables, chairs, and a television mounted high on the wall. Windows line one side of the space, revealing the familiar courtyard and the same tree Marcus has carried in his mind for weeks, its bare branches reaching skyward as though they remember him as he remembers them. In the common area there are perhaps 40 residents visible, each engaged at varying degrees with the environment. Some seated at tables, some in chairs by the windows, some moving slowly between points, their movements technically normal, their limbs mechanically competent, yet subtly not inhabited, as if they are operating bodies that are no longer fully present inside. It is a movement that the medication produces, he realizes, a careful, deliberate motion that accomplishes what the body intends, but with none of the ordinary inhabitation, like watching someone drive a car that belongs to someone else. Marcus navigates the orientation with the attention of a strategist, a surveyor of terrain, cataloging every spatial relationship, every point of potential utility, every obstruction and threshold. He notes the staff positions, the sightlines from the common area into the corridors, the location of the administrative office, the doors requiring keycard access versus those that do not, the distance between tables, the relative placement of chairs, the line of sunlight through the windows at the current hour. This is automatic, nearly instinctive. He does not consciously choose to do it. It is the residual habit of a lawyer's mind, running on whatever percentage of itself survived the pod, mapping structures, identifying rules, noting possibilities. He takes in the patterns without judgment, as if observing the architecture of a space for tactical advantage, not because it is required, but because it is who he has always been, even in diminished form. Raymond is seated at a table near the windows. He is playing solitaire with a physical deck of cards, and Marcus notices this immediately as a detail of significance. Cards demand fine motor skill and sequential reasoning, and Raymond is managing both simultaneously with a steadiness that is almost shocking in its ordinariness, a quiet proof of functionality beyond the courtroom or the holding area where Marcus first saw him. The moment Marcus enters the common area with the orientation staff member, Raymond looks up, and their eyes meet with the kind of directness that only comes from expectation. He has been waiting for Marcus, or at least he has anticipated the moment, and his gaze acknowledges presence without judgment, without inquiry, without the pressure of instruction. Once the staff member departs, leaving Marcus with a printed schedule and reminders about meal times, Marcus approaches Raymond's table and sits across from him. Raymond regards him silently for a moment, the kind of pause that is not assessment, not clinical analysis, but rather the simple recognition of continuity, observing the distance between what was and what is, the temporal span that exists between the man who entered the pod and the man who now sits in front of him. Marcus recognizes, after a few beats, that the pause is deliberate, that Raymond is allowing him to be seen without the compulsion to demonstrate that he is okay, which he is not, which he cannot be in a single moment, and which he does not have to pretend to be. Finally, Raymond speaks. "You retain more than most," he says, flat and unadorned, without self-congratulation or embellishment. Marcus asks how he can tell, genuinely curious despite his depleted state. Raymond answers matter-of-factly, "The way you walked in." He explains that most individuals who come from the pod into this wing move as if the floor is not reliable, as if each step is an experiment in survival rather than navigation. Marcus, he notes, walks differently, tired, cautious, aware of fragility, yes, but still expecting stability. His expectation matters. It is the first thing the pod tries to erase, and in most cases it succeeds quickly. Raymond does not know why Marcus's expectation survived, why it was not fully undone, and he advises Marcus not to waste time trying to figure out the reason, because figuring out the reason will not alter the presence of what remains, and having it is enough. Marcus watches Raymond play solitaire. The cards make a crisp, specific sound as they are moved and turned, a sound that registers not merely as auditory information, but as a signal of precision, of presence, of something carefully preserved. He notes the steadiness of Raymond's hands, the deliberate motion, the economy of movement, the concentration that is neither anxious nor performative but simply exact, almost ritualized. Marcus considers, with the quiet gravity of reflection, what 16 years of being very good at his job looks like from the outside when the job is gone. It is not the accumulation of victories or the documentation of success, but the capacity to do one thing well and to preserve that integrity in whatever remains, a deck of cards on a table near a window, a small locus of precision and competence in a world that has been fundamentally altered. He asks, finally, how long the medication takes to stabilize. Raymond turns another card and speaks with the same steady clarity he has maintained throughout their interaction. 3 weeks before you can think in a straight line for more than 20 minutes, he says. 6 weeks before you stop reaching for the thing that isn't there as often. Some of the reaching never stops. He delivers the last part without bitterness, without self-pity, simply as a verified observation, a matter of fact. Marcus registers it fully and does not respond verbally. The observation is sufficient, and the weight of it does not require an immediate response. He nods slightly, not as acknowledgement of instruction, but as recognition of a truth that exists whether he acts upon it or not. Raymond turns another card. They sit together in the quiet of the common room, the courtyard visible beyond the windows, the television on mute above them, and the ambient hum of 40 people inhabiting the space around them. Each individual moves within constraints, carefully, deliberately, a diminished but functioning version of life. Marcus does not speak of what he feels in this company. There is no need. The presence of another who understands the remnants of capacity, of function, of endurance, is in itself sufficient. The room, the tree, the cards, the muted television, and the soft movements of the residents constitute a kind of shared gravity, an acknowledgement of what remains. For the first time since the white bus carried him away from the city and into the pod, Marcus feels the unspoken companionship of another human being who is, in subtle ways, tethered to the same experience, even if the details of their knowledge are inaccessible to one another. There is no analysis, no articulation, no declaration, simply recognition, quiet and deep, which is the most honest company he has had in weeks, the only company he needs in this moment. That night Marcus lies in his assigned room in the assisted living wing, a space that is larger than the post-pod room he had been given initially, with a narrow window that lets in a pale light and a small desk pushed against the wall, the kind of institutional furniture designed to be serviceable but never comforting, and he feels the residual weight of the medication he has taken settling in him, a subtle, slow-moving current that softens the edges of perception and makes the edges of the day themselves softer. Less sharp than they were, less like something to be endured and more like a place to inhabit, while the loop has returned only as a faint presence, a hint, a trace, not the overwhelming, corporeal, self-racing force of the pod, but the way a smell returns to memory, uninvited but undeniable, filling the air around him in small, ambient pulses that are just present enough to let him know it exists, and he is lying on his back looking at the ceiling. The same unremarkable white surface that covers every ceiling in the facility, plain, flat, unyielding, and in its very nothingness offering him nothing, no distraction, no guidance, only the quiet invitation to observe and endure. He thinks about the appeal. He tries to organize his thoughts the way he has always organized thoughts in the past, backward from the outcome he wants, each step identified, each probability considered, each potential obstacle catalogued and mitigated. He gets 3 steps in before the sequence begins to collapse, before the next step manifests and then dissolves just as quickly, leaving him reaching for it as it disappears, reaching again and finding nothing, the thought fading like smoke, intangible, ephemeral, a trace of something that once existed but has no substance in this moment. He reaches for the pattern, for the logic, for the tools that have always guided him through uncertainty, and finds the empty space where those tools used to sit, where the ordered architecture of his mind used to provide continuity and support, and in this quiet, intensely private confrontation with absence, the realization of a missing element, something vital and irretrievable, something that cannot be resolved, cannot be appealed, cannot be mitigated or mediated. Marcus Hale. The man who has not cried since his father's funeral 14 years ago, the man who has allocated and managed his emotional responses with the same precision he applied to contracts, arguments, and court filings. The man who maintained composure through arrest, trial, sentencing, intake, 17 days in the pod, emergence, medication, and orientation, begins, for the first time in 17 days and for the first time in 14 years, to cry. It is not sobbing. It is not accompanied by sound. It is not dramatic. It is the quiet, almost imperceptible acknowledgement of a depth that he did not know existed in himself, the recognition that something has been taken in a way that the appeal cannot retrieve, that the review process cannot restore, that Raymond's steadiness cannot replace. It is the experience of loss as a pure, private, corporeal phenomenon, something that exists not in words, not in analysis, not in judgment, but in the immediate and absolute recognition of absence. Something that was specifically and irreducibly his, part of the structure of who he was, part of the ordered architecture of his identity, has been removed or fractured in the pod, leaving a space within him that is quiet, aching, and entirely unmanageable. The tears run slowly, sideways across his face and onto the pillow. He does not wipe them because wiping them would impose control, would be an attempt to manage the experience, to put it into a framework, and in this moment he does not manage. He allows the tears to exist as they do, letting the wetness mark the pillow and the passage of feeling mark him, knowing in some deep, instinctual way that this is the correct response even if he cannot yet articulate why, even if the action feels antithetical to the strength he has always valued, because in this instant strength is not in control but in surrender, in acknowledgement, in allowing the presence of what is real, however painful and unstructured. The crying does not last indefinitely. It runs its course as weather runs its course, as a tide that rises and falls, as a force that moves through time with its own internal logic, independent of conscious decision. And at some point it ends, leaving Marcus lying in the damp impression on the pillow, the sensation of wet fabric against his skin and the subtle, residual ache of release, breathing with careful deliberation, recalibrating with the slow, methodical attention of someone who has spent a lifetime controlling every response, and now has nothing but the body itself to guide him. The edges of perception remain softened by the medication, the room stable, the light dim, the faint odor of institutional cleaning products and human presence surrounding him, and in the background the loop lingers, ambient now, like an ever-present weather pattern he has learned to stand inside without collapsing. He does not feel the force of it the way he did in the pod. Instead, it exists as a quiet hum, a trace, a pulse of memory and expectation that is no longer overwhelming but no less real. He thinks about Raymond's hands, the precise, deliberate hands, turning each card in solitaire with an attention that borders on ritual, each small action executed with care and intention, each gesture an assertion of control in a world where much of control has been taken away. He remembers Raymond's words, "You retain more than most," and he allows them to exist in his mind not as instruction or evaluation, but as affirmation of something fundamental, a truth that has survived the pod, that has endured through the fracture, through the medication, through the reshaping of his consciousness. He does not yet know how he will use what he has retained, does not yet understand the shape of the seed he carries, the latent possibility that exists alongside the remaining absence, the fact that holding it in reserve, keeping it, is the first act of reclamation and survival, even if he does not consciously recognize it. He lies in the bed at an hour he does not know, in a room with the window revealing nothing of the courtyard he has memorized, the familiar tree just out of reach, just out of sight, yet present in his memory as if it were physically there, its form and its emptiness as vivid and grounding as any object in the room. The wet pillow beneath his head is a reminder of what passed, a subtle anchor in a body that is still reacquainting itself with ordinary sensation. The loop sits in the background where it lives now, ambient, present, a condition to inhabit rather than a threat to endure. He allows it to exist without acknowledgement, without confrontation, simply as part of the atmosphere, a silent witness to the persistence of what remains. He closes his eyes. He feels the room around him, the bed beneath him, the faint chill of the glass in the window frame against the side of his hand, the weight of his own body settling into the mattress, the quiet hum of ventilation, the distant murmur of the common area, the subtle changes of light and shadow as the evening progresses. The seed of what is left, the part of himself that the pod did not touch, that cannot be reduced, that exists quietly beneath the surface of thought and memory, remains in place, held in a part of the body that does not need language to know it is there. A tiny, irreducible core of presence that he carries even when the world and the mind itself feel fractured. The loop is present, ambient, like whether he has learned to stand inside. He allows himself to stand in it, to breathe, to feel, to exist without analysis, without expectation, without control. In this moment, with the tears dried on the pillow and the night holding him, Marcus Hale is still in there, still present in the fundamental and irreducible way that defines him, the part that endures, the part that will continue to endure despite fracture, despite loss, despite the slow, difficult reclamation that lies ahead. He breathes fully, deeply, with the body and mind aligned in the only way the loop permits, and in that alignment he knows that whatever else the pod has taken, whatever the review, the medication, and the routines might shape or erase, this quiet, resilient, irreducible self remains, and he will carry it forward because it is the only thing in the world that is entirely his. Marcus Hale has been in the assisted living wing for 3 weeks. During that time, the medication that had been administered immediately upon emergence from the pod has stabilized to the point where he can think in a straight line for stretches long enough to observe the environment, catalog its structure, and begin to map the patterns of behavior, movement, and attention among the people inside it. Not long stretches by the standards of his professional life, not the sustained, meticulous, and architectural thinking that had built his reputation and his career as a lawyer, but long enough to begin piecing together the shape of the facility and the way it functions, both as an institution and as a system that shapes, reshapes, and in some cases erases the individuals within it. He is assigned to the lowest tier jobs in the facility's labor program, a system presented in the orientation materials as a series of rotating assignments designed to provide residents with structured occupational engagement and a sense of contribution to the community of the facility, but which in practice functions as a network of unpaid labor contracts with external companies. Companies that rely on the facility to provide workers for tasks that are legally off-limits to their regular employees. Marcus has discovered the contracts through the library he was allowed to access, a library he obtained after 11 days of formal requests and bureaucratic navigation, with files current only to 8 years ago and missing key appellate decisions, which leaves him cataloging gaps and inconsistencies the way he once cataloged statutes and case law, filing mental notes of problems he cannot yet resolve, marking potential leverage points that may never be actionable. The work itself is simple, repetitive, and physically unpleasant. For his first 2 weeks, Marcus is assigned to industrial waste filtration maintenance in a basement facility 3 miles from the wing. The shuttle leaves at 5:45 in the morning and returns at 2:30 in the afternoon, and the job requires protective clothing that is adequate but minimal, gloves that fit just tightly enough to keep him from being injured, a respirator that allows breathing but leaves the air tasting faintly metallic, and boots that are heavy enough to make the floors feel resistant underfoot. The tasks themselves, disassembling filtration units, washing components, replacing worn screens, and ensuring no residual particulate remains, require attention but very little thought, and the absence of thought is its own specific form of torture for a man whose identity has always been so tightly bound to the engagement of his mind. Marcus performs the work with mechanical precision, understanding, as he has learned long ago, that any failure would be recorded, documented, and later cited in reviews of his compliance, and that negative documentation will cascade into a negative review and impact the only remaining doors he is allowed to consider. His foreman, Briggs, a contracted supervisor with no personal investment in the residence other than ensuring the work is completed according to contract, observes Marcus's precision with a casual nod of approval that is professional rather than personal, noting the thoroughness in a tone that neither elevates nor diminishes the observation, as if it is a data point rather than praise. And Marcus receives it with the flatness of someone whose internal reward system has been recalibrated to recognize that acknowledgement is secondary to function, that procedural correctness is the form of success available to him at the moment, and that even appreciation is something to catalog rather than experience. The other residents on the crew occupy the same spectrum of recovery and medication management, each one shaped and restrained in different ways. Gloria, a former middle school science teacher, works with deliberate, careful motions that Marcus immediately recognizes as the same principle Raymond employs when he handles the cards. The creation of structure through precise, deliberate acts, a holding onto control within the small space that remains available, a conservation of what can be kept when everything else has been eroded. Her hands move with attention that is neither performative nor anxious, each gesture calibrated for correctness, for completion, for the affirmation of her own agency in a context that limits its expression. Pete, by contrast, is gentler and more fractured. His laughter comes at the wrong moments, the timing of a nervous system no longer synchronized with the social or mechanical realities of the task. It arrives before the filter of inhibition can reach it, a spontaneous, premature signal of affect that betrays the partial dismantling of self-regulation. Yet he is cooperative, careful, and the ritual of asking Marcus every morning whether they have met before is not a question of memory, but of habit, of the small social framework that allows him to exist safely in the collective, a stabilizing procedure that provides rhythm and expectation in a world reordered by the pod in its aftermath. Harold, a former accountant, is quiet. He speaks no words and interacts minimally, yet his efficiency surpasses all others. Marcus observes him work faster than anyone, executing each component of the filtration maintenance with a level of skill that requires neither encouragement nor oversight, and notes the solitary nature of his breaks, his lunches consumed in silence, and the evening runs he takes in the courtyard with the intensity of someone preserving the integrity of a part of himself that has not yet been touched. A disciplined physical continuation of identity that resists the totalizing effect of the pod and the facility. He recognizes in observing Harold that the human impulse to maintain a small domain of control is nearly universal in this environment, a survival strategy manifested physically, mentally, and socially. Marcus watches them all with the careful, relentless attention of a lawyer building a case he cannot submit, cataloging the ways in which the pod, the medication, and the daily repetition of labor and institutional routines have reshaped them. He catalogs without judgment, noting not emptiness but compression. The range of what they can be is narrowed, constrained, but not destroyed. Each individual contains what remains of their humanity in concentrated form, evident in gestures, attention, routines, and the peculiar quiet that emerges when one retains only that which is vital and manageable. Raymond, Gloria, even Pete with his mistimed laughter, exemplify the principle of holding on to what remains, of creating meaning and preserving precision even when context has been stripped away. These are not empty people, they are restructured, and Marcus knows that the difference between the pre-pod person and the current occupant is measured not in the disappearance of humanity, but in the calculated survival of fragments, the retention of core capabilities and behaviors while everything extraneous is systematically removed or diminished by design. Through these observations, Marcus begins to recognize the subtle hierarchies and patterns of the wing, who can be relied upon, who requires guidance, who moves with autonomy, and who is constrained entirely by routines, medication schedules, and the limitations imposed by the labor assignments. Every glance, every movement, every decision to speak or remain silent is data. Every repeated action, every careful execution of a task is evidence of resilience, adaptation, and the residual self that has persisted despite deliberate reduction. Marcus catalogs the environmental design, the schedules, the soundscape of the wing, the clatter of utensils, the low murmur of conversation, the hum of ventilation, and matches these to the individual behavioral patterns of each resident, noting how the same pressures affect different people in different ways, how repetition can both stabilize and constrain, and how even the smallest acts of care or attention can represent an assertion of identity that the pod, the labor, and the medication have not yet been able to erase. In doing so, Marcus does not see them as objects of pity or subjects for pity. He sees them as indicators of the system's capacity for efficiency and for containment, and as markers of what can survive even when the mind and the body are deliberately fragmented. In his own compliance and precision, in his own careful attention to process, he recognizes the same principle that what remains is neither heroic nor complete, but it is functional, coherent, and in its own compressed form, undeniably present. He begins to understand the unspoken contract each resident has with the environment and with themselves. Do what you must, retain what you can, and in the spaces that remain, find the small things that signal life, skill, precision, or care. Marcus's own work is performed with meticulous consistency, a silent assertion of competence and endurance, a deliberate holding onto identity through the mechanical correctness of action, the same way he would have approached a legal brief or a complex statutory argument. His awareness of the other residents, the patterns of behavior, the small and precise gestures that persist despite systemic pressure, allows him to see a network of survival strategies, a map of human persistence inside a controlled environment, and it is both consoling and profoundly disquieting. The pod has left him intact enough to recognize these patterns, but intact enough to feel the ethical and psychological weight of observing and cataloging them. Marcus Hale works through the day, and at the end of each shift, he carries back with him not only the physical fatigue of labor, but the cognitive load of observing, recording, and integrating the behaviors, gestures, and micro-decisions of those around him, all while monitoring his own residual self against the subtle incursions of medication and routine, all while holding in place the irreducible parts of himself that the pod has not claimed. The work is endless, repetitive, and inhumanly structured, yet within it he begins to see small indicators of autonomy and resilience, and in those indicators he finds both reassurance and the beginning of a plan for recovery, even if that plan is measured in fragments and constrained by circumstance. The days in the assisted living wing have a structure that the facility maintains with the precision and consistency of a system that has learned, through decades of operation, that consistency is the single most effective method for managing a population whose relationship to time has been profoundly disrupted. Each day begins in a predictable pattern. Breakfast at 7, a period for preparation and hygiene, the scheduled departure for work assignments at 5:45 for those sent to the external contracts or 8 for internal facility tasks, followed by the return and lunch, and then a period the official schedule calls recreational engagement, a term that translates in practice to free time spent in the common area or in the courtyard. Dinner arrives at 6, lights go down at 10, and in between these markers, every movement, every activity, is contained within the expectations of the day. The design is not cruel, nor is it arbitrary. Marcus, with the methodical attention that has always defined him, has considered it from enough angles to conclude that the system is genuinely designed to provide stability and orientation for residents whose internal clocks have been damaged, whose perception of time has been flattened or scrambled. The structure is protective in intent, yet in execution, it produces a sameness that functions as its own subtle form of pressure, a repetition that presses against the mind and the body with a quiet insistence, making the accumulation of days feel less like a passage and more like weight stacked upon weight, the hours pressing down with an indistinguishable regularity that blurs the distinction between one day and the next, and between yesterday and today. Marcus uses the recreational engagement period with careful purpose. When his written requests to access the legal resource library are approved, which happens roughly every third request, the other two denied under the facility's administrative language of scheduling availability or resource access prioritization, phrases that are, in practice, a polite but effective mechanism for discouragement without outright prohibition. He sits in the library and reads with a focus that is at once deliberate and necessary, as if each moment spent reading is both a reclamation of agency and a small act of survival. The medication he takes has begun to modulate the edges of his cognition, slowing his processing speed relative to his prior exceptional baseline, but not in a way that makes him incapable. Instead, it forces him to approach each document with the careful, methodical attention of someone measuring everything twice, cataloging everything, noting gaps, inconsistencies, and the absence of information as meticulously as the presence of it. He takes notes on facility paper with facility pens, organizing his observations, cross-referencing statutes, administrative memoranda, and internal procedural guidance, building over the course of 3 weeks a document that is entirely his own, a tangible record of persistence in a place designed to minimize the individual. The notes themselves are a small act of defiance, a declaration of continuity, evidence to anyone who might see them that Marcus Hale, the man who entered the pod as a highly capable lawyer, is present in mind and detail, despite the attempt to leave behind only a compliant, neutral shell. Evenings in the common area teach Marcus things that the work assignments cannot. The medication manages individuals differently at different points of the day, and the evenings, when the rigid structures of breakfast, work, and lunch have ended but the next day has yet to impose its order, are when the most unfiltered and unstructured versions of the residents emerge. In this window, the suppressed qualities, the behaviors, and the emotional responses that have been tempered by structure leak through. Grief surfaces quietly, confusion manifests in small but persistent ways, and clarity occasionally arrives in piercing glimpses, as if the architecture of the day itself suppresses reality, and the evening lifts that suppression just enough for a resident's essential being to reassert itself in fragments. Marcus has observed Gloria in these hours, her body leaning into the chair, hands resting limply on the table as tears roll down her cheeks without conscious direction, a silent acknowledgement of some internal collapse that she does not manage or control, but which exists because the self cannot be completely repressed. He has seen Pete speak aloud to no one, gesturing, pausing as if in dialogue with an unseen interlocutor, and notes the way the staff on duty record it on their tablets without intervention, because the protocol dictates that non-distressed anomalies are observed but not interrupted, and Marcus understands the subtle institutional calculus at play. Monitoring without engagement, allowing the behaviors to exist within defined parameters without acknowledging their deeper meaning. He has watched Harold return from his evening run, standing in the doorway of the common area for a full minute before entering, surveying the residence with an expression layered with recognition, fatigue, and something else, something profound that Marcus cannot name but feels in his chest, a momentary weight that leaves him compelled to look away not because it is unbearable, but because to witness it without action creates a form of helplessness that he has not yet learned to bear. Raymond occupies the common area most evenings, seated near the window with either his cards or a book, and Marcus has developed a rhythm for sitting with him, attuned to the subtle shifts in posture, the slight tilts of the head, the narrowing or widening of Raymond's gaze, that signal whether company is welcome or unwanted. Over 3 weeks, Marcus has learned these signals with the same attention he once devoted to parsing judicial behavior, and he now uses them intuitively, adjusting his presence and engagement according to Raymond's cues. When they talk, the conversation is careful, measured, sometimes stretching into silence, which is not uncomfortable but deliberate, allowing the exchange to exist without forcing an evaluation or imposing a performance of normality. The quiet itself is a revelation for Marcus, an experience of companionship uncolored by obligation or pretense, a state he has rarely encountered in his life but which now provides a subtle but essential anchor to his sense of being. These evenings become a laboratory for understanding both the limits and the persistence of the self under extreme constraint. In the soft light of the common area, with the muted hum of conversation, the faint buzz of fluorescent lighting, and the distant mechanical sounds of the facility's operations, Marcus observes the interplay of personality, cognition, and adaptation. He catalogs how the medication interacts with residual habits, how the structure of the day suppresses or amplifies certain behaviors, how the human need for small expressions of agency persists even under systemic reduction. Every action, every slip of emotion, every gesture that is neither demanded nor incentivized becomes data, a small measure of survival within the machine. The library notes the observations in the common area, the careful mapping of the routines and personalities of his fellow residents, all coalesce in Marcus's mind to form an emergent understanding of the facility, its residents, and himself. He is both participant and observer, cataloging without intrusion, understanding without intervention, building a cognitive map of human persistence in a system designed to minimize its subjects. In these quiet hours, the full weight of what has occurred, the pod, the labor assignments, the medication, and the systemic controls becomes apparent. The facility's structure is not only a framework for survival, it is a mechanism of compression, shaping the remaining fragments of human identity into consistent, predictable behaviors, while leaving enough space for resilience to emerge in measurable and observable ways. Marcus sees this resilience manifest in the precision of Gloria's movements, the involuntary speech of Pete, the contained intensity of Harold's evening runs, and the unwavering focus he himself applies to his work and observations. Each moment, each carefully measured act, is an assertion of continued existence within the confines of a system designed to minimize deviation, and Marcus begins to understand that persistence, rather than the restoration of pre-pod abilities, is the most meaningful metric of survival in this environment. By the time he returns to his room at night, Marcus carries with him a tapestry of observation, a collection of small human truths layered over the mechanical repetition of institutional life, and the knowledge that within the constraints of this wing, there exist threads of persistence that are irreducible, invisible to most external measures, yet crucial to the survival of the self. He lies in his bed knowing that the courtyard tree remains visible from the common area, a marker of continuity across the wing and a symbol of survival in quiet resilience, and that he has retained the ability to see it, to witness the small acts of endurance, and to preserve within himself a record of what remains, not just for himself, but as a testament to the fragments of life the pod and the facility could not entirely erase. The formal assessment took place on a Thursday afternoon in a small, deliberately uncluttered room adjacent to the medical wing, a room that contained only 2 chairs, a narrow desk, and a window overlooking a side courtyard Marcus had not yet seen, a courtyard that offered a view of uniform paving stones and a small, skeletal tree that marked the rhythm of sunlight across its branches, but offered nothing more in the way of distraction. Dr. Yina Park sat across from him, her posture perfectly straight-backed, her tablet balanced on her knees, her voice quiet without effort or performativity, and Marcus immediately noticed the same fractional increase in attentional focus that he had observed during their first meeting, a focus that indicated she had reviewed his file meticulously and was now attuned to more than the simple surface of what he presented. She had, as he would learn through careful observation and cross-checking of facility documents, read every component of his file: intake forms, medication logs, behavioral observation notes, legal resource library requests, and the record of all 11 requests, 3 approvals and 8 denials, absorbing the patterns, noting anomalies, and calibrating her approach to a level of precision Marcus recognized as uncommon, even exceptional, within the institutional culture of the facility. Marcus was acutely aware of the parameters under which the assessment would operate. The standard battery of tests designed to measure orientation, memory, attention, executive function, and overall cognitive stability would take 40 minutes to administer. He had anticipated the process not through formal study, but through the disciplined maintenance of whatever function remained after the pod, through the careful attention to daily structure, to the reading and note-taking, and to the observant cataloging of behavior in both staff and fellow residents. Each question, each prompt, each pattern recognition task was approached with the precision of a man who had spent a professional lifetime assessing detail and predicting outcomes. And although his capacity for sustained reasoning had been diminished by medication and by the cognitive flattening imposed by the pod, he executed the assessment with the steady rigor that had always defined his professional identity. By the assessment's own metrics, Marcus scored in a range the facility categorized as moderate impairment, a level higher than most residents at comparable time post-emergence, but insufficient to trigger any review or reconsideration of his classification. He had anticipated this outcome in advance, having studied the scoring methodology in the legal resource library, having cross-referenced it with internal administrative memos and procedural guidance, and he understood exactly what the resulting numeric value meant for his trajectory within the facility, for his ability to access programs, for the preservation of agency within an environment designed to contain autonomy without completely extinguishing it. After the standard battery concluded, Dr. Park set her tablet down on her knees and lifted her gaze to meet his. There was no prompt, no preamble, no scripted transition. The question she asked came unbidden by any official test. She asked what he knew about the constitutional challenge history of the statute governing the certification review process. The moment Marcus heard the words, recognition unfolded with the clarity of a finely tuned mechanism returning to motion. The question was precisely the same one he had posed to administrator folks at intake, reflected back to him 4 weeks later in a form meant to probe not only his memory, but his retained professional instincts. This was not a test of rote information, but of the impulse that had guided him, the pattern of reasoning that had always distinguished him in his career. He understood immediately that the purpose was to determine whether he retained the capacity to identify structural weakness in the system, to interrogate its formal presentation, to parse appearances from function. He answered fully, recounting the limited but non-zero history of constitutional challenges to the statute, analyzing the uneven application of certification criteria across facilities, and tracing the board's pattern of decisions that could be interpreted as arbitrary or capricious under administrative law standards. He did so with meticulous care, presenting facts with both completeness and restraint, and without embellishment, as though the act of documentation and precise communication itself was a demonstration of persistence under constraint. Dr. Park listened, her expression unchanging, taking no notes, her gaze focused but neutral, giving Marcus the freedom to present his account without interruption or the imposition of judgment. The pause that followed his explanation was not uncertainty or indecision, Marcus noted with professional clarity, but the deliberate suspension of judgment by someone weighing the information against a broader understanding of procedure and context, someone deciding what would matter and what action, if any, would follow. Then, in a movement that was unorthodox by any professional standard for her role, she asked a second question, one she had never administered in 4 years of conducting formal assessments in the facility. She asked whether he believed the certification review process, as currently administered, was capable of producing a just outcome for a resident who was genuinely cognitively functional. Marcus, startled for a moment by the audacity and scope of the question, recognized immediately that it was a probe not of content alone, but of reasoning, ethical perception, and the application of analytical rigor to institutional structures. He replied that, based on his research and observations, the process was structured to yield predetermined outcomes for most residents, that the certification criteria granted substantial discretion to reviewing psychiatrists which could then be overridden by the board, and that the apparent objectivity was a formal veneer masking a function of confirmation, rather than equitable adjudication, and that such a system was incapable, in his professional judgment, of producing a genuinely just result for anyone the system had identified for exclusion or containment. Marcus observed Dr. Park as she processed the information, noting the length of time she spent writing on the tablet, a duration far exceeding what the answer itself required, a subtle signal that she was capturing not only the content but an additional contextual or analytical layer she would integrate into her own professional evaluation. She then closed the tablet with an unhurried motion and informed him that his next formal assessment would occur in 6 weeks, and that she would annotate her report to reflect his constructive engagement with the facility's programming, a statement that carried the authority of institutional recognition while leaving the interpretation and practical consequence deliberately vague. As she moved toward the door, her hand resting lightly on the frame, she spoke without turning to add a final, quietly delivered observation: that the legal resource library contained a gap in appellate materials covering the last 8 years, and that a weekly legal digest, technically a shared resource under the facility's resident rights documentation, could be accessed upon written request, providing Marcus with a procedural foothold that had not been otherwise apparent. The delivery was effortless, quiet, and authoritative, revealing the depth of her awareness and the discretionary knowledge she possessed while remaining entirely within the facade of professional neutrality. When the door clicked closed behind her, Marcus remained in the chair, staring at the now empty frame through which she had left, and he allowed the significance of what had just occurred to settle fully into his mind. He understood, with that sharp clarity for which he was known, that the encounter had been a carefully calibrated measure of his abilities, both preserved and diminished, and that Dr. Yina Park was not what the facility assumed her to be. She operated with insight and discretion, capable of seeing patterns and potential in ways that exceeded the protocol-bound expectations of her role, and the recognition of this reality was, Marcus realized, among the most valuable pieces of information he had encountered since the revelation Raymond had provided about the ghost claws in the holding area. The implications were immediate, subtle, and profound. Any actions Marcus chose to take from this point forward would require both restraint and calculation, the preservation of the trust implicitly extended by Dr. Park, and a recognition that certain opportunities were invisible to the unobservant, measurable only by the retention of institutional knowledge, analytical rigor, and careful observation of the facility's unspoken patterns. Marcus leaned back in the chair and allowed himself to notice the way the afternoon light fell across the narrow desk, the edge of the window pane casting a line along the floor, and he registered the view of the small courtyard outside. The skeletal branches of the tree caught the light at an angle that reminded him, unexpectedly, of the clarity that Raymond's cards had brought him in the evenings. Precision in small, measured acts, preservation of agency within a constrained system, and the quiet power of understanding what is present and what is absent. He considered the interplay of the pod, the medication, the labor assignments, and now this moment of insight into Dr. Park's discretion as elements of an emergent strategy, a framework that, with careful attention, might allow him to navigate the institutional environment and recover, at least partially, both function and self-possession. He traced the implications through his mind slowly, noting what could be recorded, what could be verified, and what required patience and observation over weeks rather than days. The environment remained one of control, the people around him regulated by medication, protocol, and institutional norms, but Marcus could see, for the first time, how leverage existed within that control, a map of subtle agency that was not apparent in any manual or procedural guide, but only visible to someone trained to see patterns and preserve continuity across disruption. By the time he stood to leave the room, Marcus had cataloged every nuance of the session: the tablet's timing, the questions asked outside the standard battery, the pauses, the subtle shifts in attention, the unspoken cues about resource access, and the trajectory implied by the combination of structured assessment and discretionary insight. Each observation became part of a layered understanding, a foundation on which he could begin to build a path forward, however incremental, within a system designed to reduce such possibilities to near invisibility. Marcus Hale left the room with the careful awareness that in a world built to diminish individuals to a baseline of compliance and manageability, the rare recognition of retained agency, intelligence, and strategic perception was a resource as valuable as any statute or procedural rule, and the session with Dr. Park had provided him, in concentrated form, precisely that resource. 3 weeks into the assisted living wing, Marcus Hale had developed a careful, almost clinical understanding of the terrain his current existence occupied, a mental map delineating with clarity what the medication had altered, what it had left untouched, and the murky, unpredictable spaces that lay between those two realities, spaces that seemed to belong neither entirely to chemical influence nor entirely to unmediated cognition, a territory that required vigilance, subtlety, and patience to navigate because it could shift in ways he could not predict. Yet the map itself offered a measure of reassurance in a world where control had been systematically stripped from him. What the medication had accomplished was, in some ways, obvious and mechanical, measurable by the reduction in the ambient presence of the loop that had dominated his consciousness during the pod experience. It no longer lived in the room with him as a constant, invasive companion, no longer wrapped itself around every sense, every hesitation, every fleeting thought, as it had in those 17 days when the walls, the ceiling, the desk man's approximated face, and the car outside the door had all conspired to demand his compliance, to force him into movement and sequence against his will. Instead, the loop arrived in intermittent waves, a recurrence that could be anticipated and mentally bracketed, more a faint echo of presence than a living, breathing force, and even the reaching for what is not there, the acute, almost instinctual awareness of absence that had once threatened to destabilize him completely, had been reduced to a manageable chronicity, a scar on the interior of his mind rather than a gaping wound. A tangible improvement that allowed him to inhabit the present in ways the word recovery might suggest in theory, even if the full promise of recovery remained beyond reach, suspended somewhere in the distance between what he was and what he had once been. Yet there was something the medication could not touch, something that had survived the pod intact, or more accurately, had survived it in an altered form that defied both destruction and remediation, a seed that had been planted in the most resilient layers of his being, and had been shielded from both technological and chemical interference because of its depth and its subtlety and its inarticulable nature. A seed that Marcus himself had not fully understood until the first moments he emerged from the pod and felt, beneath the softening influence of pharmacology, the quiet persistence of that core part of him that the loop had never been able to claim. It was the part that had stood in the lobby and refused to move, the part that had forced the loop to exert itself, the part that had observed Dr. Park's additional focus, Raymond's precise manipulation of cards, and Gloria's deliberate, careful filtration work, and catalogued them correctly without judgment, without allowing the momentary pleasure of recognition to alter its attentiveness or to disrupt its own retention. It was the part of him that had spent 11 days making repeated written requests to the Legal Resource Library, noting each denial, cataloging the reasons for refusal, and preparing the groundwork for eventual compliance within the rules while keeping the impulse alive, unbroken, undimmed. That part, that seed, remained untouched not because the pod had failed, but because it could not reach it, because Dr. Park, whose discretion controlled the ceiling of his medication, had chosen to leave it untouched, or because no chemical intervention, no administered support, could claim it without violating the architecture of what was fundamentally Marcus Hale. In the quiet of the night, when the ward was still and the medication had completed its day's work, Marcus contemplated the boundaries of his selfhood, the contour lines of what had been preserved, what had been altered, and what lingered in the gray areas where chemical influence and personal agency intersected and conflicted. He recognized that the version of himself inhabiting these hours was not the Marcus who had perfected the sequences of argument, who had scheduled Diana's interactions with careful precision, who had held Soren to a timetable, who had built legal cases with the confidence of a man who had never faced a system he could not ultimately parse and bend to logic. That Marcus still existed in fragments, present in the impulse to request the weekly legal digest, in the capacity to read Dr. Park's unspoken pause correctly, in the careful accumulation of notes on facility paper in his room, yet he existed like a photograph, present, recognizable but flattened, lacking the full dimensionality and resonance of his prior self, a reproduction that carried the outline without the complete texture. What remained in the night, in the unmediated space that the medication had left alone, was something unnamed, something that had survived the pod without arriving intact yet without succumbing to total erasure, something too small, too deep, and too devoid of language for the loop to find purchase, a core not measured, not evaluated, not predicted by the protocols and matrices that governed the rest of his existence in the facility. He did not know its purpose. He did not know whether it would suffice for what he was beginning to plan, the careful and incremental strategy he would deploy to reclaim agency and navigate both the structural and the procedural labyrinths of the facility. What he did know was that it existed, and that having it, even without understanding its full potential, was not nothing, that the retention of this seed was an anchor in a world designed to erode anchors, that Raymond had been correct in insisting it be preserved, and that its preservation demanded careful allocation, that he could not expend it on trivialities or exercises in conjecture, but only on the opportunities that truly offered a pathway forward. That might open doors to legal or procedural leverage, that might transform the accumulated knowledge, the latent capacity, into actionable agency. With this understanding, he thought ahead to the Legal Digest, a resource he had identified as essential, and mapped the steps necessary to acquire it, considering the timing, the precise statutory basis he could cite under the resident rights documentation to make the request undeniable, the manner in which the language must be composed to preclude denial without generating a record of procedural refusal. The consequences of a note in his file from Briggs indicating failure to meet baseline work performance, and the need to integrate sleep before the shuttle departed at 5:45 the following morning. Each element of this calculation required the careful preservation of the unmediated seed of himself, the portion untouched by chemical management, because without it, the subtlety, the precision, and the judgment necessary to orchestrate these moves would be lost, and the opportunities they created would vanish into the procedural machinery of the facility, irrecoverable and silently claimed by the systems that governed life there. He rehearsed the request in his mind 3 times, iterating the phrasing with meticulous attention to detail, refining it for legal precision and procedural inviolability, confirming that the language adhered to the constraints and opportunities provided by the resident rights documentation, that the wording was airtight against denial, and that any rejection would constitute a recordable procedural anomaly. By the 3rd rehearsal, the request existed fully formed and logically inescapable in the architecture of his thought, a document waiting to be transcribed, a bridge from the constrained present to the potential future, a lever resting in the hands of a man whose capacity for agency had survived the pod intact in this singular, irreducible form. Only after this mental preparation did he allow himself to sink into sleep, permitting the medication to carry him across the threshold into unconsciousness, knowing the loop remained in the background as it always had, but that he occupied the foreground, that his presence, however fragile and mediated, was anchored and unassailable, and that the distance between the loop and himself, though never comfortable, was survivable, and that survival itself, with the seed preserved, was for the moment the only necessary metric, the only achievable victory, the only measure that mattered in the architecture of endurance that he was still constructing, brick by brick, in the quiet and unobserved hours of the night. As he drifted into the near-silent current of sleep, the ward enveloping him in its antiseptic calm and the muffled hum of distant machinery, Marcus allowed the significance of the seed to settle into his consciousness in a way that was neither triumph nor relief but recognition. The calm, precise acknowledgement that a core part of his identity had survived, impervious to both pod and medication, and that it represented both leverage and responsibility. A delicate and infinitely patient instrument that, when deployed with care, could transform survival into strategy, could convert observance into action, could permit the reclamation of self in a place designed to eliminate it. The loop, a persistent and amorphous presence, continued its cycles, unbroken by time or chemical interference, but he was there in the foreground, corporeal, alert in the measures he could take, and the space between him and the machinery of control was at long last navigable, a corridor that he could walk with calculation and discretion, a conduit through which the agency he had preserved could flow into the opportunities awaiting him in the coming days. The night was neither restful nor entirely calm. It was a reckoning of presence, a negotiation between what was residual, what was mediated, and what remained untouched, a confrontation with both the fragility and the persistence of the self, and Marcus Hale lay upon the cot in the quieted assisted living wing, acutely aware that this moment, this space, this seed was what mattered, that it was sufficient for the plans he would now begin to shape, and that his survival in this unmediated form, careful, deliberate, and deliberate in its preservation, was a precondition for every step to come, the necessary and irreducible condition for reclaiming a measure of control in a world where control had been systematically stripped from him, leaving only the clarity of the seed and the careful, patient stewardship of what remained. Marcus Hale found the clause with the careful, almost obsessive attention of someone tracing a faint pattern through a dense and shifting network of laws, precedents, and administrative footnotes, the part of his lawyer brain that had survived the pod working at near full capacity in a precise and deliberate way that left nothing to chance and nothing to misinterpretation. The clause itself was buried, nearly invisible within the framework of the pod system's legal architecture, a ghost provision that existed on paper and yet had no history of enforcement, a mechanism designed to give the system the appearance of mercy, to suggest that release and autonomy were possible while ensuring, through layers of process, interpretation, and bureaucratic inertia, that it would never be realized in practice. Raymond had explained the nature of the clause to him, with the quiet authority of someone who had observed the system long enough to know where its weak points lay and where its traps were set, and Marcus had nodded, understanding, but it was only when he began examining the digests themselves, cross-referencing footnotes and tracing the chain of administrative decisions that had passed unchallenged for decades, that the reality of the ghost clause crystallized before him. It was a right present in language, present in statute, present in law, but effectively inert, a legal promise that had been rendered inert through the system's procedural architecture. The access to the legal digest, which arrived every Monday morning in the facility's administrative office, had been hard-won. Marcus had filed the request in writing, relying on the statutory foundation he had meticulously prepared in his head the night following Dr. Park's assessment, refining the precise language, anticipating the arguments that could be made for denial and crafting countermeasures, and yet the request was initially denied twice. Each denial was phrased in the carefully neutral, administratively coded language of refusal, and Marcus noted with attention not merely the denial itself, but the way the denial was structured, the implicit pressures and vulnerabilities it revealed in the chain of command, the opportunities for appeal and leverage, and the faint trace of hesitation or oversight that might exist somewhere above folks in the hierarchy. The third submission, filed 6 weeks after his initial attempt, was approved, worded not as a recognition of right but as a concession, as though the act of granting access had been weighed against procedural risk and deemed the lesser of two bureaucratic inconveniences. Marcus registered this with the precision of someone cataloging the exact points of pressure in a complex mechanical system, knowing that the act of granting access under those conditions was itself a piece of actionable information, a subtle signal of where leverage might exist and how it might be employed. He was permitted to access the digest only on Wednesday afternoons, in the administrative waiting area, at a table positioned outside Folk's office, with a staff member present at all times, and with restrictions on the removal of any materials from the room. Requests for specific issues had to be made in advance, and he complied with this requirement meticulously, specifying the range of digest issues he needed, reaching back 18 months to construct a picture of the appellate landscape that the Legal Resource Library, with its 8-year-old materials, could not provide. He read each digest with the patience of a man mapping a labyrinth, noting procedural nuances, recording the precise citations, cataloging patterns of denial and procedural missteps, tracking the ways in which the language of law had been subverted or sidelined in practice, and all the while maintaining the self-discipline required to operate under observation, aware that every movement and every glance could be recorded, interpreted, and later employed against him if misread. It was in the fourth digest that the clause appeared, referenced in a footnote to an administrative law summary covering a challenge brought against a different facility in another state, not Marcus's own facility, not his own statute, but a cognate provision in a parallel system. The footnote traced the clause back to the originating statute of the pod system's resident review framework, noting it as model legislation from which the challenging state had derived its own provisions, and Marcus read this footnote 3 times in succession, savoring the careful wording, absorbing the precise statutory language, parsing every modifier, every operative verb, every conditional phrase. He then read the digest summary of the challenge itself, which had failed on procedural grounds entirely unrelated to the substantive enforceability of the clause, and he allowed the implications to settle, not rushing, not forcing a conclusion before he had fully apprehended the terrain. After closing the digest, he remained still at the table outside Folk's office, motionless for several minutes, a man suspended in thought, while the staff member glanced at him twice before returning to her own screen, and Marcus was performing a ritual that had become second nature to him. Allowing the shape of the discovery to fully form before any attempt at interaction, because engagement before the comprehension was complete risk distortion, the corruption of the insight into something partial, something misaligned with the law as it truly existed, and he had learned through years of legal practice that the smallest misstep in interpretation could cascade into profound errors later in application. The clause itself existed as Section 14c, subsection 4 in the originating statute, a provision stating unequivocally that any resident of a pod system assisted living facility who could demonstrate, through independent psychiatric certification, cognitive function meeting or exceeding the threshold defined in Schedule B of the statute, shall be entitled to a review board hearing, at which release from the facility could be ordered subject only to conditions the board might specify. The language was precise, binding, and mandatory, shall be entitled, not may apply for, not the board may consider. Marcus understood the weight of that language intuitively, as a surgeon understands the differences among tissue types when deciding which to preserve and which to excise. The words were a guarantee, an enforceable right, and in that clarity lay both the promise and the vulnerability of the system itself. The right existed on paper, codified, clear, but it had never, in the 22 years of the pod system's operation, been successfully invoked. Marcus considered what this could mean. Perhaps no resident had ever met the cognitive threshold. Perhaps the certification process had never yielded an independent result, or perhaps the board had never allowed the mandatory language to function as mandatory. He suspected that all three had occurred at different times, and that the consistent, exploitable weakness lay in the last scenario, in the board's habitual avoidance of enforcement, and he catalogued this insight with the careful neutrality of a lawyer constructing a case before the facts were even assembled. He returned the digest to the staff member, offering thanks that was perfunctory but precise, and walked back to the residential wing at a pace that would have been indistinguishable from normal, concealing the intensity of the cognitive work he had just performed, the planning, the pattern recognition, the careful alignment of discovery with procedural leverage. In his room, he sat at his desk, unfurling facility paper before him, and beginning to write notes with the quiet, concentrated economy of a man who understood that the medium was limited, that the time available was limited, but whose understanding of the stakes was infinite. Each note a precise instrument, each notation a potential key to doors not yet visible, each line of text a bridge between the law as it existed and the law as it might be applied if wielded with insight, persistence, and patience. His hand moved steadily, deliberately, the words forming in sentences that were long, carefully structured, and deliberate, carrying the weight of attention and the clarity of thought that survived even after the pod, even after medication, even after the system had attempted in multiple ways to erode his capacity for planning, judgment, and strategic anticipation. And with each line he inscribed, Marcus Hale felt for the first time in weeks that he was doing the thing that mattered most. That he was reaching toward the only form of control available, and that the clause, ghostly, dormant, and neglected, had become the fulcrum on which everything else might hinge. The following evening, Marcus Hale brought the discovery of the clause to Raymond in the common area, not because he required Raymond's legal judgment. Raymond was, after all, a former football coach with no formal legal training, whose expertise was not in statutes or procedural nuance, but because Raymond possessed a kind of intelligence that could not be documented in case law or administrative memos, a knowledge that came from years of embedded observation. From the slow and patient mapping of a system from the inside. Marcus understood that the kind of insight Raymond offered was different from his own, structured not by formal training or professional rigor, but by an experiential understanding of the facility's inner workings, of what behaviors could be leveraged, what patterns were consistent, and what fissures in the system might be exploited by someone willing to wait and watch. Raymond's experience in the facility, spanning 3 years, had given him the ability to see how the structure, the personnel, the unwritten rules, and the institutional habits interacted, and to predict how any action, any initiative might be received, resisted, or ignored. Marcus laid out the clause for Raymond with the precision of someone presenting a case to a trusted colleague. The mandatory language, the certification requirement, the board's historical decision record as he had reconstructed it from the digests and supporting documentation, and the observations he had made about procedural gaps and administrative weaknesses. He did not add editorial comment, he did not inject speculation or rhetorical flourish. He presented the information as objectively as he could, ensuring that every piece of evidence, every citation, every datum was accounted for and articulated clearly, allowing the structure to reveal itself without embellishment, because embellishment could obscure the actionable insight. Raymond listened silently, turning a card and then another, in the deliberate rhythm he had developed over years of measured attention. Marcus had learned that this silence was not inattention. It was Raymond's method of observation, a focus that allowed him to absorb fully before offering response. When Marcus had finished laying out the details, Raymond remained quiet for a moment, the pause neither empty nor hesitant, but the reflection of someone assessing how to speak honestly, how to provide guidance without unnecessarily burdening or misdirecting the person before him. It was a pause of measured care, of respect for both the information presented and the individual presenting it, and Marcus recognized it immediately, as if he could read the subtext in the motion of hands and the slight turn of the head, a skill honed in his own professional life, yet applied here in a wholly different domain. Then Raymond spoke, his voice even, neither loud nor performative, carrying the authority of experience rather than the assertion of position. He confirmed that the clause was real, that the right to invoke it existed in statute, and then he recounted the history that had been preserved in the facility's informal institutional memory. In 22 years of the pod system's operation, only 3 individuals had ever attempted to invoke it. The knowledge was not documented in any digest Marcus could locate, nor formally recorded in a manner accessible to residents, but had been passed along quietly, orally, in the way that prisoners share essential information about a system that is otherwise opaque, in fragments, with care, and with awareness that misrepresentation could have consequences. Raymond detailed the failed attempts. The first, approximately 15 years prior, had collapsed when the resident's chosen psychiatrist was pressured to withdraw certification before the board hearing, effectively nullifying the process before it could begin. The second attempt, nearly a decade later, failed due to a procedural defect in the filing. Before the defect could be corrected, the resident's mental state deteriorated, leaving them incapable of pursuing further action. The third attempt 6 years ago had advanced the furthest. The resident had obtained certification, the board convened, yet ultimately ruled against release, citing a contextual functionality standard not contained in Schedule B or anywhere in the statute, an ad hoc criterion created for the occasion and unchallengeable because the resident lacked the cognitive capacity to sustain a legal appeal after the ruling went against them. Each failure was a testament to the facility's ability to absorb and deflect legal pressure entirely from within, to preserve the appearance of due process without altering the reality of control. Marcus listened closely, processing each example, cataloging not only the events themselves but the structural implications. How pressure had been applied to the psychiatrists, how procedural gaps had been leveraged, how contextual authority had been manufactured by the board to maintain control. When he asked Raymond if he had himself attempted to invoke the clause, Raymond turned another card deliberately, then answered with matter-of-fact clarity. He had looked at it in his first year in the facility, evaluated his resources, and concluded that he did not have enough of himself left to carry it. Attempting something likely to fail would have drained the limited cognitive and emotional capital he possessed, and that loss would have jeopardized the fragile balance he had established in his own management of life inside the facility. He had made a calculated decision about resource allocation, a decision made without regret and without the need for external validation, a decision grounded in self-preservation, pragmatism, and the accurate assessment of risk versus capacity. Raymond did not suggest that Marcus follow the same path. He emphasized that Marcus's circumstances were different, that he had more remaining capacity at this stage post-emergence than Raymond had possessed, and that more, combined with the right external pressure, might yield a different outcome. Marcus sought clarification. "External pressure," he asked. Raymond looked up from the cards briefly, meeting Marcus's gaze with the measured steadiness that conveyed both caution and attention. "External pressure," he explained, means that every prior clause invocation failed at least partly because it happened entirely within the system. The board and the facility staff are perfectly comfortable ignoring the mandatory language if only internal forces are involved. They do not feel accountable until something outside the system is watching, until someone who cannot be pressured or persuaded into silence is observing the process. Only then does the machinery of compliance begin to whir, and only then does the right become more than a line in a statute. Marcus did not write anything in the moment. He stored the information internally, filing each detail with the precision that had long been his hallmark as a lawyer. The historical precedent, the structural weaknesses, the contingencies, the relationship between internal failure and potential external leverage. Later, in the quiet of his room, he transferred these observations to his notes on facility paper, synthesizing Raymond's practical knowledge with his own legal understanding, aligning the two into a cohesive strategy for consideration. He lay on his bed afterward, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the implications of external pressure, about the few people outside the facility who might know he was there, and about whether he could influence their awareness, their engagement, or their action from his limited position within the system. The conclusion came slowly, methodically. He could influence it only indirectly, only gradually, and only if he was meticulous about what he documented, about what he allowed to be recorded, about what he committed to paper, because the facility had every legal right to read and retain every written word he produced. Marcus understood that every note, every request, every carefully constructed argument was both an asset and a potential vulnerability. He had survived the pod, survived the medication, and survived the systemic pressures up to this point. The next stage would require the same combination of careful observation, strategic patience, and disciplined execution that had defined his professional life, adapted now to the constraints and realities of the facility. In that moment, lying in his room, Marcus Hale realized that understanding what he could not control, recognizing the limits of influence, and mapping the points at which pressure could be applied were not merely theoretical exercises but essential components of survival and the potential reclamation of autonomy, and that these insights, the product of experience, observation, and rigorous analysis, would guide the next steps of his plan with the precision of a man who had long understood that knowledge, carefully applied, was the most formidable tool available in any system, no matter how obdurate or hostile it appeared to be. Marcus Hale filed the initial clause invocation request on a Tuesday morning, precisely 43 days after his emergence from the pod, timing chosen not by coincidence but by careful calculation of the days and the facility's operational rhythm. The document itself spanned 4 pages, each sentence deliberately constructed, every paragraph designed to leave no ambiguity, no vulnerability, no opportunity for the facility to argue procedural oversight. It was, in Marcus's own assessment, the most rigorously constructed legal argument he had produced since the warehouse workers' case, a case in which the stakes had been high and the constraints were professional rather than imposed by the physical and cognitive limitations he now navigated. The challenge was different here. He had access only to the materials at hand, the statutory language of the pod system, the references he had painstakingly extracted from the legal digest, the facility's resident rights documentation he had secured through repeated requests, and the administrative law principles he carried in his head, accumulated over 16 years of practice. The absence of full precedent, the incompleteness of the internal legal library, and the opaque attitudes of the administrative staff all required him to reconstruct a coherent argument entirely from fragments, from traces of authority that might otherwise be ignored. He submitted the filing through the facility's formal grievance and petition channel, a bureaucratic conduit that, while appearing administrative, was the only pathway recognized by statute. It was addressed to administrator folks with explicit instructions that copies be placed in Marcus's permanent file, a specification he included deliberately because specifying a request created a measurable record. Any discrepancy between the request and the action taken would itself be documentable, a potential lever for further argument. Marcus understood that every procedural detail could become evidence, that every acknowledgement, every delay, every minor misstep could be transformed into material demonstrating either compliance or neglect, and he had built the document accordingly. Within 48 hours, as the statute and facility procedure required, Marcus received a written acknowledgement of receipt, addressed personally by folks and signed in his own hand rather than stamped. The personal signature was not incidental. It was the confirmation Marcus had anticipated and calculated for. It meant folks himself had read the filing, that the argument had landed with sufficient weight to demand his attention, that the presence of the clause within the larger statutory framework had been recognized as more than a peripheral matter. Marcus cataloged this carefully, noting the precise time of receipt, the method of acknowledgement, and the subtext it implied about folks' perception of the filing's significance. A week later, a response arrived from the facility's legal representative, a firm Marcus did not recognize, which in itself was a data point. The response asserted procedural deficiencies in the filing and requested supplemental documentation before the petition could be formally docketed. Marcus read the document 3 times, dissecting each phrase, each claimed deficiency, weighing intent against form. He identified immediately what he had suspected. The alleged deficiencies were not true violations of procedure but pretextual objections, designed to create delay and test whether the petitioner could sustain coherent and methodical engagement over time. The supplemental request, while framed as an administrative necessity, inadvertently highlighted the sections of the filing the lawyers found most threatening, revealing the points at which the facility perceived its authority and discretion to be challenged. Marcus made note of these points with the clarity of a cartographer marking danger zones on a map, understanding that these were both weaknesses and opportunities, locations within the system where pressure, if applied precisely, might yield progress. Marcus's response was measured and thorough. He drafted a 6-page document addressing each identified deficiency, with precise statutory citation and reference to relevant administrative precedent, demonstrating that the alleged errors were unfounded and that the filing met or exceeded all procedural requirements. Without drawing attention to it, he appended a paragraph emphasizing the mandatory language of Section 14C, subsection 4, explaining that the statute imposed a non-discretionary obligation, that administrative delay without statutory grounding constituted a violation of the resident's substantive rights, and that such a violation was itself recordable and appealable to the State Administrative Review Tribunal, the body he had identified in the digest as holding jurisdiction over this category of dispute. The argument was clear, unambiguous, and legally defensible, crafted in such a way that ignoring it would create documentation favorable to the petitioner. He filed the response through the same formal channel, with the same request for copies to be placed in his permanent record. In parallel, he sent a separate written request to Dr. Park, asking that his next formal assessment be scheduled within 30 days, asserting that the assessment's timing had a direct bearing on his active petition. This request could not be denied without generating documentation that would itself substantiate the procedural argument he was building. Each action was designed to create a chain of accountability, a series of small but cumulative pressures that mapped the path of the filing through the facility systems. The facility's legal representative did not respond within the required period. Marcus noted the delay in writing, cataloging the precise interval, and submitted the note to the administrative office. The office acknowledged the note. 4 days later, the legal representative responded with yet another procedural objection. Marcus noted the lateness in his file and responded systematically, reinforcing both the original petition and the integrity of his responses, building a record that simultaneously fulfilled statutory obligation and documented the procedural friction the facility attempted to impose. This back and forth, the filing delay, objection, response delay, was the facility's standard method of treating Section 14C as optional. By creating procedural friction sufficient to exhaust anyone attempting to invoke the mandatory clause, they effectively neutralized the statutory language without directly contravening it. But Marcus Hale was not anyone. He understood procedural friction as a terrain, as an arena in which strategy, endurance, and discipline dictated outcomes. The friction itself was part of the argument. It was a space to demonstrate capacity, resilience, and comprehension. He had spent his professional life navigating systems that resisted movement, that preferred stasis, and he now applied the same rigor, adapted to the constraints imposed by medication, physical environment, and cognitive recalibration, to the mechanics of this internal battle. Every form, every line, every submission was both a forward motion and a proof of continued functionality. Every delay, every objection, every administrative sidestep was cataloged, analyzed, and used as a basis for the next precise maneuver. Marcus's approach was deliberate, almost architectural, like mapping a building from fragments of its original blueprint, inferring the structure from what remained visible and anticipating how hidden systems functioned. He cataloged each document, each acknowledgement, each procedural variance with the exactitude that had once underpinned his legal arguments in courtrooms, now applied to a bureaucratic landscape that had never encountered someone who treated procedural obstruction not as a barrier, but as part of the argument itself. By the end of the third week of exchanges, Marcus had not only filed a petition but had constructed a procedural scaffolding around it, ensuring that every action by the facility, whether compliant or obstructionist, added to the evidentiary record and reinforced the case for mandatory enforcement. In those weeks, Marcus learned again, in a slower and more deliberate rhythm, the interplay between action and observation, between strategy and patience. He had discovered that the system's complacency was its weakness, that every delay, every pretextual objection, every administrative misdirection was an opportunity if met with rigor and foresight. He was building not only a legal argument but a map of the system's behavior, predicting how it would respond to pressure, where its resistance was most tenable, and where it could be exploited. Every signature, every acknowledgement, every procedural requirement became a node in a lattice that, if maintained, could bend the rules of the facility toward compliance without overt confrontation. The filing, in its careful articulation and disciplined management, was not simply a legal maneuver. It was a test of the facility itself, a measure of its responsiveness to a petitioner who understood the weight of the statutory language and the structural leverage it afforded. Marcus had in effect begun the fight in which the odds were unfavorable but the methods precise, knowing that the path forward depended on patience, on the accumulation of documented responses, on the careful measurement of delay, and on the rigorous application of the law even in an environment designed to obscure, frustrate, and neutralize it. Each page filed, each response submitted, was both a declaration of continued cognitive agency and a step toward reclaiming the autonomy the pod had attempted to erase. By the time the first month of the filing process concluded, Marcus had transformed the act of petitioning from a bureaucratic requirement into a disciplined, strategic, and carefully measured campaign. It was not a fight in the dramatic sense. There were no visible confrontations, no raised voices, no sudden victories. It was a measured assertion of rights, a demonstration of procedural mastery, and an insistence that the system, designed to resist movement, could be compelled to act within the bounds of its own legal framework if approached with sufficient patience, precision, and persistence. Dr. Yina Park drives home on the Thursday after Marcus Hale's second filing in a state she identifies to herself with clinical precision as conflicted, which is accurate as far as it goes, but fails to capture the depth of the conflict she feels in ways she cannot yet articulate to herself. She is 38, has been the facility's psychiatric liaison for 4 years, and prior to that worked in a community mental health center where the stakes were defined by patient outcomes rather than by procedural compliance and administrative convenience, where the difficulty of the work derived from the human complexity of the people in her care rather than the structural inertia of a system that has learned to survive by preventing its residents from exercising autonomy. She accommodated herself to the facility gradually, constructing internal rationales to maintain professional integrity while containing ethical discomfort, persuading herself that her presence made the medication management more humane, that her assessments, even if structurally incapable of producing the outcomes they nominally existed to produce, ensured that residents were seen by someone who understood the dimensions of what they were experiencing. She believed this with the partial conviction of someone who has chosen not to investigate the remainder too closely, but Marcus Hale has made the remainder unavoidable. She sits in the parking garage of her apartment building for 7 minutes after turning off her car, an uncharacteristic pause, considering the second filing in its entirety. Folks had sent it to her as the certifying psychiatrist with a note asking her to flag concerns about the resident's mental state relevant to the petition's processing, which translated in administrative language to a command to find something wrong with Marcus Hale. She knows there is nothing wrong with him in the sense folks means, and yet she also knows there are things wrong with him in ways that are actually wrong, which she documented herself during his assessments, which she knows now exist in the documents that form the core of a petition that could potentially redefine the limits of the facility's authority. She has been deliberately not making a decision for 6 weeks, understanding with disciplined clarity that avoiding the decision is itself a decision, and she has chosen avoidance because the alternative is a decision she is not yet certain she can inhabit, a decision that would mark a boundary she cannot later rationalize away, a line she cannot redraw once crossed. She goes upstairs, makes tea she will not drink, and sits at her kitchen table with Marcus's second filing open on her laptop. She reads it again not for its legal arguments, which she is not fully equipped to evaluate, but for what it reveals about the mind that produced it, for the architecture of thought that emerged from someone subjected to the pod and yet not wholly consumed by it. What it tells her is what every assessment, every conversation, every observation of Marcus has told her before, that the system has underestimated what can survive, that the seed Raymond identified, the part of Marcus that resisted, that observed, that cataloged, that built something coherent out of fragments, is real, is persistent, and is flourishing in conditions designed to prevent precisely that. The filing communicates not only content but the shape of cognition, the logic of strategy, the assertion of agency under imposed constraint, and she recognizes with uncomfortable clarity that she is the person whose professional action can either nurture that seed or cut it off at the administrative level before it is ever presented to the review board. She understands that she has been avoiding this decision because the consequences of choosing one path over another cannot be mediated by rationalizations or partial beliefs. It is a decision whose weight she has never encountered in her professional life. She closes the laptop and lies awake for hours, unable to sleep, her mind tracing through Marcus's procedural choices, the friction he has encountered and managed, the manner in which he has converted delay into evidence, obstruction into leverage, and determination into a structure that the system cannot ignore without creating a record. She traces the paths he has taken, the logic he has applied to every administrative step, and the implications of allowing his petition to proceed unimpeded. She contemplates the nature of compliance and resistance within bureaucratic systems, the ethical boundaries she has accepted for herself over 4 years, and the subtle recalibration required if she permits the petition to move forward without the usual administrative interferences that would normally frustrate it. In the morning, she schedules Marcus's assessment for the following week, within the 30-day window requested by the petition and 2 weeks earlier than her standard scheduling would have placed it. She writes in the scheduling note that the assessment is being expedited in response to the resident's active petition, creating a paper trail she has deliberately generated, a record of both her judgment and her acknowledgement of his procedural rights. She does this without ceremony, without self-congratulation, opening the system, entering the date, closing it, and proceeding to the next patient, her actions precise and devoid of dramatics, yet internally monumental because they mark the first unambiguous, fully conscious assertion of professional judgment she has exercised at this facility in 4 years. This is the moment she confronts the true weight of her role, the fulcrum upon which Marcus Hale's procedural fight hinges, and she acts with the clarity and disciplined attention that have always defined her professional practice, now applied with a courage measured against ethical and legal consequence rather than purely clinical skill. Soren Hale is 36 years old and works as a site supervisor for a mid-sized construction company, overseeing commercial renovation projects in the city and surrounding suburbs. His skill lies not in technical credentialing but in applied attention, in reading the building as much as the blueprint, in noticing how a beam's natural deflection will affect a wall, in understanding that a floor's slight tilt is not just a cosmetic problem, but a structural one waiting for someone to notice before it becomes catastrophic. This is the same kind of applied competence Marcus brought to law, though the domain differs entirely. Where Marcus navigated statutes and precedent with precision, Soren navigates material, schedules, crews, and regulations with an eye for the discrepancy between the plan and what the world will actually allow to happen. He never went to college, a decision made at 18 with no hesitation and no regret, and he has built a life that fits the choice: solid, functional, reliable, capable. Until now, the absence of a degree has never been a burden because the work he does is demonstrable, measurable, concrete, and accountable in ways that demand results rather than paper credentials. The current situation has upended that confidence in a way that nothing else ever has. Calling, emailing, arranging, being rebuffed, these actions are the work he is competent at, but the system he is up against is not governed by competence, by effort, by procedural clarity. He has called the facility 17 times since Marcus's sentencing, each call met with polite, structured evasion designed to satisfy compliance rather than provide clarity. Specialist Dorn, rotating administrative staff, and even Folks himself have provided assurances that Marcus is receiving appropriate care, that the programming supports resident well-being, that visiting hours exist with conditions, that the facility can decide ultimately whether Marcus sees him. Each assurance carries the same weight as a wall: solid, impassable, immovable, and entirely indifferent to Soren's need for functional knowledge. The first 3 approved visits were canceled within 24 hours. Reasons given range from resident scheduling conflicts to operational requirements, and yet none is specific enough for challenge, leaving Soren standing in his kitchen on Saturday mornings with a precise anger, a slow, simmering knowledge that he is being managed and that the system has engineered him to frustration, to helplessness, and that the mechanism controlling him is both invisible and perfectly applied. The appeal, his brother's attorney insists, is progressing. The procedural challenge regarding the trial's speed is under review. These things take time. Soren understands that things take time in systems designed to move slowly, where delays are both procedural and strategic. What he does not understand, and what no one has articulated in language he can act upon, is the central question: what is happening to Marcus while the clock ticks forward, while the bureaucracy grinds, while appointments are denied and rescheduled? That is the question he cannot resolve, the question that drives every email, every call, every moment of silent anxiety he allows himself to feel, and the question that defines every interaction he has with people who claim to manage or advocate within the system. Soren's search for help leads him to the scattered landscape of advocacy organizations, each claiming concern for pod system reform, yet largely ineffective. Over 3 evenings he combs through websites, reading annual reports, lists of board members, funding sources, and press releases, learning the markers of dormant organizations, underfunded nonprofits, and groups seeking profile over progress. He notes the pattern: the landscape is cluttered with the appearance of action, but the substance of inaction. He identifies patterns of language that signal performative concern, supportive, engagement, facilitation, and other words that sound empathetic but hide the absence of structural teeth. In the midst of this, he finds one group that breaks the pattern: the Cognitive Rights Project, a small organization with a concise legal strategy, defined tactics, and transparent internal structure. The website is functional and precise, unlike the others. No distracting graphics, no appeals to sentiment, just documentation of past filings, strategy memos, and contact information. The contact form generates a response within 24 hours, which Soren interprets as a signal that the group is operational, that someone is paying attention to the communications that arrive. The response he receives is from Lena Cruz, who is not one of the lawyers and not the former pod system resident who now speaks publicly, but an investigative journalist focused on accountability in the pod system. Her email is direct, almost brusque in tone, establishing boundaries and expectations clearly. She will respond to genuine cases, but her time and interest are finite, and she will evaluate Soren's information for its relevance to ongoing reporting and research priorities. Soren reads the email several times, parsing its structure, its honesty, and its transactional transparency. He realizes immediately that she is using the story, but in an openly acknowledged way, not deceptively, not manipulatively, and that her interest is therefore both genuine and partially instrumental. He recognizes the calculus immediately, because it mirrors the strategic patterns of the systems he has been navigating. There is always leverage, always an angle, always a purpose, even when the purpose is packaged as altruism. He chooses to interpret her transparency as honesty, while remaining vigilant for evidence that it may be otherwise, understanding instinctively that vigilance in this context is not paranoia but adaptive skill. Lena responds with the operational efficiency of someone accustomed to managing uncertainty and human emotion under structural constraint. She requests documentation, details, and clear articulation of what Soren seeks, establishing procedural clarity before proceeding to substantive engagement. The language is professional, pointed, and minimally effective. It acknowledges the emotional weight of Soren's concern without capitulating to it, creating a working structure within which the information can be communicated and evaluated. Soren respects this because respect in such systems is functional, earned through adherence to structure and comprehension of context, and because he has learned over months that expedience without structure is futile. The first meeting is arranged at a location neutral to both parties, a cafe in a mid-tier neighborhood, neutral and public, where both can operate within social visibility constraints while maintaining the privacy necessary for information exchange. Soren arrives first, notes the cafe's layout, the seating options, the flow of customers, and the potential interruptions or eavesdropping risks. He notices the subtle distinctions: which tables allow full view of the entrance, which are partially shielded, which permit auditory isolation without isolation from observation. This attention is second nature to him now, conditioned by months of navigating the facility's control protocols remotely, and by the heightened stakes of establishing an operational alliance with someone who is herself calibrated to leverage visibility and transparency. Lena arrives and the dynamic crystallizes immediately. She is professional, alert, and unconcerned with social niceties that do not serve the purpose of engagement. Soren perceives an initial tension. She views him as a source and a potential problem, while he views her as both a tool and a variable in an unpredictable system. Their initial conversation is terse and transactional, delineating responsibilities, access, and the scope of interaction, but beneath the structure, there is a mutual recognition of competency. Soren notices the subtle cues: the way she tilts her head when assessing his facial expressions, the speed at which she evaluates his tone, the points where she interrupts for clarification without conceding authority. He matches her pace, responding with factual clarity, avoiding narrative embellishment, and maintaining a tone of functional insistence that his concern for Marcus is urgent, grounded, and actionable. The conversation moves toward procedural specifics, toward timelines, documentation, and the practical limitations of intervening in a system designed to resist intervention. Soren outlines the barriers he has encountered, the repeated appointment denials, the opaque explanations, the delays in accessing information, and the precise chronology of attempts to make contact. Lena listens, interjecting questions for specificity, and Soren answers with the same methodical care he applies to work orders and project plans. Each question and response is a small negotiation of authority and trust. Soren must demonstrate competence to be taken seriously while preserving the integrity of his brother's narrative, and Lena must demonstrate neutrality and rigor to maintain credibility in her investigative and advocacy role. By the end of the first hour, a tentative framework is established. Soren will provide detailed documentation and access to any legal filings or communications from the facility. Lena will evaluate the procedural opportunities for intervention, and both will maintain a structured communication channel that privileges actionable information over emotion or conjecture. They part with no dramatic affirmation, no mutual declarations of alliance, yet both recognize the significance of the meeting. A practical, operationally functional alignment within a system designed to frustrate action, and a first step toward exerting external pressure on the facility that may one day reach Marcus. Both are aware that the true weight of the alliance will be measured not by the interaction itself, but by the consequences it generates in the bureaucratic machinery they are about to navigate. Soren leaves the cafe with a mix of relief and apprehension. Relief that a functional, competent ally exists, apprehension because the ally is calibrated differently, working within a different cognitive framework and set of professional priorities. He reflects on the alignment between self-interest and shared objective, realizing that this is as close as he will come to certainty in the situation. The alliance is provisional, conditional, and entirely dependent on each participant executing their role with discipline and fidelity to evidence, procedure, and strategy. He thinks of Marcus in the facility, isolated yet attentive, precise, and aware, and imagines the moment when the external pressure he is now beginning to marshal might intersect with the internal rigor of his brother's methodical actions. And he feels a cautious hope tempered by the knowledge that even the best-laid plans can be resisted by systems that have been engineered to ignore logic, fairness, and urgency with perfect consistency. They meet at a coffee shop near Soren's worksite on a Wednesday afternoon because Soren suggested it and Lena agreed without negotiating the location, which tells Soren something he cannot yet put into words but recognizes immediately. She is decisive, accustomed to controlling the context of her encounters, and confident enough to read the stakes in others' behavior without needing them to articulate it. She is 41, with the kind of face that has spent years outdoors in conditions that leave their mark, so that mild skepticism has settled into permanent expression. It is not a guarded face, not hostile, not performing friendliness, not claiming empathy. It simply observes and evaluates. Her clothing is functional: thick jacket, boots with scuffed but sturdy soles, trousers that bear the faint imprint of daily wear. Every piece is durable, made for movement and endurance rather than aesthetic approval. Her bag is large, overstuffed, carrying a palpable weight, the kind of weight that signals preparedness, a bag meant for contingencies, for things going sideways in ways no one can anticipate, for moments where improvisation matters more than adherence to expectation. Soren notes these things because he is built to notice, and because in his line of work, the weight and type of tools a person carries tells you more than their words ever could. She orders coffee and does not check her phone while they talk. Soren notices this immediately and approves. It signals that attention is a currency she spends deliberately, not casually, and that he is likely to receive full measure of it here, if not more. She has been working on the pod system for 2 years, she tells him directly, without preamble or social softening. The bluntness is familiar to Soren. He prefers it and suspects she calculated that preference from whatever she had already learned about him. In those 2 years, she has documented labor contracts tied to the assisted living facility network, traced the financial relationships between those facilities and Meridian partners and similar corporate actors, mapped the discrepancy between the public presentation of the pod system as a humane alternative to traditional incarceration, and the clinical reality faced by the 83% of residents who do not retain enough function post-emergence to live independently. She has analyzed the political architecture keeping the system funded and insulated from legislative scrutiny, including Congressman Dale Pritchard's office, in ways she can demonstrate internally but not yet substantiate to her publication's standard for print. In short, she has the shape of the story, but she lacks the human center. A living, documentable individual whose experience crystallizes the statistics, giving them a face and weight readers will remember even after the numbers fade. She believes Marcus might be that center. She says it outright without softening or apology. Soren looks at her for a long moment, parsing the words for subtext, tone, and implication, and concludes that she is telling him she wants to use his brother. She does not deny it. She reframes it immediately. She wants to tell the truth about Marcus's situation, to create public pressure strong enough to affect the outcome of his petition and potentially expedite his release. Need and use are distinct, she acknowledges, but she does not skirt the line between them. She communicates both transparently, and Soren understands, even if he does not like it. He drinks his coffee, keeping his thoughts measured, the flat currency of observation and judgment running through his mind as he processes her disclosure. He asks what she has learned about Marcus specifically. She tells him about Meridian Partners' influence, the unusually fast pace of his trial, and the clause invocation she has confirmed through the Cognitive Rights Project. She does not feign ignorance about his case. She has already been investigating Marcus. The implication is that she has been vetting not only the case but the people involved. She knows the system, she knows the pressures, and she has assessed that Marcus is both a viable focal point and a functional participant in her strategy. Soren asks why she did not contact him first, instead of waiting for him to find her. Her response is deliberate. She needed to know what kind of person she was dealing with before committing to a conversation, and his contact with the advocacy group gave her sufficient evidence. He presses, what did it tell her? She answers without hesitation: persistence, intelligence, refusal to give up. The qualities that make collaboration survivable in a situation designed to wear down the determined. She understands that Soren is protective of Marcus, that trust must be earned in a context of repeated disappointment, and that she is calibrating him as carefully as he is observing her. They are not friends at the end of the meeting, but they are something more durable, a functional alliance forged in the crucible of overlapping interest and uncompromising honesty. They have no illusions about warmth, camaraderie, or shared sentiment. Their bond is entirely pragmatic and entirely necessary. Soren grants her access to everything he possesses: attorney updates, facility communications, Marcus's professional history, and a detailed account of the man Marcus was before the pod, delivered in the flat, factual language of someone who understands that facts carry enough drama without embellishment. Lena reciprocates, providing her research files, her network of sources, her knowledge of political and legal pressure points, and the unspoken fact that she has been doing this work alone for 2 years, without the personal leverage that Soren brings, skin in the game. He understands the unspoken calculus immediately. Her willingness to risk now is different because the stakes have become personal, because the potential for impact now intersects with someone she knows and whose welfare she can observe. The remainder of the meeting proceeds in structured conversation, clarifying access channels, identifying information gaps, and outlining what each can contribute. Soren notes her methodical approach, the way she converts anecdotal evidence into verifiable points, the way she triangulates between legal filings, personnel records, and public financial disclosures. He recognizes her precision as the hallmark of professional survival in bureaucratic opacity. She notes his consistency and his willingness to tolerate delay, ambiguity, and frustration, traits that make him a credible conduit for what Marcus needs her to see, and what the public will need to believe if her intervention is to succeed. By the time they rise to leave, the foundation is laid: mutual understanding of objectives, recognition of capacity and limitation, clear division of labor. There is no ceremony, no emotional punctuation, only the quiet acknowledgement that in a system engineered to resist intervention, the creation of a functional partnership is itself a minor victory, and one that must be protected with discipline, honesty, and rigor. Soren walks back to his car carrying the mental checklist of the meeting: trust calibrated, access confirmed, responsibilities aligned, contingencies accounted for. Lena returns to her workspace carrying the knowledge that the human center she seeks is present, viable, and strategically capable, and that with Soren as intermediary, she now has a channel to apply the leverage she cannot exert from the outside alone. Neither underestimates the work ahead. Both recognize that the system is patient and unyielding, designed to wear down persistence and reward complacency. Both know the alignment they have created will be tested repeatedly, in documents lost or delayed, in appointments denied, in opaque procedural requirements, in the small but cumulative frustrations that constitute bureaucratic attrition. And both understand that the work requires more than tactical execution. It requires anticipation, discipline, and a constant assessment of human behavior under systemic constraint. By the end of the day, Soren has internalized the stakes. Marcus's petition, his current cognitive presence, the legal and administrative framework, and the leverage Lena brings must all intersect at the right moment. Timing, precision, and calibration are now everything. Lena has internalized the stakes as well. The human center she has been seeking exists, and the functional patience, procedural awareness, and structural insight of Marcus's brother provides the missing variable she needs to convert knowledge into pressure. Neither feels satisfaction, only focus. Neither confuses focus with certainty. Both understand that this meeting is the start, not the resolution, and that survival, legality, and leverage are all things to be measured continuously and adjusted as the system resists. The visit is approved on the 4th attempt, 6 weeks after Lena and Soren's first meeting. It is scheduled for a Saturday afternoon in a visiting room that the facility's appointment confirmation describes as a comfortable meeting space designed to facilitate meaningful resident-family connection. That description, polished and neutral, prepares Soren for a type of environment he imagines might exist: warm, welcoming, a place where the mind can relax and the heart can speak, but it does not prepare him for the reality at all. The room is clean, adequately lit, and plainly furnished. There is a table of unremarkable size and proportion, 2 chairs placed on either side, and a window that looks out onto a courtyard he cannot yet see in detail because he is noticing everything else first. There is no artwork, no decoration, no personal touches, and the lighting is functional but uninflected. Every detail is deliberately adequate, unimpeachable, and in that deliberateness is an almost imperceptible communication. The facility knows what it is doing, and it has designed this environment to be impossible to criticize, impossible to humanize, impossible to misread, impossible to fail. Soren feels the room as a statement as much as a space, and it strikes him as one of the most depressing rooms he has ever been in precisely because it achieves this level of sterile perfection. Marcus enters with a staff member, who gestures him in and then withdraws toward a position near the door, close enough to observe, far enough to appear invisible. Soren stands immediately, though he does not move toward Marcus. He needs a moment, a single, brief moment, to absorb what the sight of his brother in the room shows him. He looks at the table, then up at Marcus, and crosses the room with a deliberate calm, closing the physical distance between them with purposeful steps. When he reaches him, he does what comes naturally. He puts his arms around Marcus with the straightforward physicality of a man who has never complicated the act of affection and does not intend to start now. Marcus is stiff for a second, not resisting, not rejecting, but not fully present, as if he is measuring the reality of contact before allowing himself to inhabit it. Then something shifts, releases slightly, and his hands come up to rest on Soren's back. They stand like that for longer than either would normally, an unspoken negotiation of distance and presence, of safety and recognition. The staff member near the door glances at the window, detached but attentive, and Soren allows himself the relief of presence without intrusion, knowing that the observation exists, knowing that he is still allowed to reach his brother. They sit. Marcus studies Soren with eyes that are recognizable and familiar yet subtly different, and Soren spends the initial minutes of the visit trying to name the difference. It is not absence. Marcus is not glazed, not unreachable, not in any way withdrawn from the conversation. He is present, tracking questions, responding with comprehension and engagement. The difference is more like distance. Marcus is slightly back from the surface of himself, visible but filtered, standing one step further from the window of his mind than he used to, separated by something intangible. Soren registers it, notes it without judgment, and waits. Marcus asks about the job, about Soren's crew, about a specific project Soren mentioned in a call before Marcus's arrest. The questions are precise, not performative, curious without prompting, and Soren answers with the flat, measured descriptions he has been trained to give, aware of the presence of the staff member but focused on the substance of the dialogue. He asks about crew safety, about delays, about worksite logistics, and Marcus responds with interest and occasional professional judgment that recalls the competence he had prior to his confinement. Beneath the measured exchange, they find the brothers they have always been, the shared cadence, the implicit trust in knowledge and reliability, the subtle humor and teasing that exist between them despite years apart. It is both relief and grief, relief that the connection is intact, grief that the connection has been interrupted and partially altered. Soren introduces Lena's presence indirectly, in language chosen to avoid creating a documentable record of external contact. Marcus understands immediately, not because the words are explicit, but because the subtext is unmistakable. There is someone external who can influence the system, someone who understands the stakes, someone with access to resources and information beyond the facility. The Marcus of 6 months ago would have recognized the subtext as quickly, and the recognition tells Soren that his brother's faculties, while affected, are intact enough to process layered information. Marcus's response is a fractional stillness, a pause in posture and expression, followed by a question. Does the person in question have institutional access to the facility's public financial filings? The lawyer instinct asserts itself in the form of a query, testing the capability of the external contact to act effectively. Soren nods, confirms access, and Marcus moves on. No further explanation is given or needed. The moment passes, but the significance is recorded in both their minds, a mental note of capability and procedural utility. The relief this brings Soren is enough that he looks down at the table for a long beat, grounding himself in the physical world while the weight of that understanding settles. Then subtly, the medication exerts its influence. Soren notices the change not as a sudden event, but as a gradual tide receding. Marcus's engagement drops fractionally, his focus loses a degree of sharpness, his responses become slightly more measured, less immediate. The effect lasts only a few minutes, and Soren observes with patient attention, the knowledge of pharmacological influence combined with years of watching Marcus navigate challenges, giving him a calm awareness. The effect is not alarming, only measurable, and it recedes. Marcus returns, not fully to the initial intensity, but closer. He looks at Soren with an expression that is new, previously unseen, unmediated by the management Marcus usually applies to his emotional presentation. Soren does not look away. He has spent 36 years in various ways looking away when his brother became too present, too intense, too raw. Now he does not, because this is the encounter he has been preparing for in a subconscious, cumulative way, through each blocked call, each unanswered email, each procedural obstacle. Marcus says Soren's name. Only his name. Nothing more. The single word, delivered without embellishment, carries enough gravity, enough acknowledgement, enough recognition to fill the space between them. Soren responds softly, yeah, equally precise, equally present. They sit with this, the room holding their shared gravity, and it is the most honest moment they have had in decades, possibly ever. Conversation continues with measured care. Marcus asks about the past week, small operational details of Soren's life, questions about mutual acquaintances and work logistics, questions that are both innocuous and revealing not because of content but because they show engagement, comprehension, and memory, the things the medication has not fully touched. Soren answers carefully, avoiding extraneous detail that might register as a trigger to facility oversight. They talk about meals, minor injuries at the site, the progress of a delayed project, all with a rhythm of normality overlaying the profound reality of Marcus's circumstances. Marcus, in turn, shares details from his life within the facility without oversharing or dramatizing, routine events, small accomplishments, observations of other residents, moments of personal agency he has maintained under supervision. Soren listens and stores everything mentally, the way he always has, aware that words carry weight in a monitored space, aware that even casual phrases might be interpreted by observers as indicative of cognitive status or emotional stability. Marcus notes the staff presence, frames comments to account for it, but does not allow it to derail conversation. The balance between performance and authenticity is delicate, and both brothers navigate it with unspoken coordination. The visit continues for nearly 90 minutes, during which the ebb and flow of Marcus's engagement and the medication's background effect become a dance of precision. Soren learns to anticipate subtle dips in focus. Marcus learns to communicate efficiently within constraints, and both become attuned to the ways observation, environment, and physiology intersect in the smallest of gestures. A hand resting on a table, a shift in posture, the fraction of eye contact. Before the visit concludes, Marcus asks a question that touches on procedural understanding of his situation, phrased as a question about scheduling and documentation, without revealing concern or panic. Soren answers with factual accuracy, measured, non-reactive, providing the necessary information while reinforcing Marcus's awareness of his own agency. Marcus nods, absorbs, and shifts slightly in his chair, the final gesture of presence before departure. They rise. The embrace that opens the visit is repeated, this time briefer but no less intense. Marcus looks at Soren one last time, registering recognition, gratitude, and something beyond words, the seed of trust, the calibration of shared understanding that will sustain both in the weeks ahead. Soren watches the staff member observe, notes the distance maintained, the professionalism, and allows himself the quiet acknowledgement that he has seen his brother fully, in a way no one else has. As Soren walks to his car, the visit's weight lingers. The procedural frustrations, the bureaucratic obstacles, the months of unanswered questions, all are momentarily secondary to the reality of Marcus's presence, to the tangible confirmation that persistence, strategy, and careful alignment with external resources have preserved something essential. Marcus is still there, recognizably himself, mediated by circumstance and pharmacology, but intact. And Soren knows, with the clarity of lived experience, that this is the point from which everything else must proceed, the intersection of internal resilience, external leverage, and unflinching observation. The brothers part with no words beyond logistics for the next visit. Silence is sufficient, the weight of presence sufficient, and both carry the understanding that the visit has been both a breakthrough and a calibration, the first true alignment of internal and external strategy against a system designed to fragment and diffuse. Soren drives home in a state of alertness tempered by relief, and Marcus returns to the facility wing with the awareness that connection remains possible, that agency exists within constraints, and that the smallest details, questions asked, nods given, recognition exchanged, have accumulated into leverage, trust, and preparation for what must follow. Soren meets Lena an hour after the visit in a parking lot 2 blocks from the facility. She asked to be nearby, and he said yes, and she has spent the visiting hour in her car working her phone with the focused intensity of someone who has learned how to turn waiting into work. Soren slides into the passenger seat, closing the door quietly behind him. She looks at him without asking how it went, because she already knows. Asking would be the sort of thing you do when you need the information, rather than the kind of thing you do when you already have it. She lets him sit in that moment, letting him gather his own impressions, and then she tells him what she found while he was inside. She found Dr. Eli Marsh. Not directly, not by a casual lead or a single tip, but through a chain of sources, 3 phone calls, 1 favor held in reserve for 18 months, the kind of favor that costs something tangible to expend. The fact that she spent it signals to Soren immediately that she believes this story is worth the cost. Marsh is the neuroscientist who designed the Dream Loop technology at the heart of the pod system. He worked in a university lab 12 years ago on a DARPA-funded project, ostensibly developing immersive trauma therapy for combat veterans. That was the cover. The legitimate research goal provided institutional protection for work that eventually went somewhere else entirely once the right government contractors realized what it could do. Marsh published the foundational research, collected his grant funding, and then watched as his work was classified, redirected, and folded into a system that has processed 47,000 people through the pod system over the last decade plus. The majority of those individuals now reside in assisted living facilities under labor contracts, and Marsh has never spoken publicly about it. Lena has spent the last 2 years interpreting his silence as cowardice, as a form of passive avoidance. But now, after locating his current address and confirming his routine through her sources, she begins to read it differently. She suspects his silence is more complicated, an intentional inaction, the result of calculation, avoidance not of responsibility, but of confrontation with the consequences of his work. He is in Portland. He teaches 1 community college course per semester, introductory neuroscience, and lives in a modest apartment with rent low enough that her source could verify it easily. He drinks with the disciplined regularity of someone who has decided what he is owed and ensures that he receives it. He has ignored 2 prior journalists who sought comment, but Lena believes she has leverage they did not, a concrete, active case. A specific person in a specific facility, invoking a specific clause, a set of circumstances that Marsh cannot categorize as abstract, theoretical, or harmlessly distanced. Soren can present his brother, Marcus, not as a statistic, not as an idea, but as a tangible human whose mind is actively engaged with the system and trying to assert rights. Soren asks Lena if she believes she can get to him. She says she is going to Portland next week and would like him to come along. Marsh is more likely to open the door to the brother of a current pod system resident than to a journalist alone. Soren's presence will make it harder for Marsh to keep the conversation abstract, harder for him to retreat into the generalized narrative he's mastered. She also believes that Soren may say something in that room Marsh cannot anticipate, cannot prescript, and which may be the key to breaking his calculated silence. "What do you think he can give us?" Soren asks, leaning back in the passenger seat, tension pressed into the lines of his face. "I think he can give us 2 things," Lena says, her tone careful but firm. "First, the original research. The work he published, the notes, the data sets, the methodology that documented the gap between what the technology was supposed to do and what it's actually being used for. Second," she pauses for effect, letting the words hang just long enough to weight them, "there may be a recovery pathway. Something that's never been published, never been acknowledged, but that was observed in early test subjects. Evidence that the damage the pod system causes is not always permanent. That under the right circumstances, someone with enough intact cognitive and emotional function can rebuild what was taken." Soren blinks. He repeats the phrase in his head, recovery pathway. He asks what that means in concrete terms. "It means someone documented a method," Lena explains, "a set of conditions, a process that allowed early test subjects to regain capacities the pod damaged or suppressed. There is a trail, notes, records, internal reports, and it exists somewhere in Marsh's classified research. If we can access and publish it, it doesn't just change Marcus's petition. It changes the legal and moral foundation of the entire system." Soren sits with that. Outside the window, Saturday afternoon continues its ordinary routines. People walk dogs, a child pedals a bicycle erratically, a couple argues quietly outside a dry cleaner, none of them aware that 2 blocks away a man is being medicated into manageability, a man whose brother is sitting in a car, absorbing the contours of a revelation that may redefine the boundaries of an entire bureaucratic system. Soren leans forward. "I'll go," he says finally. "I'll come to Portland." Lena nods and starts the car. She pulls out of the lot with precise calm, as if the act of departure marks the beginning of something larger than herself. "We need to be methodical," she says. "We're not just walking into someone's office. We're building a bridge between what Marcus has, what we can prove, and what Marsh might acknowledge. Timing, access, credibility, all of it matters. We cannot afford missteps." Soren absorbs this. He has never been methodical in quite this way before. His work has always been practical, concrete, immediate. But here, in this context, methodical is survival, and survival matters more than speed or comfort. He nods. "I understand," he says. "I'll be there. When do we leave?" "Next Wednesday," Lena says. "Flight's in the morning. We need to get to him early, before he can schedule anything else, before he can find excuses not to answer." The drive to their respective homes is quiet but taut. Soren rehearses potential interactions in his head, not words exactly, but rhythms and tones, ways of speaking that Marsh might recognize as authentic and persuasive. He imagines presenting Marcus not as a problem to solve, but as evidence, clear, tangible, and undeniable. Lena reviews her own notes, refining source contact information, scheduling, and questions. Every second is used to tighten the strategy, to ensure that nothing is left to improvisation once they reach Portland. Soren calls Marcus briefly that evening, under pretext of confirming weekend logistics and schedule, and Marcus picks up without question. They speak lightly about meals, routines, small logistics, but beneath the ordinary exchange, both men are aware of the underlying reality, that the visit, the petition, the media strategy, and now the journey to Marsh are threads of a single web, and every action matters. Marcus asks about the visit's timing, the staff member's positioning, the details of Lena's presence without naming her, and Soren confirms carefully, maintaining the balance between truth and non-documentable information. After the call, Soren sits on his couch, staring at the phone and the legal materials spread across his coffee table. He reflects on the chain of events: Marcus's emergence, the claw's invocation, the visit, Lena's research, the path to Marsh. Each link is dependent on the previous one, precise, conditional, fragile. And yet the possibilities it presents are unlike anything he has seen in years. The chance not just to observe the system, not just to respond to it, but to confront it with something it cannot ignore, something Marsh cannot dismiss, and something that, if leveraged correctly, may allow Marcus to reclaim what was taken from him in a way no procedural trick or bureaucratic delay can fully counter. Lena's presence in the passenger seat, her calm focus, her capacity to translate years of investigation into actionable next steps, reinforces the sense of coordination Soren had long lacked. He recognizes that this is not merely about his brother or the petition. It is about creating a channel, a pathway, through the layers of administrative and technological obstruction that define the pod system, a pathway that begins with evidence, with human persistence, with precise alignment of actors inside and outside the system. The rest of the Saturday afternoon passes in preparation, quiet discussion, planning routes and contingencies, considering timing and possible obstacles, both systemic and personal. By the time Lena drops Soren at his apartment, the air carries the weight of anticipation, but also the rare clarity of purpose. Soren steps inside knowing he will sleep poorly, that his mind will turn through scenarios and possibilities, but also that something is finally in motion, something concrete, something that might reach the man who designed the system, the man whose silence has defined so many fates. And as he lies down, he carries with him the knowledge that the first tangible step has been taken, that Marcus's story has moved from the isolated confines of the facility into the orbit of someone who can, finally, open a door. They drive to Portland on a Thursday, timing the trip deliberately around the schedule Lena's source confirmed. Marsh teaches his community college course Monday and Wednesday mornings and spends Thursday afternoons at home. The specificity of the source's information is precise, grounded in observation rather than second-hand rumor, and Lena trusts it because the source has been reliable across the 2-year arc of her investigation. She does not examine too closely why the source knows it, only that the knowledge is actionable. The drive is 4 hours. In the first hour, Lena and Soren talk. Not talk in the sense of casual conversation, but work talk, what they know, what they need to know, what the right approach might be if Marsh agrees to speak at all. Lena frames the conversation with the careful precision of someone who has considered every contingency, every possible response, every angle by which the man could refuse, deflect, or protect himself without telling the truth. She lays out her theory of how Marsh will respond, what pressures might be effective, how to frame Marcus as evidence rather than accusation. She does not speak about how she feels about it. There is no space for feeling in the first hour. Soren speaks differently. His approach is blunt and direct, not simplistic but unvarnished. He will say what is true and let it stand on its own merit. He has spent decades watching his brother navigate systems of law, persuasion, and careful performance. He has seen how Marcus moves arguments into shapes that favor outcomes. Soren has no interest in that. His method is authenticity. His voice in the car is steady, almost quiet but deliberate. The words are stripped of persuasion, pretense, and interpretation. They are facts, observations, intentions, delivered without embellishment. Lena listens without judgment, noting that this is the kind of clarity she can leverage, or that forces Marsh to confront clarity. The second and third hours of the drive pass quietly. Lena drives with the focused economy of someone for whom the act of driving is functional rather than experiential. Every turn, every acceleration, every lane change is efficient, calculated, necessary. Soren stares out the window. He observes trees swaying, the texture of river valleys, the occasional industrial complex converted into residential units, the gray Pacific light spreading across damp asphalt and steel. He sees them without needing the landscape to symbolize anything. He sees them as they are. There is an ease in this seeing, a groundedness, a kind of patient attention that mirrors the work he does on construction sites, understanding materials, angles, balance, and consequence. They stop once for gas and coffee. They step outside into a cold drizzle. The coffee warms their hands. Neither speaks. They lean against the car, the quiet of the street surrounding them, the occasional passerby unaware of the urgent and delicate mission unfolding inside this pause. It is a pause of preparation, the calm before execution, and Soren uses it to organize his thoughts, rehearsing ways to present Marcus not as a problem, not as an abstraction, but as evidence of the consequences of a system that has operated with impunity. Lena checks her phone, confirming timing and the last pieces of research she has stored for the visit. Back in the car, Soren asks, without preamble, what Lena intends to do with whatever Marsh tells them if he talks. He asks this in the directness that has defined his presence from the first phone call, a practical question framed in operational terms. Lena is quiet and the pause is deliberate but not evasive. She has considered this question herself repeatedly, weighing her obligations as a journalist against the urgency of Marcus's situation. Finally, she says, publishing the material is her ultimate goal, but the information will not be withheld from the petition process for the sake of a story. Publishing accelerates the pressure on Marcus's petition rather than competing with it. She gives her word flat and undecorated, the kind of word that carries more weight because it is rarely offered. Soren listens, notes it, nods, and does not push further. Portland comes into view gradually, emerging from the haze of the gray northwest. The city is gray and specific in its texture, buildings whose brick and concrete surfaces reflect years of rain, streets lined with skeletal trees, and the damp smell of cedar and asphalt carried on the wind. Marsh's apartment building is a 4-story structure tucked into a street that was once industrial. Its bones are still visible, brickwork, metal-framed windows, remnants of loading docks that have been converted to garage doors and entryways. Balconies have been added without ornament, functional and unadorned, reflecting the pragmatic minimalism of a developer who understood the market without cherishing it. The street hums faintly with the low roar of distant traffic, punctuated by the occasional bicycle bell and the muffled voices of pedestrians. Lena parks on the street. They sit in the car for a moment, the engine idling softly. If he doesn't open the door, she says, we won't push today. We'll find another approach. The words are measured and she emphasizes the contingency. They have options, they are not trapped, they are not reliant on brute persistence. Soren looks at her. He says, I'll open the door. Lena turns her gaze toward him. How do you know? Soren's voice is quiet but firm. Because a man who's been sitting with something this long opens the door when the door gets knocked on. It's just how it works. Lena studies him, searching for signs of doubt, of bravado, of misjudgment. She finds none. There's a rhythm in Soren's confidence, not arrogance, not performance, but certainty born of experience and necessity. She nods, accepting it without argument. They leave the car and cross the narrow sidewalk. The door is plain, the paint a muted gray. No nameplate hangs, only the faint imprint of an apartment number. Lena reaches for the doorbell and presses it. The sound is sharp in the otherwise quiet street, echoing faintly in the alleyways behind them. Soren's hand rests lightly on the small of her back as a gesture of shared purpose, not protection. No one here is a threat, yet the weight of the moment requires acknowledgement. Inside, steps approach. The door opens. Marsh is there. He is not what either expected. He is not a monster, not a simple coward, not a man who has made peace with the past. He is a man who inhabits the hell of expertise without application, who understands exactly what his work became and cannot undo it. His hair is disheveled but clean, his posture slumped but deliberate, and his eyes carry the weary knowledge of decades spent waiting for something he could not yet name. Lena notes the hesitation, the pause, the way the weight of years sits in him like furniture in a room he has never left. Marsh does not speak immediately. He studies them in return, measuring. He sees a woman with a file of evidence, a man carrying the weight of personal stakes, and he understands that they have come not with abstraction or accusation, but with specificity. A petition, a case, a human being defined by documents and behavior and circumstance. He steps back to allow entry, and the air shifts slightly, recognition, perhaps, or acknowledgement that the world has finally aligned enough to present something concrete. They enter. Marsh's apartment smells faintly of coffee and paper, the residue of a routine life paired to essentials. Books stacked neatly along one wall, a small kitchenette, a chair by the window overlooking the street below, and a desk with notebooks, pens, and a half-empty bottle of whiskey tucked into a corner. The apartment is neither welcoming nor hostile. It is precise. It is functional. It is Marsh. They sit and Lena opens her notes quietly, the sound of pages barely audible over the low hum of the city outside. Marsh watches, listening as they begin to outline Marcus's situation, the clause, the specifics of what has occurred inside the facility. Soren speaks plainly, the facts clear, the stakes real, unembellished. Lena follows, citing research, dates, connections, and the gaps between what was promised and what was delivered. Marsh listens without interruption, eyes tracking both, body slumped but attentive, the weight of years not yet dissipated by explanation or confession. By the time the first hour has passed, all three are in a delicate orbit of recognition, Lena understanding the cost of silence, Soren realizing the depth of complicity that extends beyond negligence, Marsh acknowledging, perhaps for the first time, the evidence of consequences so immediate, so individualized, so undeniably present that abstract distancing is impossible. And in that acknowledgement, the room itself seems to tighten, the gray apartment, the muted light, the city below, all conspiring to focus attention on the fragile possibility of cooperation, revelation, and change. Marsh opens the door on the second knock. He is 61 and looks like a man who has been worn down in layers, by years, by alcohol, by a conscience that has been working overtime without a mechanism for relief. His frame suggests that he was once physically substantial, a man who carried weight and presence with ease, and that weight has thinned unevenly, leaving only the memory of force in the lines of his shoulders and chest. His face carries remnants of what was probably authoritative, and at one point even handsome, features arranged in a symmetry that suggested competence and command. That arrangement is gone now, replaced with the honest settlement that time and consequence impose. There is no effort to shape the impression, the face is functional, observant, and present in its own terms. He is dressed simply in a flannel shirt and jeans, the kind of clothes that say comfortable, predictable, functional, without signaling aspiration or negligence. The fabric is well worn, softened in ways that only repeated use can achieve. His eyes are blue, still bright, still sharp in the way intelligence leaves a residue on perception, and they flick between Lena and Soren with measured calculation. When he says Lena Cruz, the recognition is immediate, unembellished, as though the name itself has weight enough to prompt acknowledgement without preamble. The recognition is evidence either that someone told him she was coming or that he discovered it himself. The difference does not matter. He steps back, creating space and gestures for them to enter. The movement is small but deliberate, a gesture of containment and permission, a minor surrender of the domain he has claimed. The apartment itself is a study in restrained pragmatism. It is not messy. It is not designed for visitors. It is functional and minimal in a way that reveals much about its inhabitant. Books line the walls, not in display but in working order, some stacked horizontally, as if the last used volume was too heavy to lift back onto a shelf, others upright, organized by category or relevance. There is a desk with a laptop open and a scattering of papers that have clearly been used, annotated, folded into corners, a record of application rather than appearance. The kitchen is clean, all dishes accounted for, surfaces clear of unnecessary clutter, yet it shows signs of consistent use. A cutting board with faint knife marks, a kettle with limescale residue, a coffee mug drying upside down on a rack. A bottle of scotch sits on the counter, open, approximately a third full, accompanied by a glass placed upside down nearby. The gesture is almost ritualistic, a sign of maintenance in a life otherwise prone to attrition. It says without words that this man manages what he chooses to manage, and he has chosen this over surrender. There are no personal photographs or keepsakes, nothing that might suggest attachment or sentiment. 3 small plants rest on the windowsill. Their green vibrancy is a silent, living assertion. Tending life, even in small increments, matters. Soren notes it without conscious thought, recognizing the importance of a man who maintains living things while having witnessed the consequences of his own work on others. Marsh does not offer coffee or a chair or any standard hospitality. He occupies a chair that is clearly his own, a throne of functional authority, and leaves them to the couch, the only other place in the room suited for sitting without intrusion. The stance is deliberate. He is neither welcoming nor hostile. He is measured. He leans slightly forward, hands resting on knees, eyes fixed on them with an intensity that communicates preparation rather than curiosity. In the 30 seconds between the knock and opening the door, he has considered every alternative, refusing entry, deflecting, delaying. He has discarded them all and chosen to confront, not because he is confident, but because avoidance has become a greater cost than acknowledgement. "I know why you're here," he says. The words are flat, factual, and possess the weight of someone who has rehearsed nothing but absorbed everything. Lena responds softly, "I'd like to hear what you know about that." She does not press, does not fill the silence with justification. She trusts the moment, and she trusts that the gravity of what she is asking is already understood. Marsh exhales a short, controlled breath and begins. He has been monitoring the Cognitive Rights Project's case files for 2 years, through a contact he will not name. Marcus Hale's clause invocation appeared in those files 3 weeks ago. He has been waiting since then for someone to come, someone who would carry action rather than abstraction. When Lena's name appeared in the advocacy group's visitor log last month, he understood that the someone was going to be her. He studies the man sitting next to her and says he does not know him, but guesses he is family because of the look of someone for whom this is not professional. Soren nods once and says quietly, "I'm Marcus's brother." Marsh fixes him with his blue eyes, the calculation and reassessment deliberate. The weight of years and responsibility, the knowledge of what was done and what continues to be done, presses down, and the first human response emerges. "I'm sorry." There is no performance in the apology, no theatricality, no layering of guilt for effect. It lands flat, genuine, and Soren accepts it in the stillness of the room, feeling it as truth in its rawest form. The apartment, quiet, functional, and precise, holds them together in a rare suspension. The air is heavy with consequences. The human cost Marsh knows he has engineered, the legal architecture Lena and Soren are navigating, and the personal stakes Soren carries. He has waited, he tells them, for someone to knock, for someone to translate consequence into accountability, and that someone is now here. The gravity is physical, almost tactile. Every step into the apartment, every word spoken, tightens the room's focus on the intersection of choice, chance, and courage. Marsh gestures toward the open space between desk and couch. Lena and Soren sit, careful not to intrude, conscious of the space's unspoken borders. The 3 of them occupy the room, different but interconnected by purpose. He leans back slightly, the fabric of his shirt shifting against worn jeans, and studies them. "I've been sitting with this," he says quietly. "For years, there is no preamble, no context. The weight is implicit, the decades of observation, regret, and silence contained in a single declaration." Lena begins, cautiously, outlining Marcus's situation, the clause, the history of the pod system's failures, and the chronology of the recent petition. She is careful not to overwhelm, to allow Marsh to process, while absorbing details that make the abstract consequences immediate. Marsh listens. He nods occasionally, slow and deliberate, not agreeing but acknowledging comprehension. Soren adds fragments, dates, observations, the effects on Marcus, his own visits, and the room begins to map a 3-dimensional picture of the consequences that have been abstracted for so long. There is a pause. Marsh tilts his head, assessing not just the information, but the people conveying it. He sees their urgency, their careful balance between pressure and respect, and the presence of human stakes. For the first time, he confronts the reality that the abstraction he has maintained, research as data, experimentation as statistics, has a face. This person, Marcus Hale, is a living embodiment of what went awry, and the room vibrates with that unspoken recognition. Soren watches Marsh parsing subtle signs, the tightening of his jaw, the slight slump in his shoulders, the narrowing of his gaze. Each gesture is a clue, a fragment of internal negotiation. Marsh's body tells the story he has not yet articulated, responsibility acknowledged yet unresolved, and a hesitation born of the potential cost of participation. Soren realizes quietly that this is the first step, getting the door open, getting the acknowledgement, and that everything else will hinge on how Marsh negotiates that cost. For the next half hour, the conversation is careful, deliberate, a triangulation of fact, implication, and personal weight. Marsh does not yet provide the research, he does not yet confirm the recovery pathway. He provides instead context, the design of the pods, the original research objectives, the shift from therapy to management, the number of residents processed, the observed outcomes. Lena listens, occasionally interjecting to clarify details, to translate implications into potential leverage points. Soren listens differently, framing everything in terms of Marcus, the human being at the center, not the statistics, not the abstractions. By the time this part of the conversation concludes, a fragile foundation has been laid: recognition, acknowledgement, presence. Marsh has shifted imperceptibly from passive observer to engaged participant in the process of disclosure. The apology, the open door, the invitation to enter his space, each is a measure of the first breach of the wall he has maintained for years. And Soren knows with a quiet certainty that the door opening is more than physical. It is symbolic, ethical, and practical. It is the first step toward leverage, toward access, toward potential intervention, and toward the possibility of reclaiming what has been lost to procedural abstraction and technological overreach. The three sit in silence for a moment afterward, the room heavy with unspoken acknowledgement. Marsh's apartment, functional and austere, contains within its walls a concentrated distillation of consequence. Outside, Portland continues its steady, indifferent rhythm. The distinction between the mundane and the momentous is made evident not by the street, but by the human lives intersecting inside the apartment. The door remains closed behind them, the outside world separate, irrelevant. Inside, the trajectory of effort, courage, and accountability begins, anchored by a single knock, a single acknowledgement, and a man who has waited long enough to answer it. Marsh talks for 2 hours. He does not need prompting, and he does not need management. What he says has the quality of something that has been organized and reorganized in his mind over years of private rehearsal, not for this conversation specifically, but for the conversation he has known would eventually come, the accounting he has been running internally since the day he understood what his research had become. Lena records with his explicit permission. Soren listens with the specific quality of attention he brings to site briefings where the information is technical and the consequences of misunderstanding it are structural. I need to start at the beginning, Marsh says, leaning back in his chair, hands clasped loosely between his knees. Because the trajectory only makes sense if the starting point is understood. His voice is flat but precise, a timbre honed in lecture halls and research labs. He tells them the research began legitimately. Therapeutic research. Immersive neurological intervention for treatment-resistant PTSD. DARPA funded under the usual grant framework. Standard classified application clause. I signed it, didn't read it closely. I wasn't supposed to read it closely. You read it closely, you're difficult. Funding disappears. Opportunities evaporate. That was my first failure. Signing without understanding the implications. Soren nods, absorbing the procedural context. Lena records, eyes down, typing notes into her phone. The technology worked beyond anything I projected, Marsh continues, voice low, almost a murmur. Fully immersive neurological state. Indistinguishable from waking reality. Not simulation. Not VR. Genuine hijacking of the brain's reality construction. Demonstrated in year 3. The precision frightened me. Not the discovery itself, but the gap between intention and result. I published the paper. Presented at conferences. congratulated. This was my second failure publishing before I understood the consequences. I knew at that moment it could be weaponized, used to harm. The harm was theoretical. The science was real. I told myself that mattered. It didn't. Soren shifts slightly on the couch, sensing the weight Marsh carries. So you knew it could be misused, he says. But you stayed involved. Marsh nods slowly, as if confirming something he has already told himself. 8 months later, contractors appeared. Government liaison. Research reclassified. My remaining work was restricted, national security. I signed on again, continued under classified conditions, told participation was valued and requested. I stayed 14 months. Couldn't steer it. Couldn't alter trajectory. Inside wasn't my lab anymore. Not my questions. Not my culture. My ethical concerns. They didn't matter. That's my third failure, staying too long, doing nothing to stop what was already in motion. Lena leans forward slightly, careful not to signal impatience but to maintain engagement. And when you left, she asks. I said nothing publicly, Marsh says, voice quiet but steady. Because describing my role accurately meant revealing the part I played in what became a system I couldn't control. That's what I've been building up to for 8 years. I didn't speak until now. Here to you, to him, he gestures towards Soren. It's not the venue I would have chosen, but it is the venue presented, and I'm done choosing the venue over the testimony. Soren nods once, slowly. So what about recovery? You said before there was a pattern. A pathway. Marsh exhales. Yes, early testing before classification. 3 subjects volunteers, therapy protocol, shorter, less intensive loops than what the pods deploy now. Emerged with patterns my instruments weren't designed to measure, but I documented anyway, habit stronger than instruction. His voice softens. They retain specific cognitive and emotional function that the loop should have disrupted but didn't. The common factor. Behavioral. Not neurological. Not brain structure. Not genetics. Not meds. Behavior. They inhabited the loop. Inhabited, Soren repeats, frowning. Yes, Marsh says. Not accepted. Not surrendered. Something active, something fully present without resisting. Presence under conditions designed to destroy presence preserved something the loop couldn't reach. Because it wasn't located where the loop expected it. It was human. And they survived intact. He pauses, letting it hang. Soren glances at Lena, who meets his look with a quiet nod. She is absorbing every technical nuance, every implication. Marsh continues. I don't know if Marcus Hale did this, Marsh says, eyes meeting Soren's directly. Clause invocation, coherent legal filings, assessment results, all suggest he retained more than the system expected. If the retention follows the pattern I documented, then there is a set of conditions that allow it to grow rather than erode. Conditions that require reducing medication to restore full cognitive access rather than managed baseline. A consistent and demanding intellectual engagement the programming does not provide, and the presence of someone outside the system applying documented pressure to force review processes to work as the law says they should. Lena types rapidly. And you can provide the documentation. Marsh leans back, expression taut. Yes. Analysis of the 3 subjects, full account of research, development, and diversion, everything. For you to publish, for the Cognitive Rights Project to use in legal petition. I will sign an affidavit attesting to accuracy, appear in person if required. I understand the consequences, revocation of my remaining clearances, legal action from contractors, possibly the government itself. That doesn't change my answer. Soren's hands tighten briefly on his knees. So you're ready to help Marcus. Marsh fixes him with steady blue eyes. I am. This is overdue. It was overdue the moment I understood the trajectory of my work. The system I helped create has been in motion for years, affecting thousands. I have done my part to remain silent. Not anymore. Lena types another note, careful to capture both content and the commitment behind it. Do you have a sense of how this recovery pathway would scale? She asks. For Marcus specifically. Marsh shifts slightly. I can't guarantee outcomes. Human systems are not linear. But the documentation provides conditions. Marcus has already demonstrated retention. He may be a candidate. The documents specify what must be maintained: presence, intellectual engagement, reduced pharmacological suppression. These are observable, controllable, measurable. It's not absolute, but it is a framework. Soren takes a breath. And you're willing to put your name on that. Your credibility, your livelihood, the possibility of retaliation. Marsh shrugs, a small, tired movement. I've calculated the costs. I've weighed them for years. Standing by quietly didn't stop it. Doing nothing publicly hasn't changed anything. Speaking now may be the first action that matters. Lena interjects gently. You understand what it will take on our end for publication, for the legal case, to ensure the documentation is accepted and actionable. I do, Marsh replies. And I have confidence in your judgment. I've followed your work, Lena. You don't seek drama. You seek accuracy, consequences, follow through. That is the kind of intervention this situation requires. The room goes quiet for a moment, heavy with unspoken understanding. Soren processes what he has heard. So we can do something. Yes, Marsh says simply. If we act with precision. If we adhere to the conditions. If we honor the process I documented. Yes, but it is not simple. Nothing about this is simple. It will require sustained pressure, documentation, oversight. Someone inside the system must be engaged. Someone outside must keep accountability real. And Marcus must continue to inhabit the loop, mentally, cognitively, in ways the system doesn't anticipate. Soren nods, absorbing the enormity of responsibility in his own terms, as the brother, as the intermediary, as the one who can apply personal stakes where the system cannot. Marsh gestures toward the papers on his desk. Everything I have. Everything I documented, every chart, every instrument, every observation. You can use it. It's accurate. I will attest. You can act. Lena leans back slightly, exhaling. Then we have the pieces, she says softly. We have what we need to push Marcus's petition and to validate the recovery pathway. Marsh remains quiet, watching. He knows the risk. He knows the exposure. Yet for the first time in years, the weight on his chest lightens slightly, a recognition that the knowledge he carried in isolation is now in service of something it should have been serving all along. Soren stands, extends his hand. Marsh looks at him for a moment, then takes it. The grip is firm, not performative. They are no longer strangers connected only by circumstance. They are collaborators in an effort to redeem, to intervene, to act. The conversation concludes with Marsh outlining next steps: secure transfer of documents, affidavit preparation, timing coordination with the Cognitive Rights Project. Lena clarifies the legal and publication implications. Soren frames the action in terms of his brother's immediate well-being, ensuring that the human consequences remain central. Each minute is deliberate. Each word carries weight. The room, once a quiet apartment of private reflection and avoidance, now becomes a crucible of intention, planning, and emergent accountability. By the end of the 2 hours, a clear architecture has formed: acknowledgement, documentation, and commitment. Marsh has moved from passive observer to active participant. Soren has acquired not just knowledge, but a sense of agency. Lena has acquired confirmation, verification, and narrative material sufficient to translate technical knowledge into actionable advocacy. Together, they leave the room with a shared understanding. The trajectory of the pod system can be challenged, Marcus Hale's retention can be leveraged, and the recovery pathway, dormant for decades, can finally be applied to concrete human consequence. There is a silence after Marsh finishes that has weight to it, the weight of a room in which something large and irreversible has just been said by a man who has been holding it in for 8 years. The apartment is quiet in the way a place becomes quiet when its occupants are attending to gravity rather than conversation. The faint hum of the refrigerator, the occasional creak of settling floorboards, the distant sound of a train whistle passing through the city. Lena sits at the edge of the couch, notebook open, stylus poised, already organizing in her mind the architecture of what she has been given, what it means for the story, what it means for the petition, what it means for every procedural step between the two. Her mind is active, precise, compartmentalized, and already working with information Marsh has given her before it has even fully landed. Soren, however, is still. He sits with his hands on his knees, eyes tracing the outline of the Scotch bottle on the counter, then down to the green plants on the windowsill, then back to the floor. He does not speak immediately. He does not take notes. He absorbs. The words Marsh has spoken, the technical history, the classification, the recovery pathway, the behavioral data, all of it exists in abstraction, actionable for Lena, logical and structured. But for Soren, these things are a map of an intangible territory, the inner state of his brother. And then, after a long inhalation, Soren looks up at Marsh and asks the question that Lena would not have asked, that no one has asked him before, that sits in the room afterward with the peculiar quality of a question everyone in the room needed to hear answered, even if only one of them realized it. Is Marcus going to be okay? He asks. He does not preface it. He does not frame it in legal terms, procedural terms, or the language of clinical risk. He does not hedge it with, "I know you can't be sure," or "I understand the technology is unpredictable." He asks it as a brother in flat, direct language, stripped of any performance, stripped of any deference to protocol. He asks it as a man who has spent weeks imagining outcomes that fit neatly into forms and reports, but now realizes none of that matters if Marcus is not okay. He asks it in the way a person asks about someone they love, in the way a man asks about the person he has spent his life counting on as a part of himself. Marsh looks at him for a long moment. The blue eyes that have cataloged and dissected human perception, neural plasticity, and behavioral resilience meet Soren's gaze without flinching. He does not reach for a professional framework, a hedged clinical phrase, or the protective language of uncertainty. He does not say, "I cannot know," or "the technology is unpredictable." He does not hide behind probability or statistics. He had done that once, 8 years ago, when such an answer could have absolved him from the confrontation with his own complicity. But that is not who he is now, sitting in this apartment, looking at the brother of a current pod system resident, facing the consequences of what he helped build. "The 3 subjects I documented," he says quietly, "the ones who inhabited the loop rather than fighting it, all 3 of them lived full lives after emergence." His voice is calm, deliberate, but carries weight in its specificity. Not lives identical to what they had before, those lives are gone. The loop took what it would take, changed what it could, left permanent differences. But full means something precise here. Present, functional, capable, able to engage with the things that make a life meaningful, rather than merely endured. Soren listens, still silent. He feels the room tilt toward something fragile and certain at the same time. Marsh continues, "From what I've read about Marcus Hale, the petition documents, the assessment summaries, the legal filings, everything I could access through my contacts, he appears to have retained what those 3 subjects retained. He kept the part the loop cannot locate or destroy. And keeping it under the conditions he has endured, the medication, the labor assignments, the administrative friction, that alone is evidence of a resilience the loop was designed to overwhelm. That matters more than any clinical metric, any measurement or report. That is the raw human fact of it." Soren's jaw tightens. He nods slowly. He has never felt the weight of a measurement metric or an assessment summary the way he feels the weight of this truth. He moves his gaze to the window. Outside, the Portland afternoon is gray in the textured, uncompromising way the city does gray. People move along the street below, oblivious to the monumental stakes in this apartment 2 floors above them. A child pedals a bicycle, a dog barks, a delivery van idles at the corner. Ordinary life, ordinary and unstoppable, continuing against the backdrop of extraordinary human consequences quietly unfolding here. Marsh shifts slightly in his chair. "I cannot promise," he says, voice steady but soft. "I am the last person who could promise anything about this technology, about what it does to people. I can speak to patterns, to history, to observed outcomes, but promise, no. I cannot give that." Soren leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I need you to say it," he says. "If you can." Marsh considers this. The blue eyes flick briefly to Lena, who is still writing, pen scratching across paper, recording every word with the diligence of someone who understands stakes, legal and narrative, and then back to Soren. "If I had to say," he continues, "if someone demanded a direct answer, I would say yes. I think Marcus is going to be okay. He will not emerge unchanged. He will not emerge quickly. It will not be easy. It will require people around him to sustain him, to advocate, to apply pressure, to maintain conditions that preserve what he has preserved. But yes, I think it will be okay." Soren exhales a long, slow release, the sound almost audible in the quiet apartment. The tension that had built in him over months of waiting, of fruitless calls, of procedural barriers, of the helplessness of knowing something was wrong and being unable to intervene, begins to ease slightly. The nod he gives is small, almost imperceptible, but it carries the weight of relief that is almost too much to contain. He nods because there is nothing else to do, because the information he has received is exactly what he needed, in a form too precise and yet humanly comprehensible. Outside the window, the gray Portland sky continues to press down, unremarkable yet constant, ordinary yet bearing witness to what has just been said. The bottle of scotch on the counter catches a faint reflection of light from the overcast afternoon. The 3 plants on the windowsill remain green, quietly thriving, tended in their small way, the only flourish of life in a room that has been otherwise devoted to observation, confession, and meticulous recording of truth. Lena writes steadily. Her notebook is not just a record, it is the framework for immediate action, the bridge between observation and consequence. She writes of recovery pathways, of retained cognitive function, of the structural pressures Marcus faces, of the behavioral conditions that preserve what the loop cannot take. She writes the testimony, the analysis, and the human confirmation, the affirmation that Marcus exists and is present in a form that can endure and grow. Marsh sits with his hands folded loosely, gaze dropping to them, the simple human gesture of processing. He is a man who has carried weight for decades, whose failures have compounded silently, whose complicity has been a private burden. And now, for the first time in 8 years, he has put something down. His hands are empty. Not idle, contemplative, intentional, careful. But empty. The knowledge he has hoarded, structured, and safeguarded is now in motion, entrusted to people who will apply it, act on it, and use it as intended. Soren stands slowly, still digesting the answer he needed so badly. He looks at Marsh again. "Thank you," he says simply. No pretense. No embellishment. Just the acknowledgement of relief, of gratitude, and of responsibility accepted. Marsh nods faintly. The gesture is almost imperceptible, but it carries the weight of mutual understanding, the recognition that the trajectory of a human life, the consequences of a technology, and the moral accountability for its application have all converged in this room, in this moment. Lena closes her notebook and leans back. "We know what we have to do now," she says. Her voice is measured but firm. "The petition, the documentation, the recovery conditions. Everything we've discussed needs to move into action immediately." Soren glances at her, then at Marsh. "We'll make sure it happens," he says. The words are simple, but the flatness of his delivery carries a promise born of necessity, commitment forged in months of frustration, and the urgent human imperative to act when someone you love is on the line. Outside, Portland continues in its unknowing rhythm, the gray streets, the passing pedestrians, the faint clatter of a bus. Inside, three people sit in a living room that has just hosted a revelation 8 years in the making. Marcus Hale's fate, precarious yet tangible, has been acknowledged in human terms for the first time in months. The affirmation of resilience, the recognition of retained agency, and the articulation of possibility that Marcus can in fact be okay reverberates through the space quietly but irrevocably. Marsh finally lifts his gaze from his hands and meets Soren's eyes. "He's stronger than we realized," he says. "And that strength, that presence, will matter more than anything else." Soren nods again, slower this time, internalizing both the burden and the hope, the measure of what it will take and the measure of what has survived. Lena closes her notebook with a quiet snap, a punctuation to the largest statement in the room, that human resilience, however mediated, however measured, has survived the loop, and Marcus Hale is, in the fullest sense that matters, still present, still capable, still, against every institutional and technological expectation, going to be okay. Lena's story runs 8 weeks after the Portland meeting, published on a Sunday morning in the kind of long-form outlet that still believes 10,000 words can matter if each one is placed with care, with precision, with the conviction of someone who has assembled a record that cannot be ignored. The story is not a fleeting indignation piece, a headline designed to provoke clicks and vanish. It is the kind of narrative that carries the weight of evidence, of documentation, of painstaking accumulation of context that leaves no easy escape route for those implicated. Lena has spent the intervening 8 weeks building it like a structure, every detail calculated, every connection confirmed, every document scanned, cited, and cross-referenced. She has found the labor contract files the facility's parent company initially denied, navigating the administrative appeals with the patience of someone who has known this rhythm before, the rhythm of official obstruction that is not meant to stop the determined, but to wear them down, to see how long it takes for persistence to falter. The appeal is more than procedural. It is a deliberate pressure point, one that signals to anyone watching that the story's foundation is not casual but meticulously laid. She has located 2 former staff members, carefully convinced to speak on background, who describe, in their own hesitant terms, the gap between the pod system's advertised purpose and the reality in which residents are processed. Their words are cautious, measured, but their stories connect the dots that the dry operational manuals and glossy promotional materials leave blank. They corroborate without hyperbole the subtle cruelty built into the system's design, the way monitoring can be substituted for care, the way labor assignments enforce compliance more than rehabilitation, the way oversight frameworks exist on paper but fail in practice. Lena has integrated these accounts into the story with a precision that makes them irrefutable, their cautious voices amplified by the weight of supporting documentation. Then there is Marsh. His material is interwoven with the narrative like a backbone, tracing the technology from its origin in DARPA-funded trauma research through its diversion into the pod system's operational reality. Marsh's affidavit, signed, notarized, and ready to be used in both publication and legal challenge, carries the quiet force of a structural charge placed directly at the foundation of the system's enabling statute. It is not a dramatic flourish. It is the quiet, immovable weight of truth, the kind of evidence that demands acknowledgement because it cannot be deflected by opinion or editorial spin. Lena has placed it carefully, connecting the research, the misapplication, and the legal and human consequences, so that readers, regulators, and legislators cannot glance at it and shrug. The story names Congressman Dale Pritchard. Not obliquely, not through hints or insinuation. It names him directly, linking documented advocacy for the enabling statute to campaign contributions from the primary labor contract holders during the relevant years. The story is factually precise, allowing readers to reach conclusions for themselves rather than being guided to an externally imposed interpretation. The effect is immediate. Within 6 hours, Pritchard's office issues a statement that is defensive and careful, the kind of statement crafted after reading and acknowledging the accuracy of the underlying documents. They do not dispute the facts, they manage the optics, controlling tone and phrasing because the underlying truth cannot be refuted. By Monday morning, 2 senators have publicly distanced themselves, and a third has called for a review of the system's oversight framework. Not reform, not systemic change, but a public acknowledgement that the system exists under scrutiny for the first time, that it is not entirely above observation. Inside the facility, Marcus learns of the publication through Raymond. Not through formal channels, not through an official memo. Through the ordinary, unregulated movement of information, a staff member reading the story on her phone during a break, discussing it in passing with a colleague in earshot of Raymond's table. This is not a security breach, but it is a human one, the way information spreads in any organization, no matter how controlled, because people talk to one another, because communication is habitual and inevitable. Raymond delivers the news with the precision of someone who understands its significance. Lena Cruz published, he says. It's substantial. Marsh is named. Folks called an all-staff meeting this afternoon. His tone is economical, almost clinical, yet the weight of the content is unmistakable. Folks does not call staff meetings without cause. The announcement alone confirms the story's impact on the facility's internal sense of oversight. Marcus receives it without visible reaction. He nods to Raymond, a slight acknowledgement, and retreats to his room. He sits at his desk and does not open a notebook or a file. He does not speak aloud. He just sits and feels a shift that he cannot yet quantify, a change in the gravitational pull of his environment. It is not relief exactly, because relief implies safety already achieved. It is not hope exactly, because hope implies a future not yet present. It is something in between, a sense of a lever being applied to an object once immovable, the physics of a situation beginning to change direction after years of stasis. The systemic friction, the procedural obstacles, the endless delay, all the mechanisms designed to contain, exhaust, and manage him, begin to feel subtly, perceptibly different. At the same time, Lena is tracking reactions from the outside. She monitors social media, congressional chatter, and legal forums. She notes the small but telling responses from advocacy groups and independent oversight entities. The story has traveled farther than anticipated, rippling across channels she had not targeted but whose influence is real. Each acknowledgement, each query, each citation in another publication adds weight to the pressure being applied to the system. She knows that the public eye is now on a system that has thrived in secrecy for decades, and that observation alone is one of the most effective levers she can apply. Back in his room, Marcus turns the story over in his mind. He recalls Marsh's explanation of the recovery pathway, the behavioral conditions that allowed some early subjects to retain cognitive function, and he maps them against his own experiences in the pod. He recognizes consciously and unconsciously the gaps in the system's care, the overmedication, the administrative friction, the lack of consistent intellectual engagement. He begins calculating, not with panic, not with urgency, but with the precision of a person who has been trained by circumstance to notice patterns, to see where pressure can be applied, where persistence can yield measurable change. He thinks of Soren, of the outside pressure applied by someone with resources, and of the documentation Marsh has provided. It coalesces into a strategy, a mental scaffolding for what is coming next. Raymond interrupts only once more, a quiet inquiry about whether Marcus intends to engage formally with the Cognitive Rights Project on follow-up filings. Marcus responds with a single nod and a few words, indicating that the strategy he has been building in private aligns with the newly external forces now operating on his behalf. The leverage Lena has created, the legal and scientific documentation provided by Marsh, and the quiet, deliberate persistence of his brother's advocacy now converge to form a systemic pressure that is no longer abstract. The effect on the facility's staff is immediate but subtle. Security reviews tighten, internal memos circulate, and folks' unscheduled all-staff meeting is conducted with the unmistakable tension of administrators aware that their actions are now under both public and professional scrutiny. Procedures that once went unquestioned are double-checked. Decisions that might have been deferred are accelerated. And through it all, Marcus observes, quietly noting the shifts in the system's behavior, cataloging them for the moments when strategic action will be required. Meanwhile, outside the walls, Lena monitors every response, every ripple, every signal of acknowledgement or anxiety. She is aware of the system's patterns, what it ignores, what it confronts, what it fears, and what it cannot hide. The story she has built does not shout, It applies pressure with precision, exploiting vulnerabilities in the pod system's human and procedural architecture. Her presence, combined with Marsh's documentation and Soren's persistence, transforms what was once a closed loop of management and oversight into a structure under observation, a system feeling the weight of consequences it was never designed to perceive. By the end of the first week, small but telling effects accumulate. Legal inquiries begin to surface, internal audits are initiated, and even some staff begin to question the process they have been implementing unquestioningly for years. Marcus, sitting at his desk, is aware of each ripple, each tiny manifestation of pressure, and recognizes that the fight he has been forced into, the one that began with the clause invocation and was sustained by persistence, observation, and documentation, has finally begun to move the needle in a system designed to resist. It is not victory. It is not even relief. It is leverage. And it is the first tangible sign that the water, applied patiently, steadily, and intelligently, is beginning to cut stone. The week after Lena Cruz's story went live, the facility's legal team filed a motion with the State Administrative Review Tribunal seeking a stay of Marcus Hale's clause petition. Their argument framed the petition as part of a coordinated media campaign, an attempt to circumvent the established review process. The language was precise, clinical, procedural, but underneath it carried the subtext Marcus had been expecting. External scrutiny presented as contamination, the implication that public attention was a threat to process, that the petition's merits could somehow be invalidated by the existence of witnesses, journalists, or legal observers. He had anticipated this, prepared for it, and had been building a response quietly, deliberately, since the moment he understood the nature of the pushback he would face. On his desk sat a series of neatly stacked notes, the residue of careful work conducted in the weeks following Marsh's affidavit and Lena's publication. Marcus transferred the notes into a formal, precise document, producing it with a deliberate economy that spoke of a man who was working at perhaps 60% of his former speed. The speed, however, did not betray the depth. Even at 60%, his work carried the authority of 16 years of practice. The pod had damaged much, but it had not erased the foundations of skill built over a lifetime, the meticulous attention to legal language, the capacity to track precedent, the ability to marshal evidence systematically. The draft he filed with the tribunal was unflinching, methodical, and unassailable, carefully noting both procedural context and statutory obligation. The response argued first that media coverage could not constitute procedural contamination. Marcus referenced the statute directly, its mandatory language clear and unambiguous. Petitions must be evaluated on their merits. The scrutiny applied by an independent press was not only outside the statute's concern, it was intrinsic to the functioning of a democratic process. Second, he framed the facility's motion as obstruction in the form of procedure, documentable, deliberate, and systematic, and ensured that the record included evidence of prior patterns, precedents, and communications that demonstrated a history of administrative friction when the facility's internal interests were challenged. Finally, he provided copies to the Cognitive Rights Project's legal team, leveraging his right to legal correspondence under the facility's resident protections, establishing a direct line of oversight that folks technically could not prevent. 2 days after the filing, Park arrived. She did not announce herself in advance. She did not schedule a formal session. Instead, she appeared in the common area, walking past tables with the casual gait of someone on routine rounds. She approached Marcus's table near the window with a presence that was almost unremarkable to anyone not watching closely, but Marcus recognized the deliberate attention behind her steps. She sat across from him without preamble. Her uniform was plain, her expression quiet but firm, the kind of calm that suggested both authority and resolve. "I've reviewed the facility's motion," she said. Her voice was even, low, devoid of performance. "And I've reviewed your response." She paused for a moment, letting the weight of that statement settle. "I'm going to file a supplemental psychiatric assessment with the tribunal. On my own initiative." Marcus looked at her steadily. The pause was not one of hesitation, it was the space in which implications could be absorbed. "On your own initiative?" he asked, soft but precise. "Yes," she said. "Within my authority as the certifying psychiatrist." I've never done this at this facility before. It will be noticed. I'm aware. And I'm doing it anyway. She leaned back slightly, the posture of someone who had considered consequence and decided the action outweighed the inertia. Marcus absorbed the meaning. She was not acting impulsively. She was not performing a gesture of compliance or courage for show. She was in effect declaring a unilateral act of authority, aligned with ethical judgment, against a system designed to prioritize procedural inertia over individual welfare. The assessment will document that your cognitive function has improved consistently since emergence, she continued, and that the current medication protocol is more restrictive than my clinical judgment warrants. I am adjusting it downward, starting immediately. I have the unilateral authority to do this as your prescribing physician, and I am exercising it. I am done with the path of least resistance. Marcus did not respond immediately. He observed her, registering the quiet weight of what she had said. The words themselves were precise, legalistic, and medical, but their real impact lay in what was unsaid, the defiance of a system built to resist, the conscious choice to act in the interests of patient welfare rather than institutional convenience. You understand what this does to your position here, Marcus said finally, his voice even, measured, seeking acknowledgement of the professional and procedural risk she was taking. I do, she said. Her tone was steady, the simple acknowledgement of consequence without bravado or defensiveness. He considered the room, the staff around them, the implications, and then asked, "Have you thought about what you do next after this?" His question was pointed but not aggressive. It was the query of a man trained to anticipate strategy, to examine forward motion. Park considered it for a moment, her eyes briefly on the light spilling across the floor through the window. I've been thinking about what I did before, she said finally. Community mental health work. The work that was the work, not the accommodation of it. There are things that, once you look at them directly, you cannot look away from. I would rather act on that than continue managing the avoidance. Marcus nodded slowly. The pause was loaded with recognition. Thank you, he said, not the reflexive social thank you, not the habitual politeness, but the kind that carries weight, that registers change wrought by action, that says, what you just did altered something fundamental, and I see it. Park gave a brief nod, small, unembellished, acknowledging both the recognition and its import. She rose, turning with the calm authority of someone who had completed the necessary step and was returning to her own responsibilities. Her path back across the common area was deliberate, measured, with Raymond watching from his table. Raymond, observing her departure, turned a card over idly, the small gesture of routine amidst the shift in momentum Marcus had set in motion. He did not speak. He did not react outwardly. But the air around them had subtly changed. The facility had been presented with an act it could not absorb without consequence. A clinician who refused inertia, a resident whose legal and procedural engagement could not be diverted, and an external story-generating pressure that could not be ignored. Marcus returned to his desk near the window. He sat, folded his hands, and reviewed the implications. Park's assessment would be filed and become part of the tribunal record. The medication adjustment would reduce the pharmacological barriers to cognitive engagement, opening a window for both legal strategy and behavioral continuity aligned with Marsh's documented recovery pathway. The administrative obstruction intended by the facility's legal motion had now been countered, documented, and forwarded in a manner that could not be erased or ignored. For the first time in years, Marcus could see the full architecture of leverage. The procedural delays, the friction, the slow erosion tactics, all designed to exhaust, distract, and deter, were being countered systematically, patiently, and deliberately. The Cognitive Rights Project had the documentation. Marsh's affidavit was formalized and ready. Lena's story had applied public pressure, creating external visibility that the facility could neither control nor contain. And now Park, acting from within the system, had applied direct clinical authority in a way that simultaneously aligned patient care with legal strategy. It was not dramatic in the way a confrontation in a hallway might be dramatic. There were no raised voices, no shouted accusations, no visible chaos. The drama existed in the structural shift, in the invisible currents of authority, legal leverage, and ethical decision-making converging. Marcus felt it quietly and fully, the subtle but unmistakable sensation of momentum building in his favor, the mechanics of the system responding, reluctantly but predictably, to pressure applied from multiple aligned vectors. He allowed himself a small exhale, a physical release of tension he had been carrying for months, and turned his attention to the notes on his desk. The documents, once abstract and procedural, now had operational meaning. They could be used, applied, referenced, and leveraged in ways that created measurable impact. The system's friction, long a suffocating constant, had finally begun to give way under the carefully structured weight of sustained observation, documentation, and aligned action. Raymond, sitting across the room, watched him quietly. He understood, as any careful observer would, that the moment was both ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary in the sense that it was a step in procedure, a conversation between psychiatrist and resident, and extraordinary in the sense that the quiet decisions being made here, Park's courage, Marcus's strategic clarity, the documentation of the story and affidavit, collectively represented a force that had the power to change the outcome of a system designed for unassailable control. He did not speak. He simply noted the shift, and in doing so, recorded the moment for the role it would play in what came next. 6 weeks after Lena Cruz's publication, the review board convened in a conference room in the facility's administrative wing that Marcus had never entered before. Like the visiting room, it was adequate, sterilely adequate, intentionally neutral in a way designed to communicate objectivity without actually committing to it. The walls were a shade of institutional beige, the carpet a commercial gray that bore no evidence of either carelessness or style, and the long table in the center was surrounded by identical chairs, each calibrated to the same mid-level comfort. It was the kind of space built to be noticed only by its adequacy, and Marcus felt the familiar quiet weight of design meant to be functional without inspiring confidence or emotion. 5 members sat at the table. Calloway, a retired judge, chaired the panel with a calm, precise authority, his hands folded in front of him, his expression that of a man who had sat through more deliberations than he could remember, now confronted with one that demanded a kind of judgment he had not anticipated. 2 physicians, both connected to the pod system's administrative network in ways Marcus had meticulously documented, nodded occasionally, taking notes with professional detachment. A psychologist from a university Marcus respected for her work on cognitive rehabilitation, observed with quiet, measured attention and misses. Akaffer, the public member mandated by statute, sat with a yellow legal pad in front of her, pages filled on both sides with handwriting dense and precise, her pen moving steadily as if recording not only what she saw but what she interpreted, what she felt she might need to argue later. Marcus represented himself, exercising the right granted explicitly under the statute. He had chosen to do so for tactical reasons. A lawyer representing himself in a procedural context is in itself a statement, a demonstration of capability, of comprehension, of the ability to manage argument and evidence without delegation. The demonstration was part of the argument. Beside him, the Cognitive Rights Project's attorney, Sylvie Chen, observed from the gallery, precise and attentive, the kind of professional Marcus had tracked through months of correspondence and deemed more than capable. Lena and Soren were with her, Soren sitting in the back row with hands flat on his knees, still and present, reflecting the same posture he had maintained in the visiting room. He did not perform, did not react beyond the quiet attention he had cultivated over months of observing Marcus navigate bureaucratic and institutional machinery. The session lasted 4 hours. Marcus spoke with deliberate clarity, each statement crafted and weighted. He knew the board had already read the documentation. Their role was not to discover the evidence, but to decide whether to honor the statute's mandatory language or to find a procedural justification to avoid it. Every word mattered. He walked them through Park's assessment, the measured improvements in cognitive metrics, the downward adjustment of medication, and the documented effect on his capacity for sustained engagement. He presented Marsh's affidavit in detail, the technicalities of the research, the recovery pathway, the documentation of the early subjects who had retained cognitive and emotional integrity despite exposure to the pod. When the facility's representative objected to its relevance, Marcus countered with a precise statutory argument, Chair Calloway sustained it without hesitation, signaling that the board's procedural integrity might still hold. He moved next through the record of the board's prior decisions on clause invocations, including the application of the invented contextual functionality standard in the third case. Marcus's argument was procedural, legal, and methodical. A standard not grounded in statute could not justify denial, and precedent applied outside statutory authority was invalid. He did this at 60% of the speed he had once commanded, the speed his mind now maintained post-pod, but the precision was undiminished. His pacing, methodical and unhurried, gave weight to every detail. Method. Aquifer filled both sides of her yellow legal pad, then turned it over and began on the back of the second page. Calloway watched Marcus with an expression neither warm nor hostile, and Marcus read it accurately. A man confronted with an unexpected procedural responsibility, weighing each statement, each decision, aware of the consequences but not yet revealing judgment. The facility's legal representative responded with competence. They argued that media coverage had contaminated the petition, that Park's unilateral medication adjustment was unauthorized and therefore irrelevant, that Marsh's affidavit did not pertain to Marcus's current cognitive state, and that the contextual functionality standard, while not explicit in statute, fell within reasonable board interpretation. Each argument was delivered with professionalism, careful diction, and the procedural certainty of someone trained to protect institutional prerogative. Marcus listened without expression, still and deliberate, having presented his case fully and with completeness, now in the territory where response was impossible and judgment belonged to the board. When deliberation began, Marcus was escorted back to the common area, guided by administrative staff to the space where residents and family members waited for decisions. Soren joined him there, moving to sit at Raymond's table, the usual occupant absent on assignment. Neither spoke immediately. Marcus had just spent 4 hours articulating the clarity of his argument. Soren understood its content and weight. Asking how it went would have been redundant. The question now was what the board would do with the argument, a variable outside either of their control. Lena joined them with coffee from the common area dispenser. The three of them sat quietly, the sounds of the facility ordinary around them. A distant clatter from the cafeteria, the low hum of air systems, the muted conversation of staff passing in the hallway. Through the window, the courtyard tree was visible, full and green, ordinary in its ordinariness, utterly unaware of the procedural and strategic architecture being played out a few feet inside. Marcus gazed at the tree, his expression neutral, observing its life and reality as a quiet counterpoint to the procedural machinery he had just navigated. Soren followed his gaze, mirrored it without comment, understanding fully the simultaneous ordinariness and significance of the scene. Time passed in measured silence. The weight of the 4-hour session lingered in the posture of Marcus, the quiet presence of Soren, and the restrained attention of Lena taking notes. Each understood the stakes, but each also understood that the decision, for the moment, belonged entirely to the board. The procedural machinery had been activated, the arguments articulated, the statutory obligations clearly presented, and the documentation meticulously placed into record. What remained was the human judgment of 5 individuals in a room designed to be neutral and impartial, and the waiting for that judgment carried its own quiet intensity. Marcus did not fidget. His hands rested on the table, his posture still and contained, his mind cataloging possibilities and contingencies. Soren did not interrupt, he did not offer comfort or commentary, merely presence. Lena sipped her coffee, pen in hand, ready to record the outcome, but mindful that any premature interpretation would be speculative. Each of them, in their own way, recognized the patience required by this moment, the necessity of waiting for the mechanical, procedural, and human elements to converge in decision. In the quiet of the common area, with sunlight slanting across the tiled floor and the courtyard tree swaying gently outside, the three of them existed in a shared space of anticipation. The ordinary noise of the facility, the presence of other residents going about their routines, the distant sound of staff conversation, all acted as a counterpoint to the extraordinary work of navigation and advocacy that Marcus had just executed. In the balance between the ordinary and the extraordinary, the moment hung, weighty and suspended, until the board's decision would arrive to either validate the months of preparation or require, yet another layer of strategy. The board ruled against release. Not immediately, not in the usual expedient way that characterized the facility's administrative routines, but with a delay, 3 days, which Marcus recognized as the first indication of a fissure in the majority's consensus. That alone mattered. The written decision, when it arrived, confirmed it, the dissent of 2 members, Mrs. Acaffer and the university psychologist, stood in stark contrast to the majority. The dissent spanned 2 pages, precise and deliberate, and used the phrase arbitrary and capricious 3 times in reference to the board's application of the invented contextual functionality standard. Those words were Marcus's own from his initial filing, now appearing in formal dissent, a crack in the wall, a vector for appeal, a confirmation that the system had not been entirely impermeable. The majority opinion was careful, technical, and procedural. It acknowledged that Marcus met the cognitive threshold defined in Schedule B. Park's assessment was unimpeachable, the metrics transparent and verified. They could not deny it without revealing themselves entirely. Yet the majority concluded that contextual functionality, understood as demonstrated capacity to function independently in an unsupported environment, had not been established. The reasoning was tautological. The facility, by retaining Marcus in a controlled environment, had prevented the very evidence the statute required. Releasing him, which the clause mandated if the thresholds were met, would have created the test the statute demanded. Instead, the board described the lack of demonstration as a deficit, turning statutory obligation into procedural excuse. Marcus read the decision in his room that evening. He sat at his desk, the document laid out in front of him with methodical attention, parsing the language with the meticulous care of a lawyer dissecting an argument he intended to dismantle. Every phrase, every subtle twist of wording was catalogued and compared against statutory text, against precedent, against Marsh's affidavit, against Park's independent assessment. He read the dissent twice, noting the explicit phrasing and its alignment with his own prior arguments, and integrated it into the growing appeal document on his desk, which had been accumulating for months and now formed the foundation of the next step. The following morning, Lena published the decision. She did not editorialize. The story included the majority opinion in full, the dissenting opinion in full, and a sidebar explaining the invention of the contextual functionality standard and its absence from the statute. She included a statement from the Cognitive Rights Project's attorney, characterizing the majority's reasoning as a textbook example of a body applying discretion it did not legally possess to avoid a mandatory obligation it found inconvenient. And she revealed the new data she had been withholding. Of the 47,000 people processed through the pod system over 22 years, 0 had been released via the clause. Not one. The statute had existed in mandatory language for over 2 decades, and it had produced no release. She presented the number and let it sit, letting the weight of its implications sink in without comment. The political response was immediate. Within 48 hours, 3 senators publicly called for a congressional review of the pod system, citing Lena's reporting. Pritchard's office issued a second statement, defensive, measured, acknowledging the board's decision while framing it as a careful application of established standards, the same pattern he had used before, reading the decision to support a position rather than deriving a position from the decision itself. Public scrutiny had been triggered, the facility's usual opacity had been punctured. The Cognitive Rights Project filed the appeal the same day as Lena's publication. The appeal cited the dissent, highlighted the statutory language, and emphasized the arbitrary and capricious reasoning explicitly documented in Mrs. Acaffer's 2-page dissent. A companion motion, filed by Sylvie Chen, requested that Marcus's medication protocol be maintained at Park's adjusted level pending the appeal. The tribunal granted it within a week. Denying it, they understood, would have required ruling that a prescribing physician's clinical judgment about her own patient was subject to administrative override, a precedent no tribunal wanted to establish. Marcus learned about the tribunal's decision from Park herself during a scheduled assessment session, the first such session in 4 years that felt functionally honest. Not the system's assessment, not a process designed to validate predetermined conclusions, but a clinician documenting her patient's actual condition. Marcus's cognitive function was continuing to improve under conditions that were still inadequate, yet improving anyway, the seed growing when even a fraction of weight above it was lifted. He thanked her. Park, in quiet tones and without fanfare, told him she would be submitting her resignation to the facility, effective in 60 days. She had accepted a position at the community mental health center she had worked at before. She did not need to share this with him. She shared it because her decision had consequences beyond the immediate adjustment. It changed the shape of where she stood. She was not only doing the right thing in the room, she was repositioning herself in the world. Marcus responded simply, "I think you'll be good at it again," she said she knew. She closed her tablet. For a moment the room was neither clinical nor procedural. Two people bound by the difficulty of the situation and their respective responsibilities recognized the weight of having done what they could with what they had. Then she opened the door and the session ended. Marcus returned to the common area. Raymond was at his table dealing cards, the courtyard tree outside fully leafed and ordinary. Marcus sat across from him and without discussion they played cards. The game was a ritual of normalcy, the rhythm of shuffle and deal grounding them in the ordinary while extraordinary events unfolded elsewhere. No words were needed, the situation's gravity existed in the background of the game, understood without articulation. The hours that followed were quiet but structured. Marcus returned to his room intermittently to review his filing, adding annotations, checking cross-references between Park's notes, Marsh's affidavit, and the dissent. Lena continued reporting, releasing updates without spin, providing documentation to public, legal, and advocacy channels simultaneously. Each piece built momentum, applied pressure, and created a record of scrutiny the system had not anticipated, being observed while it executed its long-established procedures, and being observed by people who would not let it proceed unchecked. Marcus began constructing the next stage of his appeal strategy in the evenings, reviewing prior clause invocations, noting procedural anomalies, and cataloging systemic failures. Each note fed into the broader narrative: the statute existed, the majority failed to implement it, dissent confirmed the statutory argument, documentation existed, precedent had been created, the system could be challenged legally without violating any rules. The work was detailed, deliberate, exhausting, and necessary. It was the work of a man reclaiming the intellectual and procedural space that the pod system had sought to suppress. Soren continued to be present, attending sessions when allowed, observing Marcus's work, and ensuring the continuity of support that had been part of the plan since the clause was invoked. Lena, coordinating reporting and advocacy, maintained her rhythm, strategically timing publications to coincide with procedural steps. Each decision, from publication to motion filing to clinical assessment, was a carefully measured lever, a deliberate application of pressure. Even in the midst of ordinary activities, lunch in the cafeteria, brief walks in the courtyard, interactions with staff and other residents, the larger context of procedural and legal maneuvering was always present. The weight of scrutiny, the pressure applied through careful documentation, media, and clinical honesty, altered the dynamics of the facility. Small acts, the filing of an appeal, the maintenance of medication levels, the reporting of dissenting opinion, collectively produced leverage that the system had not been designed to resist. As the week progressed, Marcus returned repeatedly to the yellow legal pad in his room, reviewing the dissent, annotating the procedural missteps of the board, and cross-referencing prior board behavior against statutory language. Each observation added to the appeal record, creating a document of precision that would leave no gap for the facility to exploit. Lena's reporting provided public visibility, Park's clinical documentation provided medical legitimacy, Marsh's affidavit provided historical and technical context, and Soren provided continuity of support. Together, the four axes of the effort converged into an argument that was procedural, legal, public, and human, the combination of which the facility had never been forced to confront simultaneously. In the common area, the courtyard tree remained visible through the windows, unchanged in its ordinariness, the green of its leaves a grounding point for Marcus, Soren, and Raymond. In the background, the procedural machinery of the appeal moved forward, invisible to most, but each motion, filing, and adjustment was documented and recorded. The ordinary and extraordinary coexisted, the shuffle of cards, the movement of sunlight across tiled floors, the quiet attention of a man reclaiming agency over a system designed to suppress it. By the end of the week, the appeal was formally lodged, the medication order confirmed, and the public narrative established. The board's ruling, the dissent, the reporting, and the tribunal motion had all combined to create pressure points the system could not ignore. Marcus and the team understood that the fight was ongoing, iterative, and meticulous. Each step required patience, documentation, and strategic observation. Yet in the midst of it all, the ordinary, the game of cards, the sunlight, the green courtyard tree, persisted, reminding Marcus and those around him that life, even under extraordinary pressure, continued. The appeal hearing was scheduled for a Tuesday. Marcus noted it without sentiment, without superstition, without seeking signs in coincidences or reading meaning into the day. It was simply information, present and factual, like the number of steps between the common area and his room, like the angle of sunlight across the courtyard at a particular hour. He observed, recorded, and stored the fact for later use. Preparation began 3 weeks in advance. He spread the work across his access times in the legal resource library, the administrative waiting area during digest access sessions, and his desk in the evenings after the common area quieted. He was building not a case in the abstract, not a petition in the familiar form, but an appeal argument, precise, layered, structurally rigorous, using the materials available and the mind available, which was not the mind that had won on Tuesdays 16 months ago. That mind had been faster, more fluid, more accustomed to habitual victory. The present mind was slower, tempered, methodical in ways that came from having resisted the pod and having been molded by its effects. It measured itself not against what it had been, but against what it could do now. Raymond had never suggested this reframing. It had arrived naturally, through repetition, observation, and the accumulation of experience. Marcus understood in ways he could not have anticipated before that the process of resisting the pod was not only about outcomes, but about reshaping the capacities that remained. Like a bone slowly healing, like a seed pressing against weight to find its path, the transformation had been internal and iterative. Suggesting it before it came would have been futile. Letting it arrive was enough. The appeal argument was cleaner than the original petition, as appeals often are. The first filing had mapped the territory, the appeal refined it. The territory here was clear: mandatory statutory language, the dissent articulating the statutory obligation with precision, and the administrative law principle that a body exercising statutory authority cannot invent criteria not present in the statute to avoid the obligations that authority creates. These were not abstractions but tools, a framework for dismantling the facility's procedural improvisations. Sylvie Chen had built a parallel argument from the outside, drawing on greater resources, updated case law, and the ability to move documents and citations more freely than Marcus could. They compared their constructions through correspondence, examining phrasing, logic, and structure. Each independently arrived at the same 3 central points. Marcus read this as confirmation, not of her insight, not of his, but of the structural integrity of the argument itself. 2 minds working separately from different positions, converging on the same 3 points, was proof of its solidity. It was rare and it was necessary. 4 days before the hearing, Marcus met Sylvie Chen in person for the first time. The facility's legal consultation room was the same room used for visits, distinguished only by a sign and a small rearrangement of chairs. The space was deliberately adequate, nothing personal, nothing decorative, nothing to distract, nothing to intimidate. Chen was 44, economical in motion and speech, with the precision of someone who had spent 20 years navigating complex, resource-limited environments. She had learned that exactness was the only luxury that could reliably be maintained, and she used it here. The review of the argument was methodical. They did not defer to each other, did not perform collegiality, did not seek reassurance. They pushed. They found 2 weak points in Marcus's argument, and together they resolved them. The meeting lasted 2 hours. Marcus left with the clean exhaustion of a man who had done hard work well, a kind of tiredness that carried satisfaction without relief. Back at the common area at Raymond's table, he sat without explaining it and without needing to. The night before the hearing, Soren called through the facility's approved communication channel, a 10-minute window on weekday evenings. They spoke for 8 minutes about everything but the hearing. Soren's voice carried the satisfaction of a man solving real problems, tangible structural challenges that produced visible outcomes. He described a commercial renovation project, a specific structural problem that week, the exact solution he had applied, and the unexpected joy of a job done well. Marcus listened genuinely, in a way he had not consistently done before, not as performance but as attention. There was a subtle restoration in listening, an acknowledgement of the tangible world outside the pod's influence, and in giving and receiving it, a measure of grounding. In the last 2 minutes, Soren said he would be there tomorrow. Marcus acknowledged he knew. Soren said okay. Silence fell, a silence not empty, not anticipatory, but shared and sufficient. Two brothers had exchanged the critical information, said what needed saying without embellishment, and understood each other completely. The line cut, the time expired, and Marcus sat in his room alone, with the window framing the darkened courtyard. He ran through the 3 central points one more time, methodically, in the quiet of the evening. First, the mandatory statutory language, unambiguous, absolute, and unfulfilled. Second, the dissent, precise, public, documented. Third, the administrative law principle, a body cannot evade statutory obligation by inventing procedural criteria. He rehearsed them once, twice, 3 times. Each iteration reinforced the structure, like a builder checking a foundation before adding the walls. Beyond that, reviewing would yield diminishing returns. He stopped. The argument was as complete as he could make it, and conserving his focus for tomorrow, for the tribunal itself, was now more important than further repetition. The courtyard outside was dark, but the spatial rhythm remained familiar. The tree, barely visible in the low light, stood in quiet contrast to the procedural machinery building inside Marcus's mind. Cards had been dealt earlier, routines had been followed, meals consumed, notes reviewed. Preparation was complete. There was nothing left to do but present, observe, and respond. Every element, internal and external, had been aligned toward that single purpose, to meet the tribunal not with expectation, not with hope, but with evidence, argument, and clarity, ready to force a system to contend with the obligations it had ignored for 22 years. Marcus rested with that knowledge, the measured tension of anticipation tempered by confidence in preparation. He had leveraged the full combination of his resources: personal attention, external counsel, clinical documentation, prior affidavits, dissenting opinion, and the accumulated record of the system's own procedural history. The day to come would be long, but it would also be orderly, predictable, and entirely within his capacity to navigate. The appeal was set. The arguments were prepared. The system would meet the law. The state administrative tribunal, convened in a government building Marcus had visited years before on a case that now felt like it had belonged to a different person, which was both true and not true in a ratio he had stopped trying to calculate. The city was familiar but indifferent, the streets the same, the architecture consistent, yet every detail seemed faintly more imposing than memory suggested. The building's entry lobby was a study in function over form: polished concrete floors, brushed metal panels, fluorescent lighting that was neither harsh nor soft, a deliberately neutral architecture designed to impress a sense of authority without inviting any warmth. Marcus moved through it without comment, noting the signage, the security checkpoints, the elevators that delivered him to the tribunal floor with precise mechanical punctuality. The hearing room was larger than the facility's conference room, and more formally arranged. The bench was elevated, long and imposing, polished wood with 3 chairs spaced deliberately, a microphone system and document screens in front of each member. The parties' tables were below, aligned for symmetry, chairs placed with measured spacing, and the gallery extended behind the party tables, containing more people than administrative tribunal hearings typically attracted. Marcus noted this, a subtle pressure applied by presence alone. Lena had produced it with her coverage. Readers who had chosen to come, journalists, advocates, a few curious legal interns, people who recognized that witnessing procedural justice or failure was part of the act itself. The tribunal members were aware of them. Marcus saw it in the slight adjustments of material on their desks, the brief glances out of the corner of their eyes, and the way their gazes returned quickly to documents, as if acknowledging the pressure while refusing to be distracted. The tribunal itself comprised 3 members. Whitmore, a senior administrative law judge, chaired the panel. Dr. Reyes, a former state health department official, sat to his right. Castillo, a private practice lawyer appointed 2 years prior, completed the panel. Marcus had been briefed on Castillo's record by Sylvie Chen, who described him as careful and consistent, someone who followed the law where it went, rather than where convenience might dictate. This was the most valuable quality a tribunal member could have for a hearing focused on whether a body had ignored mandatory statutory language for 22 years. Marcus presented first. He stood at the party table and spoke without notes. It was not memorization in the theatrical sense, not an active rehearsal in the way an actor memorizes lines, but the result of inhabiting the argument at a structural level, the materials, the logic, the supporting evidence internalized so thoroughly that articulation became extension rather than retrieval. He was slower than he had been. His speech was deliberate, paced with occasional pauses. These pauses were not hesitations, not uncertainty, but active processing, moments in which the mind sought the precise word, the exact phrasing, the clearest formulation. The Marcus of 16 months prior might have barreled through, trimming the pauses to maintain momentum. This Marcus understood the power of measured rhythm. He did not apologize for it. Castillo noticed, quietly, the demonstration of cognitive function in the pauses, and Marcus noted that Castillo noticed. He built the presentation around the 3 central points. First, the mandatory language shall be entitled, not may apply for, and the 22-year history of systematic noncompliance by a body whose authority derives from the statute itself. Second, the invented contextual functionality standard, absent from the statute, absent from legislative history, absent from any administrative precedent prior to its first application in the 3rd clause invocation 6 years ago, and the principle limiting discretionary authority in administrative law. Third, the documentation, Park certification, unrebutted on substance and challenged only procedurally, Marsh's affidavit, entered over objection and standing uncontested on the merits, and the 2-member dissent from the prior review board, using the precise language of the arbitrary and capricious standard, the recognized test for administrative overreach. He did not editorialize. He did not describe the facility's conduct as malicious, nor the system as corrupt. Characterization would provide rhetorical openings the tribunal could exploit. He presented structure, logic, and evidence, allowing the assembled framework to convey the argument. Structure spoke louder than commentary, and structure could not be misread. The facility's legal representative responded. Competent, prepared, procedural. Marcus listened with his characteristic attention to opposing arguments. As he expected, the response had thinned since the review board hearing. Arguments that had been weak prior to Lena's 2nd publication, congressional attention, and the tribunal's receipt of the dissent had become weaker still. The metaphorical ground beneath the facility's position had shifted, and their structure, designed for static ground, was cracking. The representative leaned heavily on the contextual functionality standard, and the argument that the tribunal should defer to the review board's expertise in applying its own statutory framework, a procedural fortress erected when the argument about the statute itself was losing. Sylvie Chen addressed this in her supplemental presentation, citing 3 tribunal precedents in which it refused to defer to lower body interpretations inconsistent with plain statutory language. The tribunal, including Castillo, could not ignore the fortress being undermined from within by its own prior rulings. Whitmore asked a question directly of Marcus during the presentation, a departure from standard practice, signaling an unresolved issue in his mind. Is the cognitive function demonstrated here representative of your function in the facility's current environment, or does it represent a performance enabled by the proceeding's context? He asked. The phrasing was precise, careful. Not pretextual, not rhetorical, the real concern underlying the contextual functionality standard. Could Marcus function outside the facility, or was this the peak of a temporary tide? Marcus met Whitmore's gaze and answered without hesitation. This function is available at the medication level Dr. Park has established, he said. It has been consistent and improving over the 8 weeks since the adjustment. It is less than my pre-pod baseline. I do not know whether it will continue to improve toward that baseline or stabilize below it. Not knowing this is not a reason to maintain an environment that actively opposes improvement. The environment's effect on the trajectory is itself a variable that cannot be assessed without removing it. This is the logical problem with the contextual functionality standard as applied. It requires a demonstration that the environment prevents, then cites the absence of the demonstration as a reason to maintain the environment. Whitmore wrote notes. Castillo wrote notes. Reyes looked at the table. Marcus returned to his presentation, proceeding with the clarity and patience that had defined him for weeks, for months in preparation. He walked through Park's certification, Marsh's affidavit, the dissenting opinion, and the legislative and statutory history. He spoke slowly, deliberately, with a rhythm that allowed the tribunal to digest each segment, each citation, each legal principle, and he let the logic itself unfold unadorned. At intervals, he observed the gallery. Lena was there, notebook open, occasionally raising her pen to mark points. Soren sat a few rows back, still, hands on his knees, observing but not performing. Their presence was not necessary for him to make the argument, but it was pressure, a reminder that the audience and the accountability extended beyond the tribunal walls. The system, he knew, was accustomed to private compliance, private decisions, private erasures. Being watched now made it vulnerable in a way it had never been before. Marcus did not flinch at the length of the presentation. Hours passed, voices rose and fell, questions came and went. He met each with the same measured clarity. When the representative attempted a procedural deflection, he countered with statutory citation. When a precedent was cited to support discretionary authority, he pointed to 3 contradictory rulings. When the board's own prior standards were invoked, he highlighted the precise absence of statutory authority. Each response was grounded in the record, not argumentation, and each time the tribunal members adjusted, writing, nodding, or glancing at each other, the impact registered. The room's physicality was present to him, the echo of his voice in the high ceiling, the polished wood underfoot, the distance across which he projected, the micro-gestures of the tribunal members as they processed information. It was a room built for authority, but authority had limits when confronted with evidence, clarity, and documentation. By the end, Marcus returned to his seat, the argument laid bare, the structure visible, the logic complete. He could do nothing more than present. The tribunal had to absorb, weigh, and decide. He watched as Whitmore closed his notes, Castillo exchanged a quiet glance with Reyes, and the gallery remained attentive but silent. Outside, the city carried on, indifferent, streets lit by the pale afternoon sun, a reminder that time flowed independently of the tribunal, independent of him, independent of the system that had held him for 22 years. Marcus understood that presentation alone did not guarantee release. It could, however, expose the procedural overreach, document compliance and failure, and establish a public record that could not be erased. That in itself was leverage. In the gallery, Lena made her notes. In the back, Soren observed. In the elevated bench, Whitmore, Reyes, Castillo recorded, judged, and deliberated. The hearing room, a space designed for authority, had now become a crucible of visibility, evidence, and unyielding structure, a place where 22 years of obfuscation were confronted with clarity that could not be ignored. Soren sits in the gallery through 4 hours of the hearing with his hands on his knees and his eyes on his brother, the expression he has been wearing since the visiting room, the expression that is not performing anything, that is just Soren being present in the full and uncomplicated way that Soren is present in things that matter to him. The way he is present on a job site when something structural is happening that requires a person to just watch and know what they are looking at and be ready for whatever comes next. He has not spoken to Marcus today, the hearing structure did not allow for it. Marcus came from the facility transport and went directly to the party's table, and Soren was already in the gallery, and he will not speak to him until whatever happens next allows it, and he is at peace with this because being at peace with the structure of things he cannot change is a quality Soren has that Marcus is still developing. The room itself is a quiet, formal theater of procedure, each element intentionally neutral to enforce the authority of the tribunal without inviting comfort. The elevated bench casts a shadow across the party tables below, where Marcus stands with measured composure, and the gallery rows stretch back, populated by observers who are more witnesses than participants. There is a faint hum from the air conditioning, the soft scratch of pens on paper, the occasional rustle of a legal pad, and the precise, clipped footsteps of the staff moving along the perimeter. Soren registers each sound as part of the architecture of accountability, as part of the environment in which the hearing exists, separate from the tribunal but inseparable from the act itself. Lena is 3 seats to his left, notebook open, pen poised, her posture still but purposeful, the focused stillness of a journalist in a room where something is happening. It is a different kind of stillness than Soren's, which is bodily, structural, observational. Lena's stillness is cognitive, a careful allocation of attention toward the construction of a narrative. She has her publication date set. She told Soren this that morning in the car on the drive-in. The story runs regardless of outcome. The hearing's result is a variable in the story's shape but not in its existence, because the story is not about the outcome, it is about the system, and the outcome is evidence about the system either way. Soren received this with the equanimity of a man who has made his peace with Lena's priorities, because her priorities and his are pointed in the same direction, even when they are not the same priorities. He does not question it, he accepts it as structural fact, the same way he accepts the structural realities of a project site. Not everything can be controlled, but everything must be observed. During Marcus's presentation, somewhere in the middle of the second point, the discussion of the invented contextual functionality standard, Marcus pauses. It is one of the measured pauses he has cultivated, the mind finding the precise word, the phrasing, the exact articulation that makes logic manifest. In that pause, Soren sees something he will not be able to describe adequately later, something that Lena will ask him to describe for the story, something he will attempt and fail at describing, and yet she will print the attempt because the attempt is more honest than any clean, complete description could be. In the pause, he sees his brother. Not the before Marcus, not the lawyer who won on Tuesdays, not the managed and calibrated professional who called on Sundays for 12 minutes and kept Diana at the distance of an unanswered question. He sees the person the pod could not strip away, standing in a room and saying true things with the precision available to him, which is imperfect but sufficient, which is present and accountable and resilient in a way no procedure could replicate or simulate. Soren feels something in his chest, an echo of relief or recognition that cannot be fully articulated, the way the body registers that a thing you feared lost has endured. The pause ends. Marcus finds the word. He continues. Soren's gaze follows the motion of thought made visible, tracing it across the distance between him and his brother, across the room, across the space of history and trauma that is unspoken but present in every line of argument, every citation, every legal principle. The session stretches on. Each word Marcus utters, each logical step, is a demonstration not only of the argument, but of the cognitive capacity the statute intends to protect. Soren registers it in the quiet register of a man who knows what he is watching is delicate and necessary, fragile and consequential, the culmination of preparation and endurance and months of procedural struggle. He notes the micropauses, the breaths, the deliberate pacing, the corrections of phrasing in real time. All of it marks continuity and agency restored, the proof of a life that has persisted under duress, a life that can think, act, and participate in the mechanisms of its own legal consideration. During the recess, Soren follows the procedural flow without intrusion. He does not speak, does not interpret, does not intervene. Sylvie Chen passes him in the corridor. She touches his arm briefly, an unspoken communication compressed into the time and space of a step. We did what we could, the rest is theirs to do. Soren nods. It is all he needs. He watches her continue toward the water fountain, the gallery slowly refilling, the hearing resuming, and the day moving forward with its indifference, time pressing on regardless of what is happening within its bounds. Soren observes the minutiae, the angles of light shifting across the tribunal members' faces as the sun moves in through the upper windows, the subtle adjustment of papers, the flex of chairs, the rustle of clothing as attendants move past. Each motion is part of the architecture of decision, every detail, a subtle variable that could, in combination with others, influence outcomes in a system built for obedience, but now encountering unprecedented scrutiny. His awareness is comprehensive, encompassing the environment, the logic, the argument, the people, the structural facts of the room. It is an awareness honed by years on job sites, by his understanding of cause and effect, by his ability to hold multiple threads of reality simultaneously. It is a disciplined presence that does not require verbalization to be operative. Lena writes diligently, pausing only to glance up at Marcus, the tribunal members, the gallery. She notes phrasing, cites evidence, registers tone and cadence, maps logical flows and procedural nuances. Soren observes her observation. He understands that her stillness is active, an engagement of attention that parallels but does not mirror his own. Where he absorbs presence and structural truth, she records it, converts it into a communicable form, prepares it to become part of the story that will pressure the system through exposure, not legal argument. The combination of observation and documentation, of attention and translation, is itself a force the system has not encountered, an external eye, a persistent record, a public witness. Throughout the hearing, Soren's mind does not wander. He does not speculate about the final outcome, does not calculate probabilities, does not dwell on prior instances of delay or denial. His attention is located entirely in the present, in the act of observing Marcus, of registering the unfolding logic, of being a structural witness to the demonstration of restored capacity and to the procedural integrity of argument. He notes every pause, every inflection, every micro-adjustment of argument, because all of these are manifestations of the underlying reality, that Marcus exists, that his capacity is real, that the law, when confronted with evidence and structure, may yet function as intended. He notes small human interactions that occur peripherally, an assistant quietly delivering a stack of documents to the tribunal bench, the soft click of a pen as one member annotates a point in the transcript, the momentary glance between Whitmore and Reyes that registers a shared calculation or recognition, the subtle clearing of a throat from a gallery observer whose curiosity has momentarily shifted attention. Each is minor in isolation, but in Soren's experience, minor details are never unconnected. Patterns emerge. Cause and consequence, intentionality and observation, the dynamic of control and response, all are part of the environment, all contribute to the ultimate effect. He thinks about time differently here. 4 hours pass in a way that is neither oppressive nor empty, it is saturated with significance. Each moment contains both the argument's content and the weight of presence, of expectation, of accountability. He is aware that each pause Marcus takes is itself a demonstration, that each documented affidavit or certification is a structural lever, that the gallery's attention is not incidental but part of the gravitational field of scrutiny that shapes outcomes. Soren does not intervene. He does not whisper, gesture, or comment. His presence is a constant, unobtrusive yet stabilizing force in the room. Marcus senses it without needing it to be expressed. The mutual understanding of role and effect, of presence and consequence, underpins the dynamic between them. Soren's engagement is not performative. It is factual, procedural, enduring, and aligned with the principle that some things are achieved through attention rather than action. He notes the aesthetic subtleties as well. The sunlight through high windows casts elongated patterns on the floor, moving imperceptibly with the hour. The polished wood surfaces reflect light variably, creating subtle contrast between the tribunal's elevated position and the party tables. Micro-movements of air, the faint hum of electronics, the soft creaking of chair legs, all coalesce into a symphony of environment that is neither supportive nor hostile, but present, factual, unavoidable, and integral to the structural truth of the proceeding. In one moment, Marcus leans slightly forward, emphasizing a connection between statutory language and procedural precedent. Soren registers the tilt, the tension in the shoulder, the minor shift in voice tone. It is information as physical reality as much as legal argument. Marcus's demonstration of cognitive capacity is inseparable from the environment, from the way he modulates, observes, and projects presence. Soren absorbs all of it without interference. The hearing continues, dense and deliberate, until the final procedural questions are posed, clarifications requested, and the tribunal members retreat briefly to consult. Soren remains in his seat, hands on knees, posture unchanging, presence unchanged, as if to mark continuity through disruption. Lena scribbles last-minute notes, capturing final observations, the texture of argument, the human dimensions alongside the legal. The gallery holds a collective breath, not in anticipation but in shared registration of the moment's significance. When the session resumes, Marcus addresses the tribunal's final inquiries, answers the pointed clarifications with methodical precision, and returns to his seat. Soren notes the end of presentation not as relief but as structural completion, a stage concluded, an argument fully articulated, a space of accountability fully occupied. The system has been confronted, the evidence presented, the observation recorded, the story simultaneously documented. The gallery begins to empty gradually, procedural staff moving participants out with quiet efficiency. Soren remains seated until Lena closes her notebook and gives him a subtle nod. He rises, walks out with deliberate steps, aligned with the architecture of the space and the flow of procedural order. Outside the room, the day proceeds with its indifferent, unstoppable passage, carrying the significance of what was witnessed and leaving behind the structural truth of presence, observation, and endurance. Through these hours, Soren has done nothing outwardly remarkable, spoken no words, altered no outcomes directly, and yet his role, quiet and precise, has been essential. The act of presence, the careful registration of reality, the disciplined observation of procedural performance, all these are forces that, while subtle, accumulate in the spaces between argument, decision, and consequence. Soren knows this as instinctively as he knows how to read a beam under stress, and he carries it forward into whatever comes next, prepared to continue observing, present in a world that has finally, after 22 years, begun to shift under the weight of attention and documentation. The tribunal takes 4 days to issue its ruling, which is longer than standard and shorter than the review board, and Sylvie Chen tells Marcus by phone, through the facility's approved channel, that the timing reflects a genuine deliberation rather than a decision drafted before the hearing and formalized afterward, which is the way many lower body deliberations operate. Marcus listens carefully, absorbs the information, and notes the significance of the distinction without embellishment or self-congratulation. It is a fact, a piece of procedural context that matters because it informs the weight of what is coming. When the ruling arrives, it is 31 pages long, which is substantial for a tribunal decision, and Marcus reads it in one sitting at the Legal Resource Library, where the staff member present refills his water halfway through without prompting. It is a small human gesture, one of those moments ungoverned by regulation or requirement, and Marcus registers it with the attention of someone who has learned over months and years that the world contains such unplanned courtesies and that noticing them does not add complication, only completeness. He is grateful in a simple, unmediated way, not sentimental, not performative, but aware. The tribunal's findings are precise and sweeping. In a 2-to-1 decision with raised dissenting, they determine that Marcus meets the cognitive threshold defined in Schedule B, that Park's certification is valid, complete, and unimpeachable, that the contextual functionality standard as applied by the review board is not grounded in statute and exceeds the board's authority, and that the mandatory language of Section 14C, subsection 4, means what it says and has been systematically ignored for 22 years. 24 pages of the decision articulate these conclusions, supported by citations, procedural analysis, historical precedent, and careful explication of administrative law principles. Marcus reads each sentence with a professional, deliberate precision, noting where Whitmore has placed emphasis, where legal reasoning intersects with factual recitation, and where the language is crafted to endure. This is the first time the full articulation of his argument has appeared on the public record in a form that is unambiguous, comprehensive, and judicially authoritative. The remaining 7 pages address release. Here, the ruling finds against immediate release on a procedural technicality. The statute, in a subsection added 3 years prior and not fully documented in the Legal Resource Library, requires that in addition to the certifying psychiatrist, the facility's medical director must provide a sign-off. This step has not occurred. Marcus reads these pages twice, slowly, absorbing the technical details. The procedural requirement is real, not invented, not pretextual. Whitmore's language carefully differentiates substantive rights from procedural compliance. The tribunal cannot waive statutory mandates, even when substantive compliance is indisputable. The ruling is meticulous. It neither discounts the established cognitive findings nor diminishes the force of park certification, but it identifies a statutory gap that must be filled before release can proceed. Reyes' dissent argues that the medical director's approval is ministerial, that the certifying psychiatrist's assessment already fulfills the statutory intent, and that the tribunal has equitable authority to treat the requirement as satisfied. It is a precise, cogent dissent, but it is one voice against the two-member majority. Marcus notes the dissent carefully, not as consolation but as part of the record. He understands its weight, its correctness, and the limits of its immediate effect. One vote, not enough, yet another structural arrow in his quiver for what comes next. He lays out the implications in his mind. The 24 pages of substantive findings are now a public, authoritative precedent. For the first time in 22 years, the mandatory language of Section 14(c) has been judicially recognized as binding. Every future petition, every facility operating under the POD statute, now has a documented reference point. The procedural obstacle is specific, resolvable, and ministerial. It does not negate the right, it does not rewrite the findings, it does not diminish the impact of what has been achieved. It merely establishes the next step, the administratively required motion, the sign-off that can be compelled. Marcus closes the ruling and allows himself a moment of stillness. It is not despair, it is not triumph, it is a measured pause to register what is true and immediate. The setback is clear, finite, and actionable. It is also transient, contingent on a procedural act that can be executed, compelled, or enforced. He does not overthink it. He does not spin narratives. He takes the facts of the decision and translates them directly into action. He asks the staff member for a facility pen and a notepad. With methodical economy, he begins drafting the mandamus petition to compel the medical director's signature. The writing is precise, deliberate, and structured. Every section references statutory language, cites the tribunal decision, incorporates procedural precedent, and lays out the ministerial nature of the act required. He does not rush. He does not embellish. He writes as he thinks, in careful sequences, controlled by logic and procedure, reflecting both his capacity and the clarity that the tribunal has affirmed. The drafting occupies the rest of the session. Marcus pauses only to consult the statutory text, to verify references, to align citations with tribunal page numbers, to ensure that every paragraph carries the appropriate weight. He moves at a pace slower than his pre-pod self might have, but each word is deliberate, each construction stable, each argument self-contained and logically contiguous. The work itself becomes a demonstration of his continued cognitive function, of his ability to operate in complex, rule-bound systems, and of the integration of observation, preparation, and execution that has brought him to this point. In the pauses between sentences, Marcus allows himself awareness of context. He notices the light in the legal resource library, the quiet movement of staff, the hum of fluorescent lighting above. These peripheral observations are incidental but real, the background fabric of action that makes the central task tangible, that situates cognitive work in an environment of normalcy, continuity, and procedural grounding. It is, in a sense, a rehearsal of life outside the facility, attending to detail, recognizing process, respecting structure, while remaining focused on the objective. He reflects on the broader significance of the decision. The tribunal has validated the cognitive threshold. It has rejected the contextual functionality standard as misapplied. It has reinforced the primacy of mandatory language. Every subsequent petition can reference this ruling. Every future invocation of Section 14(c) now carries precedent and weight. Marcus recognizes that the systemic significance is disproportionate to the immediate personal impact, but he does not underplay it. He notes the strategic dimensions in his mind, building mental scaffolding for what comes next. This is not an abstract reflection. It is an integral part of procedural planning, tactical positioning, and anticipatory action. He returns to drafting. He anticipates counterarguments. The medical director might delay, resist, or claim ambiguity. He addresses these preemptively, incorporating statutory interpretation, precedent citations, and equitable principles. Each section of the petition is modular, capable of being reinforced, defended, and extended if necessary. Marcus moves with the confidence born of long practice, tempered by the knowledge that the procedural world is not perfectly predictable. The writing is steady, unhurried, purposeful, a reflection of both his capacity and the constraints he has learned to navigate. The petition grows in structure and clarity. Marcus tracks every cross-reference, aligns every statutory clause, and anticipates tribunal review. He makes notes in margins about potential timing, procedural motions, and follow-up communication. Each element is intended to ensure that when the mandamus is filed, it is both procedurally unassailable and substantively precise. This is work informed by strategy, experience, and an understanding of institutional behavior, all distilled into a form that is actionable and concrete. As he writes, he allows himself to note the broader rhythms of the environment. The library staff move efficiently, the sunlight shifts across the tables, and the distant sound of a car passing outside is registered and acknowledged but not disruptive. These peripheral details serve to anchor him in the lived world, while he engages with the abstract structures of law and procedure. Marcus's attention is comprehensive but focused, integrating environment and task seamlessly. When the draft is complete, he reviews it. He reads each section carefully, aloud in places, pauses to ensure phrasing is exact, ensures that citations are correct, cross-references align, and legal argument flows with clarity. He is satisfied. He folds the notepad, sets the pen aside, and leans back briefly. It is a moment of quiet completion. The task is accomplished, the next procedural step is clear, and the path forward, while not automatic, is actionable and defined. He leaves the library carrying the notepad, knowing the petition will be formalized, submitted, and set in motion. There is no celebration, no fanfare. There is only recognition of the clarity of action, the truth of what is achieved, and the disciplined application of intellect and preparation to the next step in the process. Marcus returns to the common area at the facility, sits at Raymond's table, and engages in ordinary action. A deck of cards, the afternoon light through the courtyard windows, quiet conversation, or silence that is not empty but present. The work continues, the procedural structure continues, and Marcus continues with it. Each action, each engagement is both ordinary and extraordinary, the lived rhythm of someone whose rights are being restored incrementally, structurally, and legally, through careful attention, persistent effort, and the recognition that procedural truth, once established, cannot be ignored indefinitely. The technicality is noted, its parameters understood, its resolution imminent. The mandate, now firmly on the record, is actionable. The system has been pressed, its authority clarified, and Marcus is positioned to convert legal principle into enforceable reality. He does not dwell. He does not speculate. He executes the next logical step. He drafts, he prepares, he aligns, he moves forward. The fight continues, the system adjusts, the law asserts its weight, and the next thing, always the next thing, proceeds. Marcus Hale gets out. Not cleanly, not triumphantly, not in the way that stories about people fighting systems sometimes end, where the ending feels proportionate to the struggle endured. He gets out through a mandamus action that takes 3 months and produces a superior court order compelling the facility's medical director to sign, which he does with the visible enthusiasm of a man signing something at gunpoint, essentially what it is. Marcus is released on a Tuesday. He is not healed. He is not the man he was. His law license is under review by the State Bar Association, which has been monitoring both the criminal conviction and the pod system fight with the careful attention of a body that has not yet decided which way the wind is blowing and wants to be positioned correctly when it does. The city he returns to is the same city, and he is not the same person. The distance between those two facts is the geography he now inhabits. What happens at the end is not random. It is the system finding an unofficial mechanism to achieve what the official ones no longer allow. The mandamus petition is filed 11 days after the tribunal ruling. It moves through the Superior Court with speed that reflects the tribunal's 24 pages of substantive findings, sitting in the record like a foundation that requires no repouring, only construction on top. The facility's legal representative files an opposition that is the thinnest document Marcus has ever seen from them, 3 pages, which read like paper generated to generate paper, rather than with purpose or argument. The court schedules oral argument and then cancels it. The judge's explanation is judicial language. The matter is sufficiently clear from the written record that argument would not assist. Everyone in the building understands the meaning. The legal question is settled, the outcome is visible, the authority clear. The order comes on a Friday. It requires the facility's medical director, Dr. Prentice, a man Marcus has never met, who had no involvement in his care and exists solely as the holder of a signature required by a regulatory amendment, to provide the secondary certification within 72 hours or face contempt. Prentice signs within 24 hours. He does not visit Marcus. He signs in his office and sends the form to administrative staff. Marcus learns of it when Folk's assistant, Kira, delivers written notice to his room with the procedural exactness she has brought to every interaction throughout this process. Marcus reads the notice, sets it next to his desk among the months of accumulated notes and legal pad pages, and sits on his bed, looking at the courtyard tree through his window, fully leafed, green, a tree that has endured winter and spring and is simply uncomplicatedly still there. Release processing takes 4 hours on a late spring Tuesday morning. The light is warm and clear, striking the way it does at this time of year, direct, unfiltered, the kind of light that renders ordinary objects freshly defined. His belongings are returned in a labeled container: watch, wallet, keys that no longer open any door he currently has access to, because his apartment lease lapsed 8 months into his facility stay, and Soren put his possessions into storage while the unit was rented to someone else. His phone is returned. He powers it on, watches it cycle through 16 months of accumulated nothing, notifications, app updates, news alerts, a voicemail from Diana left 4 months after his sentencing, messages and alerts that are ghosts of a life that moved on without him. He does not attend to these now, not in the processing room with Specialist Dorn completing the final paperwork. Folks does not appear for the release. This is expected, and Marcus registers it not as a slight but as a consistent reflection of his character. Folks manages institutional processes, not individual human moments. Kira delivers the final paperwork with the same neutral efficiency she has applied throughout. Marcus thanks her. She replies with a formal "you're welcome," a correctness tinged with something brief and small that is not procedural, a flicker of humanity, unspoken, almost imperceptible, before it vanishes as she returns to her desk. Park waits in the corridor outside the processing room. She is not there officially. She submitted her resignation 6 weeks prior, has 2 weeks left at the facility, and has no procedural role in Marcus's release. She is there because she chose to be. She is in coat and bag, the posture of someone paused mid-motion, stopped deliberately. She shakes Marcus's hand, a formal gesture, correct, acknowledging both the professional relationship they maintained and the deeper awareness shared between them. She hands him a card with the name and contact information of a community psychiatrist who will oversee his next medication management, prepared in advance, a procedural act embedded in care. Marcus takes the card without comment. Park speaks briefly. She tells him she believes he is going to be fine. Her voice carries neither enforced optimism nor performative reassurance. It is the statement of someone observing trajectory and making an evidence-based assessment. Marcus responds simply, he knows she will be fine too. She smiles, a brief transformation from professional neutrality to warmth and specificity, and then departs for her next obligation. Marcus watches her leave before turning toward the exit himself, leaving the facility behind physically, though its impact remains within the shape of his mind and body. Outside the facility, the world is different. The air smells of late spring, dry, faintly floral, warmed by the sun. Cars move, pedestrians occupy sidewalks, and the city carries on with the indifference and rhythm of ordinary life. Marcus steps into the street and pauses, feeling the immediate weight of visibility, autonomy, and vulnerability converging. He is technically free, but the landscape of freedom is complex, layered with obligations, pending legal questions, social reconnections, and the practical matters of living independently. He walks toward the transport arranged by Soren, who is waiting with calm presence, hands on the wheel, eyes on the road. They do not speak initially. The city unfolds around them, familiar yet estranged, streets the same but now carrying new significance. Marcus observes the urban landscape, shops open, delivery trucks maneuvering, people walking dogs. He notices the light through building facades, the colors, the small cracks and idiosyncrasies of city life that he has been absent from for 16 months. Observation is quiet, concentrated, without commentary. His attention is a tether to the reality he has returned to. Soren parks near the storage facility, where Marcus's belongings have been kept. Marcus retrieves what remains: clothing, personal items, books, notes, legal pad pages, all of which have accumulated a tangible weight and presence. He inspects each item, noting the persistence of material memory through absence, the way personal effect bridges the gap between absence and reintegration. There is no sentimentality. There is precision. The objects are evidence of continuity and survival. They drive to Marcus's temporary apartment, prepared by Soren in advance. The unit is modest, functional, and unembellished. The familiarity is not immediate. It is organized for habitation, not ceremony. Marcus moves deliberately, placing his belongings, arranging documents, setting up his immediate environment to reflect the priorities of order, clarity, and accessibility. Each movement is intentional. He notes the sunlight falling through windows, how it touches walls and floor, how the day changes within this enclosed space. Park's prediction echoes in his mind: trajectory matters. The improved cognitive function under the adjusted medication, the tribunal's findings, the mandamus action, the structural clarity of procedural law, all elements are cumulative, forming a framework from which Marcus can continue to rebuild. He does not overstate the impact. He measures it carefully, recognizing that the work is ongoing, incremental, and contingent. The release is a transition, not an endpoint. By evening, Soren prepares dinner. Marcus participates minimally, observing, assisting where necessary. Silence predominates, punctuated only by practical coordination, the passing of utensils, arranging plates, filling water glasses. Conversation is sparse but natural, flowing from necessity rather than compulsion. Marcus notes it without commentary, appreciating the normalcy in its unadorned form. Later, Marcus retrieves his phone and reviews notifications with attention calibrated for relevance. Voicemails are listened to selectively. Messages are read and categorized. Updates and alerts are filtered, attended to with procedural clarity. He does not react to everything. He observes, records, and integrates selectively. Each action reinforces autonomy within parameters of choice, cognition, and ongoing recuperation. By the end of the day, Marcus sits by the window. The courtyard tree is visible from the apartment, green, ordinary, persistent. He observes it for a prolonged moment, acknowledging the continuity of life outside confinement, the constancy of certain truths, the passage of time that has occurred without him but now continues with him in it. The tree is a reference point, a grounding presence. Night falls. The apartment darkens. Marcus organizes notes, reviews the mandamus documentation, and considers next procedural steps: continued legal engagement, community psychiatric coordination, resumption of professional responsibilities as feasible. He does not project beyond what can be directly addressed. Each planned action is concrete, achievable, and connected to current capacities and obligations. Sleep arrives unforced, in the rhythm of natural exhaustion. Marcus does not dream vividly but rests in a conscious, measured way, his mind processing, integrating, planning. Freedom is tangible, structured, and incomplete, a framework awaiting the next increment of action. The release, procedural and physical, is complete. The integration into life beyond the pod is nascent. Marcus is free to act within constraints of law, cognition, and circumstance. He has reclaimed autonomy, yet autonomy now requires continual engagement, observation, and calibration. He understands this. He acts accordingly. The day ends with Marcus seated at the window, the city muted below, the tree visible beyond, the notes and legal pads at his side. The work is not finished, the fight is not over. But one structure, a framework of law, procedure, and institutional accountability, has been secured. The next steps are clear, immediate, actionable. Marcus waits, observes, and begins them with the focus, precision, and methodical care that has defined him throughout the past 16 months. Soren is in the parking lot in his truck, a 10-year-old pickup with the specific character of a vehicle that has been used seriously rather than maintained for appearance. Work boots rest on the floor, a water bottle sits in the cup holder, and a jacket with paint on one sleeve is draped over the back seat. He leans against the driver's door when Marcus emerges and does not move toward him immediately. Instead, he allows Marcus the moment to walk into the open air, into the spring light, into the parking lot that is just asphalt and cars and the ordinary world doing its ordinary thing. The lot is unmanaged, undeliberate, unfiltered by authority or procedure. It is simply ordinary. Marcus stops for a moment, breathing it in, registering the difference between this air and the facility's filtered, mechanically circulated air. Here the air is more complex, less filtered, carrying the subtle mixture of exhaust, cut grass, and something floral from a planting bed at the lot's edge. It is air that could not exist within the facility, air that carries life uncalibrated, uncontained. Marcus breathes it just as breathing, and then he walks to the truck. Soren puts his arms around him. Marcus returns the embrace, and they stand together in the parking lot, bathed in sunlight without speaking. The moment is long enough for a woman walking past, keys in hand, to glance at them and look away with the quiet recognition of something intimate that does not invite interference. There is no performative aspect here, the stillness is shared, mutual lived, uncomplicated by expectation. They separate after a long breath, not because of necessity, but because moments dissolve naturally in time. They drive initially without destination. Soren pulls out of the facility's lot and takes a road Marcus does not recognize. They merge onto the highway, exit into a familiar part of the city, the neighborhood where Soren's current job site is, and drive through it with windows partly down. The late morning moves around them, traffic, pedestrians, delivery trucks, signage, birds, the smell of fresh asphalt, and Marcus observes with an attention that is quiet, contemplative, and awake, not the tactical, cataloging attention of a lawyer mapping a room, but the attention of someone for whom the ordinary world has returned after 16 months of absence. Everything is present, unmanaged, fully real. Storefronts, parked cars, people on sidewalks, the subtle textures of brick and glass and concrete, the particular slant of sunlight across them, it all registers. Ordinary things are remarkable in their ordinariness. He studies his own hands resting on his knees. They are his hands fully, without intervention or alteration. He watches Soren driving, the economy of his motions, the familiarity with the truck, the subtle sway of his posture, the profile of his face in the sun, the paint on the jacket sleeve, Soren in the irreducibly specific presence of Soren. Marcus has to look forward at the road to allow the observation to settle without disrupting his balance. The city moves past, wind through the open windows, sunlight touching the dashboard and the upholstery, the rhythmic hum of tires against asphalt. The world continues with a soft insistence on continuity. Marcus asks Soren about the job. Soren explains the renovation, the structural problem he described the night before the tribunal hearing, and the solution he implemented. Marcus listens fully, with the genuine attention he has been practicing since the visiting room months ago. This attention is not performed, it is not a calculated measure. It is simply the correct place to direct focus, the appropriate allocation of cognition and care. Soren speaks with the quiet authority of a man who solves real problems with real hands, and Marcus hears both the technical solution and the presence it implies, competence, autonomy, skill, presence. He registers the value of that more accurately than he would have 16 months ago, and exactly as it deserves. He does not ask about Diana. He remembers what Soren told him during one of the facility phone calls. Diana has moved, is on the West Coast, and is okay. Soren's choice of the word okay reflects the limits of a 10-minute call. It condenses nuance, balances protection and honesty. Marcus does not press. He has learned slowly through months of guided and incidental experience that some truths are to be observed, not interrogated. He carries the information, lets it settle, allowing it to integrate naturally rather than forcing resolution. The thought is acknowledged, present, but not acted on yet. Today is for the truck, the city, the spring light, and Soren's hands on the wheel. The law license review is ongoing. Written notice from the State Bar Association arrived at his last known address, which Soren intercepted and forwarded. Marcus has read it, assessed it, and calibrated his response within the capacities available to him. The criminal conviction, evidence tampering, is the focal point of the bar's attention, treated seriously regardless of context. The mitigating circumstances are substantial and documented. The Cognitive Rights Project has filed an amicus brief arguing that the conviction arose from a corrupted legal process. Marcus has studied precedents, considered probable outcomes, and acknowledges that reinstatement is possible but not guaranteed. He has made peace with this uncertainty the way he has made peace with other uncontrollable events, by observing clearly, determining what is within his control, and focusing exclusively on what he can act upon. They drive through streets filled with mid-morning energy. Children wait for school buses, small shops open their doors, bicycles navigate the traffic with practiced agility. The light has shifted, moving across storefronts and reflecting off windows at angles Marcus had forgotten. The air carries a mixture of warmth, asphalt, and flowering trees. Marcus notes it in detail: the complexity, the absence of regulation, the unpredictability of human movement. It is sensory information, but it is also a measure of autonomy regained, of presence reclaimed. Soren does not speak continuously. His attention remains on the road, on the mechanics of driving, on traffic flow, on rhythm and timing. Marcus does not need continuous dialogue to measure presence. Silence here is a framework for observation, a space for reflection. The absence of enforced communication is itself a restoration of autonomy. Marcus registers this with a deep, unspoken acknowledgement. When Soren comments on a job site challenge, Marcus notices the way his brother's hands shift on the wheel, the subtle micro-adjustments, the way his arms flex with purpose. He notes the correlation between cognition, action, and control in Soren's movement. He observes the interaction between intention and execution, the way a human being expresses problem-solving in minimal physical adjustments. Marcus's awareness extends to appreciating the relationship between the person and the tools, the truck, the streets, the light, the surrounding city, a recognition of embedded cognition that he has rarely allowed himself to notice outside legal reasoning or structured environments. The cityscape continues to unfold. Marcus watches the pedestrians on sidewalks, the soft sway of trees lining avenues, the intricate reflections on glass facades, the angled shadows cast by telephone poles and street signs. Each detail is catalogued and integrated, not as evidence for litigation, but as information for presence. The attention is inwardly measured, deliberate, and fluid. The conversation about the renovation continues, but the focus is on structural ingenuity and problem-solving. Marcus listens without judgment, without need to interject. He registers solutions, compromises, materials, timelines, and how decisions influence outcomes. It is an observation of competence and agency in someone other than himself, an exercise in empathy and clarity. As they move further into familiar neighborhoods, Marcus notes the transition from commercial streets to residential blocks. Children play in yards, laundry hangs on lines, neighbors greet each other. He notes the ordinariness of life continuing around him, unmediated, unregulated, uncoerced, and recognizes it as a form of liberation. The juxtaposition of ordinary life against the institutional rigidity he has just left underscores the reality of freedom. Marcus's hands rest lightly on his lap, observing them, their steadiness, their absence of tremor, their capability for action. He recognizes them as tools not only of cognition, but of presence, of engagement with reality, not simulations of function or performance. Each movement is grounded, calibrated, intentional, integrated into a body that has returned to active participation. Time passes with the subtlety of ordinary movement. The drive continues. The city evolves around them with shifting light, changing traffic patterns, and audible markers of urban life. A distant siren, the rumble of buses, the click of crosswalk signals. Marcus integrates each sensory input with minimal cognitive interference, simply allowing the information to settle, acknowledging existence without need for immediate judgment. By the end of the drive, Marcus and Soren arrive at Soren's job site. The truck stops. They sit for a moment, engines idling. Marcus observes Soren exiting the vehicle, moving toward his work with familiar purpose, hands flexing, posture precise. Marcus remains seated, noting the light, the textures of concrete and metal, the movement of people and machines. Observation is an act of reconnection, of witnessing life that proceeds independently of his presence, yet welcomes him. The spring sun climbs higher, casting distinct shadows and illuminating details previously invisible. Marcus notes the ordinariness and the precision of the moment, presence, autonomy, continuity, and allows himself the quiet satisfaction of recognition. He does not label it as triumph, only as fact. He will step forward, reintegrate, engage, and act. The next phase begins with the ordinary, with observation, with attention to reality, and with acknowledgement of agency in himself and others. The world is tangible, present, and continuous. He is part of it again, navigating the ordinary as a reclaimed dimension of freedom. 2 weeks after his release, Marcus Hale drives back to the facility in a rental car. The car is unfamiliar, rented for convenience, lacking the tactile familiarity of his own truck, but serviceable and ordinary enough to pass unnoticed in the lot. He parks in the same lot where Soren waited for him the day of his release, the asphalt and painted lines the same, the ordinary world unchanged even as he is profoundly changed. He walks to the visitor processing desk and makes an appointment, speaking calmly, efficiently, following the procedures with the precision he has learned to apply to everything in this post-pod life. The clerk notes the time, the date, the room, the usual logistics, and Marcus leaves, not needing to linger, not needing acknowledgement beyond the processing itself. Saturday afternoon arrives. He returns and enters the visiting room, adequate, deliberate in its adequacy, a space that is neutral and structured yet unoppressive. He sits and waits, occupying the room fully, present in a way he has practiced for months. Time has become a tool, measured in attention rather than anxiety. Raymond enters accompanied by a staff member who withdraws to the door, leaving them alone across the table. Raymond's eyes meet Marcus's, clear and still, the radio softly playing in the background, something barely audible but existent, the kind of background hum that does not interfere with the primary activity. He does not speak immediately. The silence is not absence, it is the acknowledgement of presence, a recognition that sometimes looking, really looking, is sufficient communication. Marcus returns the gaze, observing the same calm intentionality in Raymond, noting the ease with which he inhabits the moment. Marcus wears his own clothes, his personal attire that he had not worn for 16 months. They feel slightly unfamiliar at first, as though the fibers themselves remember their absence and need a brief period to settle back against his skin. He looks like Marcus Hale, not the regulated, facility-trained approximation of Marcus Hale, and the difference is visible to Raymond. It is subtle, a posture, a loosened tension in the shoulders, a steadiness in the hands, but it is perceptible, and Raymond registers it without comment, the kind of observation that is acknowledgement without disturbance. Raymond speaks first, breaking the quiet. "How's the air out there?" he asks. Marcus replies simply, "Complex." Raymond nods. It is not a nod of approval or evaluation, it is a nod of recognition. It is the expected answer, probably the correct answer, and he turns his attention to his hands on the table, folded deliberately, controlled, precise. Everything Raymond presents is measured, intentional. Marcus studies him, noting the subtle muscle movements, the alignment of shoulders and spine, the focus in his eyes, and recognizes these as signs of continuity, of identity maintained through long, constrained circumstances. Marcus asks if there is anything Raymond needs, any small gesture that can be arranged from outside the facility, anything that can be brought or sent. Raymond considers the question seriously, weighing the practical and the sentimental. "I would like a specific brand of playing cards," he says finally, the ones I used as a coach. My players gave me a deck after the first state championship. The facility's commissary stock is adequate, but not the same. The blue-backed ones, not the red. Marcus writes it down. He will procure them. The act is small, almost trivial, but carries weight, the right thing at the right time. Both understand it, understand the gesture's significance, its understated importance. They pass the rest of the visiting hour in relative silence. Words are occasional, precise, and functional, not small talk, because neither man engages in small talk. The words are the quiet articulation of two people who have endured a shared and difficult circumstance, now positioned differently within it, acknowledging both their separation and their connection. They discuss procedural observations, minor reflections, a nod to the unfolding world outside the facility. Each word is measured, deliberate, meaningful without excess, a conversation constructed from restraint and precision. When the hour concludes, Raymond rises. The staff member moves from the doorway. Marcus stands as well. They face each other across the table, a final exchange suspended in the quiet of mutual understanding. Marcus speaks first, stating what has become the mission that extends beyond mere personal survival. I'm going to keep working on the clause. What the tribunal established is a foundation now. Every subsequent invocation has something it did not have before, and I intend to make sure the subsequent invocations happen. Raymond listens. His silence is affirmation without indulgence, acknowledgement without editorialization. When he responds, it is practical, grounded, human. Make sure you eat properly. You're too thin. And the cards blue back, not red. The words are guidance and caution, care embedded in simplicity. The staff member opens the door. Raymond passes through it, exiting the room. Marcus remains for a moment, absorbing the quiet space, the residual presence of shared history and tacit understanding. He then moves to the exit, stepping into the parking lot, into the spring afternoon. The air is complex and real, the same air he has been cataloging since release, unchanged yet experienced differently now, fully present. The sun casts precise shadows, the wind carries nuanced scents of grass and asphalt, and the world continues in its ordinary, indifferent way, ready to receive him fully. Marcus exhales, adjusting the collar of his jacket. He notices the texture of the asphalt beneath his shoes, the distant traffic hum, the rustle of leaves in a nearby tree, all ordinary elements, but elements he registers as evidence of his own agency within them. He walks to his rental car with the same careful attention, opening the door and sitting behind the wheel with awareness that every small decision, every minor action, is an exercise in reintegration. The ordinary acts of commuting, observing, navigating, driving, these are now both functional and symbolic. As he drives away from the facility, Marcus reflects on the continuity of presence and the rupture of absence. The facility is behind him physically, but its structure, routines, and imposed limitations have left traces that do not vanish immediately. The act of driving, choosing lanes, timing turns, merging, is an enactment of reclaimed autonomy, a verification of cognitive and executive function in a world not regimented by observation or protocol. He passes familiar streets, noting changes that occurred during his absence. Businesses opened and closed, paint colors on buildings altered, new vehicles on the streets. He observes the subtle differences in the light, the way the afternoon shifts angles across walls, across pavement. His mind integrates these observations without judgment or comparison. He is not cataloging for control or legal precision, but for awareness, the kind of awareness that signals presence, grounding, and continuity of self. Raymond's request for the specific deck of cards remains in the forefront. Marcus considers where he will obtain it, how to deliver it, and how the gesture is more than the physical object. It is a measure of connection, recognition, and mutual care, a symbolic touchpoint to maintain relational continuity across the spaces the facility once imposed between them. The act, though small, anchors both of them in the residual human network that survived confinement, reaffirming that presence is not limited to proximity, but extends through intent and action. In these weeks after release, Marcus also begins to trace the administrative pathways left open by the tribunal's ruling. While the procedural technicality delayed immediate release, the foundation of the mandatory clause is now established, and every subsequent invocation in every facility carries the weight of precedent. Marcus organizes the legal notes, the research files, the memoranda, and the compiled dissent language, preparing for follow-through. He understands the work is ongoing, and that attention to detail, timing, and procedural rigor will be required to ensure that the structural change he helped initiate endures beyond his own experience. The ordinary world he navigates now is populated with these parallel tracks: attention to sensory detail, reintegration into ordinary social and physical contexts, careful observation of relational dynamics, and meticulous stewardship of the procedural, legal, and strategic continuity stemming from the tribunal's decision. Marcus's post-release existence is a convergence of personal presence and professional responsibility, neither of which can be neglected without consequence. By the time the visit concludes and the afternoon moves toward evening, Marcus feels the layering of these realities: the richness of the ordinary world, the continuity of human relationships, and the ongoing responsibility to protect and extend the legal gains he has made. Each layer reinforces the others: attention grounds strategic action, relational awareness informs engagement with legal and administrative systems, sensory presence provides resilience against disorientation or overwhelm. He drives from the facility lot slowly, absorbing the textures and rhythms of the world. The sun has lowered, the shadows lengthening across streets he once traversed in different states of mind. Each observation, the angle of a lamppost, the cadence of distant voices, the glint of sunlight on a hood, is a marker of survival, autonomy, and ongoing reclamation. The ordinary has regained its power, not as spectacle, but as a testament to resilience. Marcus Hale, released, present, and focused, navigates both the literal streets and the figurative pathways of law, obligation, and relational care. He moves forward with deliberate attention, attuned to the world, aware of the obligations he carries, and present to the subtle and ordinary details of life as it exists outside the facility. Raymond's request, the care of Soren, the procedural follow-through, and the sensory richness of the world all converge in this moment, marking the ongoing process of reconstruction and reclamation. He has been out for 11 weeks when it happens. The morning is ordinary in the way that mornings have become ordinary again, not the performed ordinariness of the facility's structured days, but the genuine article, unscheduled and self-directed, Marcus making coffee in the kitchen of the furnished apartment Soren helped him find. A one-bedroom on the third floor of a building that is neither upscale nor modest, and that he chose because it has good light and a window over the street, and a bookshelf he has begun to fill with books from the storage unit where Soren kept his things. The books coming back one box at a time as Marcus determines what he still wants, and what belongs to a version of himself he is no longer living. He has been doing consultation work. Not practicing, the bar review is still ongoing and he cannot practice until it resolves, but working with the Cognitive Rights Project on the legal framework for subsequent clause invocations, reviewing filings, identifying the procedural vulnerabilities that his own fight illuminated, building the architecture that the next person who tries this will be able to use without having to find each brick individually the way he did. It is not the work he did before. It is slower and it pays nothing, and it is, without question, the most important legal work he has ever done, which is a thing he thinks about sometimes with the quiet irony of a man who had to lose his career to find out what his career was for. The loop still comes at night. Not every night. 3 or 4 times a week it is there in the background of sleep, ambient, the weather he has learned to stand in, and he stands in it and wakes and lies in the dark for a while and then sleeps again, or does not sleep and reads until the morning comes, and the morning is always real, edges holding, the apartment present and specific around him, the street below doing the street's thing. He does not take medication anymore. Park's community psychiatrist contact, a careful and attentive woman named Dr. Vance, agreed after 8 weeks of assessment that the medication's management of the loop's ambient presence was costing more in cognitive access than the management was providing in relief, and that Marcus's own capacity to stand in the weather was sufficient and growing. The nights are harder without it. The days are cleaner. He has chosen the days. He has spoken to Diana once. A phone call that he initiated, that she answered after 2 rings in a voice that was careful and warm and not unkind, and they talked for 40 minutes about things that were real and things that were difficult, and things that did not resolve and things that do not need to resolve to be true, and when they finished, there was nothing left unacknowledged between them. Which is not the same as things being okay, and is better than things being okay in the way that honesty is always better than its alternative, even when the honesty contains loss. He does not expect another call. He is not certain there will not be one. He lives in the uncertainty of this the way he lives in the uncertainty of most things now, which is without the restlessness that uncertainty used to produce in him, and without the false resolution that restlessness used to drive him toward. On the Tuesday morning 11 weeks after his release, he has a meeting scheduled with Sylvie Chen at the Cognitive Rights Project's office to review the framework document he has been building, the architecture for subsequent invocations. He walks to the meeting because the office is 12 blocks from his apartment, and the morning is good and he has relearned the habit of walking in cities. The way the city presents itself differently at walking pace than through the window of a vehicle, more granular, more specific. The details of storefronts and faces, and the quality of light between buildings available in a way that moving faster forecloses. He is wearing a jacket that is not the jacket he wore to court 16 months ago, that jacket being part of what belongs to the previous version, and carrying a bag with the framework document and his notes and a thermos of coffee that he has not finished. He is thinking about the framework document. Specifically about a gap he identified the night before in the section addressing the medical director sign-off requirement, the regulatory amendment that caught him in the tribunal, and whether the framework can be written to flag it proactively for future petitioners so that no one else loses 3 months to a procedural requirement that exists in a subsection nobody reads. He is thinking about the language for this section, turning it in his mind with the deliberate care he brings to everything now, the pace slower than it was and the result, he has come to believe, more precise for the slowing, the precision coming from attention rather than speed, which is a trade he did not choose and has come to value. He is on a street he knows, 6 blocks from the Cognitive Rights Project's office, passing a coffee shop he has stopped in twice since his release, the morning foot traffic doing its Tuesday morning thing around him. There's a woman with a stroller and a man in a delivery uniform checking his phone, and 2 teenagers moving with the particular velocity of people who are late and know it, and have decided to be late rather than run. The light is the spring light, direct and clear, doing the thing it does. He is thinking about the framework document. He is thinking about the subsection language. He is holding his thermos. He is present in the ordinary world in the way he has been present in it since the release, not the managed presence of a man performing being okay, but the actual presence of a man who is here, in this body, on this street, in this light, changed and functional and still in there, walking toward the next thing which is always just the next thing. The shot comes from above and behind, from the 3rd floor of a building he has already passed, from a position that was chosen with the care of someone who has done this before or been instructed by someone who has, and it is precise in the way that professional things are precise, and Marcus Hale does not hear it. He is on the sidewalk. The thermos is on the sidewalk beside him, lid still on, coffee still inside. The framework document is in his bag. The morning continues around him with the brief and violent disruption that these things produce, and then the screaming and the phone calls and the people who run, and the people who freeze and the delivery man who kneels beside him with his hand on Marcus's shoulder saying something Marcus cannot hear, and the woman with the stroller who has turned the stroller away and is moving fast, and the 2 teenagers standing at the corner not moving at all, and the light is still doing its thing, still the spring light. Direct and clear, and on the 3rd floor of the building behind the window that a neighbor will notice is open when she comes to check on the smell 4 days later, there is a spent casing on the floor and nothing else. Not a note, not a name, not anything that tells a story the system would need to answer for, because the system has always understood that the stories it cannot afford to answer for are best handled before they become stories, and Marcus Hale was becoming a story, was already a story. Was the kind of story that spreads from one case to a framework, and from a framework to every facility in the network, and from every facility to the statute itself, and from the statute to the people who wrote it and funded it and called it humane. And the system that processes 47,000 people and calls it humane is not a system that leaves that kind of story walking around on Tuesday mornings thinking about subsection language. The bullets strike with a kind of spatial precision that does not exist in fiction or memory, that have trajectory and intention behind them, each one leaving a wake of shock in the body, the sound of impact reverberating in the skull before the brain can even account for it, and the street collapsing around him into a pattern of panic that is immediate and unmediated. He drops. The thermos rolls. The bag tips. Papers spill, fluttering against the asphalt like startled birds. Pedestrians dive behind parked cars and the edges of storefronts. A woman screams into her sleeve. A bicycle clatters to the ground. Marcus hears nothing as the world has always sounded. He hears the sound of being pierced, of bodies violating their own boundaries, of the street receding from him, light fragmenting into points, all sensation filtered through a lens of a body betrayed. His coffee spills over the sidewalk. He tastes it. It is bitter and hot and iron-tasting. The sunlight no longer warms him. It strikes and hurts. From above, the shooter's aim is surgical. They are precise. They are trained. They know the angles, the escape routes, the police response windows. Every shot is deliberate. Windows rattle, a pane shatters across the street. A delivery man crouches and shouts to the others. The air smells of gunpowder and exhaust. Glass and paper swirl like leaves. Marcus is there and he is not, and the city continues in splintered fragments around him. The physicality of the event is overwhelming. A person trained in observation would describe the microsecond trajectories of each projectile, the concussive displacement of air, the ricochets, the chemical tang of heat in a microcosm of controlled violence. People scream. Some run, some freeze. There is chaos. There is the sound of reality itself cracking, the world splitting into the before and the after. Marcus Hale falls in a way that is not cinematic but is precise in the body, limbs folding in angles of disbelief. The thermos rolls, coffee staining the curb. Papers scatter. A bicycle is abandoned. Pedestrians dive and pull children. A neighbor presses her phone to her ear and begins recording, her hands shaking. The sound of the shots is punctuated by the rhythm of panic, footsteps, screams, metallic clatters, the screech of tires, the shouts of delivery men and coffee shop employees trying to usher customers inside. The smell of gunpowder mixes with coffee, asphalt, and spring flowers from a planter across the street. The shooters disappear into the urban geometry. Marcus's body lies in the street, still, light reflecting off broken glass in tiny shards, sunlight refracting in fragments over his chest and the scattered papers, some of which are the notes for the framework that could have changed the system forever. Each note is now caught in wind and sun, the words fluttering, partially legible to passers-by, but the meaning suspended by the violence that has overtaken them. The thermos has cracked. The coffee forms a dark halo around the spread papers. Spring light, oblivious, continues to do the thing it does, now bleaching the edges of spilled ink and faint fingerprints. People cry out and move, some are frozen in place by shock. Traffic slows. A man yells at an approaching car to stop. The soundscape is frenzied but ordered by instinct. Soren gets the call from a detective at 7:43 on a Tuesday morning. He is on the job site. He sits down on a stack of lumber and the crew around him does what crews do when something happens to the supervisor. They give him space and keep working and glance at him and keep working. And Soren sits on the lumber with the phone in his hand after the call ends and looks at the building they are renovating. The bones of it exposed where the interior walls have been opened, the structure visible, the way a building looks when you can see what it is actually made of and how it is actually standing. And he sits there for a long time before he tells his crew chief to run the morning without him and gets in his truck and drives, not toward anything, just drives, the windows down, the spring air doing what it does. In a facility 40 miles from the city, Raymond is at his table near the window at the time of day when the morning work assignments have not yet begun and the common area is quiet. The blue-backed cards Marcus sent arriving 3 days ago and being used now with the deliberate precision Raymond brings to everything he has left, and the courtyard tree is visible through the window, fully leafed and green and standing in the morning light. And Raymond turns a card and turns another card and the radio plays on at the volume he has learned to live at, and outside the window the tree does what trees do, which is simply stand in the light and be exactly what it is and ask nothing of the standing.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share.